World. We are here in Johannesburg, South Africa for another installment of Monster Energy Gymkhana GRiD. I'm Jared Dienda. Not are we only back here for the second time at Johannesburg, but this is the 7th ever Monster Energy Gymkhana GRiD. Myself, Marius Roberts, and our guy on the ground, Colby James West, we're going to be calling the action. But why not hear it from the creator himself, the HHIC, the head hoonigan in charge, that is Mr. Ken Block.
Here we are, Johannesburg 2018 Gymkhana GRiD, the best of the best, crowning 2 champions this weekend, all-wheel drive and rear-wheel drive, with some of the best cars on the planet. There's multiple world champions in this paddock, including these two right over my shoulder. But one thing everybody's got in common, they all have to take on this brand new GRiD track for 2018.
So the start of the all-new Gymkhana GRiD track. There's a drag race with the competitor on the other side, down to the first corner. This is the long, sweeping first turn before it starts to get technical.
So after turn 1, you come into the figure of 8. Go round the telly, you come in, round the tractor tyres, loop back round the telly, exit to the GRiD obstacle, where you shoot up the circuit to the next one.
Once you get around the GRiD side, you go twice around the obstacle behind me. You are charging down to this obstacle here, the wrecking ball, that you have to hit with one part of your car.
So the next obstacles, into the box section, really tight. Watch the front and the back of the car, a 360 around the barrels there, down to a 180 here, keeping it nice and tight. Exit, head towards Ken's car.
Once you get out from the last complex, you hit towards the last obstacle, the Ken Block car. 720 around this one, 2 laps before sprinting down to the finish. And remember, it's all about the time, twice.
Well, there you have it from the head hoonigan in charge, Ken Block himself, as well as Luke Woodham and Johan Kristoffersson, rear-wheel drive. I'm Jared Dienda. You saw it do the opening, but I'm joined up here by Marius Roberts. Marius, this is your home country. Thanks for having me.
Listen, it's great to have you back. 7th running of Gymkhana GRiD, and it's great that it's back in South Africa for a second year. It is hot in the studio. It's about to get a lot hotter out on the Carnival City circuit. The guys look fired up.
Yeah, I mean, we've already warmed it up, you know, pre-live stream, we're live, so share this with all your friends. Go to Monster Energy's Facebook page, share it, let everybody know. Many ways to view it, but also TV will be joining us later around South Africa, so plenty of things to celebrate here, but we already saw some spinning, we saw Ken Block rip around, we saw all the all-wheel drive and rear-wheel drive drivers, but Marius, we're going to be sweating out up here in the glass box of emotion, but we have another gentleman that's part of our team. He's going to be down talking with the drivers, getting in the head of maybe some technicians, some mechanics. So you know what? You know, he's in drivers' heads. He's in their faces.
He's in the cool's position. I wouldn't mind being in Colby's spot right now. Let's throw to Colby and see what he's caught up with, which driver.
All right, down to you, Colby James West.
Hey, what's up, guys? Thanks. Yes, and I am in the coolest position for sure. I get to see the inside info. Every time these boys come out, boys and ladies, every time they come out, they go for their run, they're going to come back. I'm going to grab them right here, get the inside scoop. It's hot out here. It's high elevation. Lots going on with the cars. Lots of different things happening. So stay tuned with me. Back up to you guys.
Thank you so much, Colby. As yeah, it's definitely exciting where you are at and how everything is unfolding. But let's take a look at the all-wheel drive qualifying, and this is how things shaped up. Any names stand out to you in regards to this driver's list?
Look, what for me was super exciting, obviously Johan Kristoffersson just coming from the back of wrapping up another World Rallycross Championship down in Cape Town and coming to defend his Gymkhana GRiD all-wheel drive title. But Peter Solberg hasn't won anything this year. I think there's going to be some serious rivalry, and during the practice rounds earlier, they were 0.1. Nothing between them.
Yeah, no, super exciting, and you know, you get some local privateers who are really pushing for it, and they're going against their idols. Let's call it what it is. But let's look at rear-wheel drive. Rear-wheel drive is, You know, this is interesting too, because all-wheel drive, you get these privateers or changing up their vehicles. Rear-wheel drive, there's a lot of equity in these vehicles because drifting has really grown. You know, you got spinning here, you got all these different vehicles, but rear-wheel drive, it's not technically about horsepower. It's all about nimbleness and finding the right equation, because Luke Woodham, he's going for his fifth rear-wheel drive Gymkhana GRiD championship. But here's some of the drivers, and locally you got a couple South Africans in there.
You know, I'm glad you said that, because this really isn't about horsepower. We look at a guy like Carl van Dijk, who's coming basically a stock standard Nissan 350Z, low down on horsepower, and he's sitting right at the top of the pile. So I think getting that combination right for the drifters, it's about less smoke and more traction. So it's going to be an interesting battle today.
And Jason Webb, that's what I was bringing up, South African. He's driving that Mustang, and he says he's kicking off this year where he ended last year. And again, he's flying the South African flag.
I think we've seen a lot of that this year. South Africans way better in the second round. So let's have a look. Our first head-to-head defending champion, Luke Woodham, and he's done what he needs to do. Qualifying fastest up against Patrick Toussaint. This is a guy that's new to the drifting scene. He actually qualified at Drift City earlier the year in Cape Town. He's a rookie. For him to go up against a guy with the credentials of Woodham, I mean, it's just going to be unbelievable. I think just for him to be on the track is great.
Yeah, and you know, it's kind of an uphill battle here. So you're like, hey, congratulations. Let's see how you do against four-time champion, going for his fifth rear-wheel drive Gymkhana GRiD championship. But Luke Woodham, definitely a stylish driver. I know this is a new chassis. It might look like the same S chassis that he's been painting. It's an all-newly built chassis. He actually was going to go LS, but he maintained with that SR, and quickly, there goes Luke Woodham out of the gate, under the gantry, under the disco ball. You can see as they enter into that sweeping turn, they're going to bring it into and around the TV.
Did you say disco ball? That is what I love about Gymkhana GRiD. It's going to go off when the sun goes down, that's for sure. Very technical course, and obviously for people new to grid, touching the obstacle, you're getting 2 seconds added to your time, which is death in the grid format.
Yeah, so yeah, that's a great point, hitting those obstacles. So Toussaint seems to be keeping it clean so far. Woodham definitely has the jump on him. About 1, 2, 3 beat, boom, goes for the ball. There goes the disco ball. He came in like a wrecking ball.
And you look at the confidence. Got the car sideways, pulled the handbrake up, clapped from the side, whereas Toussaint's going the more safe option, lining the ball up. And this is where things get really tricky, because you've got to get your rotations lined up right. You don't want to be spinning too much. You want to be tight to that obstacle as well. And you can see he's obviously Toussaint getting a little bit over-rotated there.
Yeah, catching up and catching some grip and straightening out. There is not criteria, you know, in drifting as it's progressed through the years, you know, angle, there's criteria. It's not technically, you need to drift. Look at that, quickly Woodham. We want to see them at angle. We want to see them break traction, but it's not necessarily about the particular degree of angle. But Luke Woodham shows you why he is our defending champion. 110 compared to that of 115. And
yeah, we've lost our time. We'll get that fixed now. But that time, interestingly enough, during practice they were running 109. So there's still some time left, but it's going to be interesting to see which track he's running fast. I know in the beginning of the week, the track that was running best was the right hand, and obviously he's going to be swapping onto that. He's going onto the left hand side now, so let's see which one's working best.
All right, so Toussaint here.
So they're swapping sides now, both of them obviously significantly having a clean run. So lining up under starters orders. We'll get our timing loom up, give you the load on who's got the best reaction time, and also quickest into the arena, which is all, let's say, disco ball. It's going to get fun.
It's you know, disco music, it died years ago, but it's alive and well here at Gymkhana GRiD. We're breaking TVs, half of cars, disco balls, wrecking balls.
It's going to be a good day.
Yes. All right,
okay,
so
under starters orders.
Yeah, here we go. Looks like our starters are out of the way. Look at it. They got the suits, the lighted signs, getting our vehicles prepared. Line locks on, and we are ready to send it. Go ahead. As Woodham, Toussaint. It's traction because, like I said, there's that perfect formula, and you can see how Woodham really gets out of the gate strongly, and the clock is ticking. Woodham now on that left side. And a great point there, Marius, talking about which side is faster. You can see how tidy Luke Woodham, and this is great to start with our #1 qualifier out of the gate. It just shows you what it's going to take in order to beat, you know, the man atop the pedestal. The target is definitely on Luke Woodham's back, the ham made of wood, or the wood made of ham. I don't know which one it is.
Chatting to a few of the drivers South Africans that entered for the first time last year, they were all trying to get the nose of the car on the obstacle and rotating around, but it's actually the furthest way around, and they've really come more side on getting their door lined up with the obstacle, being as tight as possible, getting just the right amount of drive, but he's looking like he wants to go for 5.
And look at the technique that Woodham uses. Like you said, it's not about getting sideways, it's about just putting that right tire, depending on which side the vehicle on. Look at how he's basically parallel to Ken Block's half of his vehicle there, that Fiesta, not really nosing in and pointing at it. He's really just kind of sitting side saddle and quickly just gets through the course. No obstacles hit, to my naked eye at least, but 109. So that was the time you're talking about, 109s, 108s.
And it's interesting because it looks like the left side is running quicker. So I want to see if that's going to keep going. But those are the sort of times that Luke was setting up earlier in the practice sessions that got him qualifying as fastest. So the gauntlet has been set down. But nice to see Patrick there as well. So those are the final results there. Good job. Very nicely done. 2:19 as a total time.
All right, so it looks like Luke Woodham will advance on. You can see the aggregate time of both of those. Here is Luke Woodham. A little bit of a wide swing there, but he keeps it tidy. Brings it out of the spin cycle into the Ken Block half car. I don't know what we branded that, but half can we call it K-Blow? Like half a Ken Block?
I like the fact that we've got the spin cycles. We've got the laundromat going here.
Yeah,
the guys are hanging that out for sure.
I mean, it's hot. They're sweaty, so why not dry out their race suits, right? So we started things off with our rear-wheel drive defending champion, and we start things off on the all-wheel drive with our defending champion, Johan Kristoffersson. Not only is he Gymkhana GRiD champion, he's also touring car, and most recently, you were there last weekend, two-time WRX World Rallycross champion.
It's not even about that. He went 11 from 12. I mean, he's
That's
basically
insane.
broken all the records. He equaled Sebastian Vettel's record of 9 consecutive wins in an FIA series. So, listen, this man is so determined, so analytical in terms of his setup. Trust me, he's going to want to go quicker and faster. 0.1 ahead of Petter going into this. It's going to be very interesting. But obviously, a big shout out to Carl van As. He's competing in his second Gymkhana GRiD in his Subaru. What an opportunity to go against a legend. Very cool.
Yeah,
Subaru?
Subaru.
We'll figure it out.
Subaru, it doesn't matter. Tomato, tomato. Carl van Es, hat tip to him. But, this is like going into an arm wrestling competition and you just go against Hulk. I mean, that's how
David versus Goliath for sure.
Yeah.
But what an opportunity. And that is what I love about the Gymkhana GRiD format, is giving rookies, South Africans, opportunity to go against international superstars. You can hear the turbo lag. It starts slowing the VW off the line. That is so fast. Reaction time, 0.588 over a 0.7. He's a champion for a reason.
Yeah, Carl van Es here in that Subaru. And look at quickly, Johan Kristoffersson gets to the broken television. Internet killed the TV star, as we have the broken TVs out here. And now coming into the spools, brings it around once and twice, 720.
What is really cool as well, this year I know they're running the Pro-Am, because at the end of the day, when you've got World Rallycross cars like this, these are fine-tuned machines. The rest of the guys don't really stand a chance, do they?
Yeah, that's a great point. We are acknowledging, because there are 4 RX or former WRC vehicles. We have Oliver Bennett, the 2 Volkswagens of Johan Kristoffersson and Petter Solberg, and then also Oliver Solberg. So those 4 vehicles. Outside of that, we are acknowledging for him, look at just, how dominant. Weird flex, but yeah, you know what I mean? Like he is just showing all of his Volkswagen muscle. And Johan Kristoffersson across the finish line, boom, goes the dynamite, 102.963.
Wow, so they were doing 102s, so they can definitely go a little bit quicker, obviously keeping something in the back, but shout out to Carl van As. This is an opportunity. International fans are getting to watch him. It's great. Good to see how the sport has grown in South Africa after Gymkhana GRiD last time around. Yeah,
did you hear that? Did you hear that?
Very,
South
very
Africans
cool.
cheering him on.
So cool. Obviously they've swapped sides now, and the left side we've now seen in the first round was quicker. Let's see if it's going to be the same with the all-wheel drives.
All right, so there it is officially, 102.963, 117.644 of Carl van Es in that Subaru STI. That Volkswagen Polo R, just so dominant. And look at that. There's a slow-mo, because we gotta put it in slow-mo in order to see that Volkswagen Polo R. And you see Johan attack those spools. See him just lift, yank the handbrake,
yeah,
and then just get back on throttle and get that thing to just rotate around.
They're looking at it. We work in kilowatts here, but I know internationally it's horsepower, 600 horsepower. They're saying they're down to 570. That is immense. The car weighs next to nothing. Precision built to do this. It's a Gymkhana car, actually.
Yeah, no, it's really impressive, and for that thing to, as you said, 11 out of 12 podiums this year, just unprecedented, and then bring that here. That's bringing, a semi-automatic weapon to a knife fight. So Carl van Es, let's see what he's got. Again, anything can happen So, you know, a DNF or multiple penalties, but a big hill climb here for Carl Van Ness. Johan Kristoffersson brings it in real sideways there, through that sweeper and around the TV into this 360 around the tires.
What I love as well, he was saying to us earlier in the week that obviously they can go for a full track setup now with their car, whereas there's no jump involved, so they don't have to have extra suspension travel. So this is like purposely set up for the circuit, and he's absolutely obliterating it.
Yeah, you can set it down and get that the suspension set up. How important are tires? I mean, have you talked to any of the drivers about tires? How critical is that, especially in rear-wheel drive? But how about all-wheel drive?
I actually haven't spoken to the guys, but when you have a look here, there's not much smoking of tires going on at all. I think that is what is critical. The all-wheel drive guys, this for them is not going to be an issue from a tire wear perspective, but especially when we get back to rear-wheel drive, the guys need to just back off on the horsepower bit. Less smoke, more grip, faster time.
And just as you said that, I don't know if you saw, I don't know if Johan heard you. He says, "Oh, no smoke? Here you go, nerd."
He loves to prove us wrong, doesn't he?
Right. I am Johan Kristoffersson, two-time champion, 104.
That's actually quite interesting because he's actually quite a bit off from his previous time. It was a high 101 on the right side. So at the moment, we haven't figured out which side is running quickest yet.
All right, so according to rear-wheel drive, you thought the left, and then now to all-wheel drive, it seemed that the right was faster, but we have plenty of tires to potentially not burn or burn in rear-wheel drive. There is the aggregate. You can see 237, 350, and 207. So 30 seconds between the two drivers. That is just flexing on him right here. Here we go, slowing it down. Johan Kristoffersson through the spin cycle, a wide swing, then tightens it up. So it looks like that was on the left side. So that's where he lost some time.
Definitely, because I mean, that for me, when you watch Johan, like I said earlier, he's so analytical, and he'll be unhappy about that because he's definitely just gone in a little bit too hot. And then it's amazing. You chat to him, he knows exactly what he needs to do, and he's not going to be happy with that run if he's going to watch that on playback. I'm sure it's in his memory banks, so he can certainly go quicker. But that opens the door up for the guys later in the rounds. But like we said, David versus Goliath there for our poor competitor from South Africa, Carl Van Ness. But I think he'll be stoked to say, I went against Johan Kristoffersson at Gymkhana GRiD.
Most definitely. All right, so next up we have Marco Palajan versus Chris Long. So Marco?
Yeah, it's quite cool. Chris Long is in his second Gymkhana GRiD, obviously competing last year, and finished 7th this year in the SA Drift Series. So he is a drifter. We're back to obviously rear-wheel drive. So he knows his way around the course, and his Toyota Supra has got like 560-odd horsepower. So he's looking to go head-to-head. What I like about this is these guys finished very close on time, 8th and 9th. So Marco was in 8th, Chris was in 9th. So this is going to be a close battle. This is where the head game comes into it. I know you've got to focus on what you've got to do as you come down this run into the arena, but you can always see your competitor. He's there the whole time.
And Marco deemed the Croatian crusher from years past, and just a very charismatic gentleman. He's driven a variety of different cars. He was actually intended to drive a Volkswagen, I believe a 350Z, but the V8, it popped, sorry. So the Nissan 350Z was a V8 vehicle. The engine popped, so here he is driving this VQ. So it feels a little bit under horsepowered, but you know, horsepower, as we said, is not the big factor here, and getting out of the hole is. So right now, we are just probably a second behind the Croatian crusher into that. Oh, almost gets into the wall.
That was so close. But this is what we predicted. These are sort of battles you want to see, 8 versus 9. And I think he's lost a bit of time there, obviously backing off the power so as not to score any penalty points touching that wall, because then literally your race is done. Can he make up any of that on the rotation? Now, he's obviously trying to catch up his Chris Long. He's dropped back quite a way. I think that mistake coming out of the ball section has cost him.
Yeah, approaching that ball, I mean, you could see some drivers really hesitate, and not that the ball is going to do damage, but how do you approach it? Do you approach it with that back bumper? But look at that, Chris Long lost a lot of time, and the Croatian crusher crawling his way across that finish line. So I think there's still an opportunity for either driver to take this. Look at that, 111, 112. I'm not seeing any penalties assessed here. So now they're going to alternate sides. Marco Palajan. See that the green sky.
Yeah, the cars look really good. You can see the drift cars come with some serious style.
Yeah.
Yet even if they're not going sideways, their cars are looking super cool as well. So that was a close heat, just on a second in it. So this is pressure now. Keep it tidy, don't overdrive, and Christopher's done it.
All right, so Christopher Long, he's from here in South Africa?
Yeah, he's South African. So he was competing in the Super Drift Series, yeah, second round of Gymkhana GRiD. So I think he comes in with a lot of experience now as well. Because the first time out, this is on a different level. Seeing an event like this.
talking to some of the drivers, they thought the track flowed a little bit better, but I'm always just very impressed with the memory. I'm kind of losing track of where they go, and we're just sitting up here in the booth, the adrenaline going through their body and through their feet and hands. You know, you got to consider that. I believe
Look, I think that's what helps, having all the practice sessions as they have had. But when you get into competition mode now, that is when the pressure is really on to keep it tidy. So Chris again got a good start there.
Seeing a lot of smoke coming off that back right corner even before he entered. It looked like he might have had a bit of rubbing on the arches there of Chris Long in that Toyota Supra as the Croatian Crusher comes around the TV. Might have a little bit of a jump, but really crawling on that approach. Like I said, getting out of the hole. Marco not as fast, but Long, when he gets into drift, looks like he's throwing a little bit more at it, and that's that drifting, you know, attribute.
He seems to be a little bit more consistent on the drift. There's none of that holding back. Very, very close again.
Flirting with disaster.
I'm not seeing any flags up, so clean but close. But I think if Chris has done this, it's a good turnaround because he came into this battle with the 9th fastest time, and obviously Marco in 8th, but at the moment looks like Chris has got it done. He keeps it tidy, he's got a rotation to go, and then Ken, what are we calling it? The half fiesta.
Yeah, half of the party, half of the fiesta. So can we call it the siesta?
We're not going to be sleeping in, neither of the fans or not, because that is fantastic action. Really, really close. Oh wow, look at that.
Look at that, Marco and Long all the way to the end. And look at that, 112.166 and 112.187. Actually, it looked like Marco did have that slight advantage. And there is the finals assessing any penalties here. And Marco with a 225.090, but Chris Long just beats him out with a 223.827. So the Croatian Crusher does get smashed, but what's going on here? Are we pulling him back up to the line?
Yeah, we haven't seen any info on this. I don't know what's going on here. Because the way we had it there, it was 2 clean runs, no penalties coming up on our systems. So we'll find out what the story is there. But I think that was a great drive by Chris Long. As we said, you came into this with a bit of a disadvantage. Obviously lined up 9th fastest over Marco, who was 8th quickest. But yeah, that looks like that's all done. I think they got themselves so confused in the hype, they thought they were having another run at it. We can have a look at the side of his action. That's drift style for you.
Look at that counter steer, and that's where he potentially lost some time because he would go into the obstacles, I would say a little faster, but he's going at it with angle. So to get the car back out and shoot out of those obstacles, it seemed that Marco just exercised a little bit more refined getting out, and that's, again, down some horsepower compared to Long.
I guess as well, people also get, you're going to have a favorite side, you know, so this course is going to run very different visually for you as well. So it's good that we run it even like this. No one can say, oh, I got unlucky, this side doesn't work as well. So the system works really well. So well done. He's obviously gone through the knockout there, the South African.
This was the story that unfolded from last night.
Yes.
Elaborate maybe a little bit here. Chet Meyer and Wayne Hay.
What is so cool, Wayne Hay last year competed here. He was the fastest South African in the all-wheel drive category. Now he's up against Chet Meyer, who actually has gone into this quicker than him. Problems with the car last night with an engine. Wayne actually sat and helped Chet get his engine replaced. They worked until 1 this morning, dynoed it, ran it in this morning, and yeah, they are going into it. That is what motor racing is about. It's a beautiful story. You've got a tear.
I was crying a little bit. I just having me here. You love me. You really love me. Mayor and Hay here. You're going to get it confused here. I'm cheering for the blue Subaru.
Oh yeah, me too. I think blue Subaru for the win. We're
at a casino. I'm putting my money on the blue Subaru.
You know what? It's also made it difficult during the practice sessions. Wayne had obviously made contact with one of the obstacles and lost his wing.
Wide swing there.
Lost his wing, but now he's got his wing back on, so now it even makes it more difficult to pick up. But this is a very, very close race. And the 8th and 9th coming into this, this is what we want to see. Head to head, door to door. This is pressure, all-wheel drive style.
Oh, they're both approaching the ball, so a slight
Wayne's ahead at the moment.
You saw Chet with a quick break there as he hit the ball, maybe got a little bit nervous.
And that's what's difficult as well, getting these cars rotated.
Watch this,
You don't have massive horsepower. It's hard not to understeer. That front-wheel drive is just going to pull the car wide all the time, so they really do struggle on the rotations.
Yeah, you can see how wide that swing is. They can't keep it as tight as either the RX cars or even the rear-wheel drive cars. And a lot of these guys are running that DCCD, which is that driver-controlled center differential. So they're working. I know Jake Archer, who was from UK, he was talking about that. And here we go. Look at that. And we are talking seconds, half of a second.
Wow.
Actually, actually 3 tenths. Is that what it is? Are we talking tenths here?
Yeah, we are talking 10. So Chet May actually came out quickest in that. So going with the form coming in, he was the 8th fastest qualifier. So there's a bit of work to do for Wayne. He's not out of it. But listen, at the end of the day, South Africa's going to win here.
I put my money on the blue Subaru with the wing from South Africa. I'm gonna go on a limb.
I'm going gambling with you tonight.
Oh my goodness. Again, we're here at Carnival City. There is not only the blazing hot sun behind us, but a casino looks like a circus. And guess what? Our circus animals are here.
We are. We've all come out to play, which is really cool. Look, let's have a look at the reaction time here. I'm quite keen to see how they go off that start, because this is a very critical run. Big pressure. Chet's got to keep it clean. Wayne maybe needs to push a little bit more. Take some more chances, possibly, if he wants to make sure he goes through.
Start time for both the guys. We are tit and tat. Looks like Chet got a little bit of a jump there. No, looks like actually Wayne Hay got a bit of a jump. Better reaction time. 0.644. No, right there. Look at that. No, right here. 5.6. 6.4. What do you got there? I mean, I'm looking. It's like mirrors. It's really tight.
That is what the fans love about watching this as well, because as it unfolds in front of you, you literally, do I go left? It's like tennis. Do I go left? Do I go right? It's 15 all at the back. No, it's 30-15.
A wide swing by Chet. He left a window of opportunity here for May as they approach the wrecking ball. Both of them hitting it, so you can see that's a good indication of kind of the split. That's almost like the halfway point, but no obstacles have been hit. And watch this. Does the announcers curse? It usually, I don't want to say it works, but it goes against the drivers. They say no obstacles have been hit. But look at Chet keeping it tight. Again, he just had his engine swap. May goes into that second pillar of barrels. And
this is really, really close. And now they can see each other as well. They can see the whites in their eyes, man.
Oh, a wide swing by Chet. May keeps it a bit tighter, but Chet brings it back in. We're talking tenths of a second.
And Wayne
Chet wide swing goes to the wall. May tightens it up, and it crosses the finish line first. Wayne Hay, 112.863 unofficially.
He's pulled it back. That is unbelievable.
So, call it out. Call it out. What do we got? Wayne Hay with
225.359 versus a 225.8. So Wayne pulled it back.
Wayne Hay.
You know, we said it actually comes down to that. When you head to the Ken Block Fiesta, you can actually look into the driver's eyes. You can actually see it. You're trying to focus on the point. Just ran a little bit wide. We can actually look perfect. I mean, look at that duel. Great footage. Good job by our camera teams. You can see him actually drifting quite wide there, and that is what cost him at the end of the day.
You know, and at the end of the day, I know Chet is happy he got his car back up and running. Wayne worked on the car, got it back up, and you know what? It came out on top. Hey, Wayne Hay, moving on.
Hey, well done.
Hey, Wayne Hay.
Listen, let's stop getting competitive now in a traditional sense. Let's get a bit of smoke and style going. And our next round, we actually ran a round earlier in the day with Bagsy and Shane Lynch. So the way this is going to work is it's not so much about time. It's more about more rotation angle, more smoke. And you and I, along with the crowd, are going to help judge this on style points.
All right. Yeah. So styles for miles. We want to see smoke. We want to see angle. We want to see amplitude. We want to see you shred it, bro. Shred it and send it. Send it and shred it.
And listen, Tessa is one of our female competitors from the UK. She is like a drift queen. Had a bit of a tough time over the weekend. Fuel problems, car issues, but she's looking to compete against to show somebody who would have been her idol, Daigo Saito. That car is sick. It sounds amazing. And we haven't seen him unleashing all of the power, and I think this is time for him to actually really light it up.
He's doing double duty. He's doing smoke and style, and he's also competing in rear-wheel drive. He's a true contender in the Gymkhana GRiD 2018. He's a rookie. He's a Gymkhana GRiD rookie, as is Tessa Whittick. Tessa, like you said, UK. Daigo Saito, you have to assume he's from Japan. Daigo Saito, multiple drifting champ. Smoke and style, and not enough time. Send it. Daigo Saito and Tessa Whittick. Look at that initiation. Look at that rate to angle, airs it out, and that Monster Energy Sunoco Corvette. This thing's full carbon Kevlar. It's a body kit that comes from Latvia. It's full carbon Kevlar. This thing is super sick. Daigo Saito brings it around the grid. Again, make some noise. What do you guys think? Daigo Saito or Tess Whittick? Maris, what do you say?
Tess is having a good go in here as well. So cool. She's got her hands out the window. That's bonus points. Look at that. Rotating, waving to the crowd. I'm loving that. That's good going. But man, he's got so many cool cars to bring from his garage. But this Corvette is the one he's enjoying driving the most, I think.
Yeah, I've known Daigo for years, and he collects cars like you would collect Hot Wheels. But his are full-size Hot Wheels.
They're all Hot Wheels.
Yeah. All right, so brings it around that second, I would say, you know, I like what Tessa's doing. but you just cannot deny the sheer horsepower of the Ninja.
I think she's done this whole course with one hand. Her hand has been
that's
out,
kinda gangster.
waving. She's probably doing her makeup. It's amazing. Look at her. Very, very tight around Ken Block Fiesta. But that's the most smoke we've seen from Daigo. I think the crowd have gone with the Japanese ace. What do you reckon?
Yeah, I mean, look at Tess. She's going to air it down one more time. Give a little wave to Tessa Wittick in that Driftworks Skyline. She's running a 2J, or excuse me, a 1J under the hood, so a little Toyota power plant under the hood of the Nissan.
It's quite a heavy body on that car as well, which, yeah, maybe is fine from a drifting perspective, but I think on a Gymkhana course, quite tight.
Look, yeah, like you said, one hand out the window the whole time. She's having a blast. She'll be cruising through the pits in the paddock and just hanging out. She's down to party.
Who's won?
I mean, what do you guys think? Was it Tess Wittick? Or was it Daigo Saito? You can hear him. I mean, you can't deny it.
Let's go with Daigo Saito.
Daigo Saito. Daigo Saito moves on here, the smoking style. All right, so we keep advancing on here to rear-wheel drive. So Daigo Saito wins this S&S round, smoke and style. He will be going against Bagsy, who prior to our live stream was out there with Shane Lynch. Next up, our next rear-wheel drive battle. Who do we have?
Now, this for me is an amazing story. Have a look at this 350Z. I mean, that
he pulled it from the parking lot. It's got number plates on it.
He drives us to work. It's a daily drive. It's a beautiful story. And that's that horsepower story we were talking about with rear-wheel drive. That sometimes it's not about how much smoke you like, smoke and style, sure. He has been so fast. He's coming to this as the 4th fastest qualifier. Wow. It's a good story. I love it.
4th fastest?
Yeah.
Wow.
I mean, we're having a look. I mean, it was actually quite funny. I'm trying to get his stats. I think he's got about 270 horsepower on this Nissan. It's nearly standard, which is really cool. Up against a proper drift ace. Amon Broncos finished 11th, I think, this year in our local Super Drift Series. So he is all about hanging the tail out, massive horsepower, and Carl is more about precision, getting that car rotated when it has to.
Such different schools of thought here. And Armin, he's running a V8. I mean, full Edelbrock heads. I mean, this thing's fully built. That is not rotary, that FDR7. You can't deny the big arches. He deems his car Chucky. He says it's child's play on the wing. The Dragon Energy FDR7. You can see Broncos really throwing it out there.
But have a look. So look at it. I mean, we know Broncos looks amazing. Have a look how quick and precise Carl is. Close to all the obstacles. As I said earlier, he rotates when he has to. No extra tire smoke. He's just got traction driven down there. That car.
And Broncos has a hiccup around the spool. Sorry to cut you off there, but that's definitely warranted as a major mistake there from Armin.
He might actually get a DNF. I think he's gone the wrong way around that obstacle. We'll wait to see what comes up with our timing sheets. But as we said, look at Carl, 4th fastest and showing how it's done. No fancy driving, just clean, precise. And that is what I love about Gymkhana.
All right, so look at that, just pirouetting like a ballerina. Rock and roll ballet is more like it, but just the silent assassin. I mean, that like you said, he drives that thing to work, and now he's potentially taking out this hot rod of the Dragon Energy, Armin Brockhurst, FDR7, and it looks like he will. He gets the jump on the Block Fiesta.
Wow, that's amazing. Look, no mistake in the crowd love. Broncos has come back because he obviously had a bit of a trouble up at the top of the spools, but certainly come back and got the crowd cheering. But it's the time that counts here, and literally here. So if Carl just keeps it tidy here, I think he's gone through. What an elimination round.
And we saw rear-wheel drive, the left course faster than the right earlier. That's our early assessment, very early here. You're sweating, man. You're doing a workout up here.
But it is hot in here. We've got the South African sun. I know that's why you guys come back. I've seen a couple of chatting in the paddock, a couple of the teams from the UK, and I just said you can ruin your weekend on day one. Fried roast. They said, listen, we don't care. We're going back with colour. That's all they want. So yeah, it's a beautiful day in Johannesburg. Hardly a breath of wind. So action is hot on track and it's steaming in the studio.
Right. All right. So here we go. Let's alternate the tracks, left and right. Armin Brockhurst now on the right track, the left side of your screen, or Kyle Van Dyke on the left and right side of your screen in that Nissan 350Z. Armin Brockhurst, if this is a drag race, Brockhurst would definitely have the jump, but it is not. It's about the obstacles, getting through it quicker and not hitting any obstacles. If you're just tuning in, Jared Diender here and Marius Roberts, we're up in the booth calling the action.
Jared, what's interesting there, you talk reaction time and horsepower. So Carl actually had a slightly better reaction time, 0.71 versus 0.74, but the horsepower of Broncos kicks in as they come onto the circuit. He made up just on a second coming in, but this is where it gets intricate.
So Brockhurst Doesn't have any mistakes around the spools that caught him last round on the other side of the track. They are neck and neck approaching the big cone tower into the spin cycle.
Yeah, he was a bit over-rotated coming around that obstacle into this, and that's actually slowed him down quite a bit, but they are neck and neck again. But this is all that Carl needs to do. Just keep it tidy from here, make sure that he gets across the line without any obstacles, and he should shut this one out. And he's a half a rotation ahead here as well.
And it was a 1.5 second. Van Dijk had that advantage right over Broncos.
Yeah, so he's taken it well timed. This has fired up the crowd because everyone's got visions of, hey, you know, my little daily driver to work. We're going Gymkhana.
Give me the keys. And there it is, 225 of Broncos to 223. Kyle Van Dijk and that Nissan 350Z advances on into the quarterfinals. So quarterfinals, man, Broncos knocked out. Great looking car, but Van Dijk just keeps it clean. You can see him
and
really
no,
tight.
And no
Great
smoke.
execution.
I mean, there's not massive horsepower there as well. So he's just doing exactly the right amount of throttle control just to give the car enough drive to get it rotated. It's a standard handbrake he's got in the car, not even a cut brake. I mean, this is a road-going car. It's actually quite amazing. So I think he's going to be super stoked with this, as you said, going into this 4th fastest and winning his elimination round. Back to the all-wheel drives.
Another story here. Jonathan Bucky Buck, as he just yesterday spilled a bunch of fuel all over the track. Was it yesterday or the day before? It's all blending together here. I'm got a little bit of jet lag flying in from Arizona, but going against Mark Kirk. So Bucky, as he's just, you know, emphatically known as, going against Mr. Kirk, Captain Kirk.
You know what is cool? I mean, we spoke about the Subaru Club earlier in South Africa, and all the guys are involved in hill climbs and Gymkhana runs. So an event like this is just amazing for them. But there's rivalry within the club, but big rivalry. Everyone wants to beat the guys from the UK. I think they've set the benchmark in terms of what you can do with the Subarus. So I think they want to make sure that South Africa comes out on top in these type of battles. But Bucky came into this really, really fast. He was our 4th fastest qualifier. So Kirk's got a lot to do. 13th fastest going in, running a little bit wide around the TV. And let's see if he can pull it back. Bucky looking super sharp.
Yeah, Bucky qualifying 4th. He has a lot of track time. He is, let's go, what is it, Gymkhana GRiD veteran. So it's great to see him back out here, that retina burning, high yellow Subaru. Mark Kirk, this is his first time. He's a Gymkhana rookie, so he's going against rookie versus veteran, as well as he purchased this car specifically for Gymkhana GRiD. He came here last year helping out some mates, and he says, you know what, I want to get involved. So he put this car together, and actually I was having some words with him and Hay earlier today, and they were talking about Kirk. Wow, is Bucky that far advanced, or was there a mistake by Bucky?
Bucky is just on fire at the moment. Wow. You see Kirk running really wide, struggling to get the car rotated. And that's the thing, they've got to be on the brake the whole time to get that nose to turn. They can dial it to the rear, probably about 70% max they can go. But it's when you don't have big horsepower, it's difficult. It's not a World Rallycross car, is it?
Yeah, Bucky had some issues. Like I said, he had an oil cooler line break. It caught some of the blanket of the and it looks like he almost took out the other half of the Fiesta out here.
He's moved Ken. That's going to be an interesting. That's definitely a penalty. So that's going to be 2 seconds added to his time. The clock, as you can see, keeps running until he breaks the timing loop, crossing over the line now. But he'll be stoked. He's out and competing, which is really cool. I loved your interview with Bucky in the press conference. You know, he was sitting there saying like, "What? I build kitchens or whatever, but I get to race with like my heroes." Right. It's amazing that even though he's a veteran of the sport, just for him to be able to go against guys that he's obviously grown up idolizing, late to the game, but obviously very well respected and doing great things in the UK.
Oh, most definitely. So going back to Kirk's story, I was talking to him and Hay, and they're talking about, you know, helping out Chet Meyer and all that. And basically, he bought really expensive, nice suspension, like race suspension, because he does time attack, and he's like, okay, it's going to be good. Well, I set it up. The car was hopping all over the place. It just wasn't exactly what he thought he needed. Boom, 30 minutes later, he says, nope, let's throw the stock suspension back on. Not equating to the total setup, but he is going against a veteran. He qualified for Bucky and put it together. He's hoping that Bucky makes some serious mistakes in here to make up for that disadvantage.
Yeah, if I was Bucky, I would just kind of use this as a sighting run for later, because literally the advantage he's got is so massive. Just make sure you've got yourself dialed in, don't do anything stupid, and you through to the next round. But I think that's what makes Gymkhana so unique. You know, is that you literally can come with any car, as we've seen here today in the previous rounds from a real perspective. You can come with any car here. It's all about the horsepower, and it's a different driving style. You know, you can have your car dialed in for hill climbs and time time attacks. Very, very different. You need a car that's going to be rotating quickly, that's got enough drive from corner to corner. And yeah, I mean, Bucky's, look, Kirk's looking a lot better on this run, that's for sure.
Yeah, Kirk's looking a lot tidy, but a lot more tidier, but Bucky is just, he's got his way with this course.
Look how close he is to that rotation point as well. And this was where Kirk was struggling, working that brake to get that nose to turn. But I'm sure the crowd's going to cheer him on. It's great to see the rookies out here competing against veterans.
And you have to think that, I make an assessment here that the left is going to be a little faster because you got the obstacles on your driver's side. A lot of right-hand drive vehicles, so it's on that driver's side, so they're getting close to it. You're nosing in, or you're dooring in, or you're front right wheeling.
Yeah, because we're not talking a racetrack here where there's the apex, I can see it. It's irrespective of where I am. Yeah, you really need to be on that obstacle. So it's a good point you make. Just interesting in the earlier rounds that it was the right that was running quicker. But we'll try and figure out how the fans are going to get fired up about this, because I mean, listen, they are Mustangs and then they're convertible Mustangs, and to take the tin off of it and say, right, let's go and the Mustang is what he calls it. Obviously, a monster athlete here in South Africa. He wrapped up Jason Webb with the Super Drift Series this year, so he's a champion again. And one thing you do know about him, he's going to be lighting up those tires and giving the crowd a lot to cheer about.
Stephen McConnell. There it is, the Mustang lighting up those tires. And he was talking about different tire size. You know, Daigo Saito running a 315, I believe. Jason Webb is running a 285, so down a little bit of width there, but he can still manage. And he's feeling confident after last year's experience and now coming in here to the 2018 Gymkhana GRiD. So,
yeah, he said to us about a month back when we did the press launch for the whole event, he was saying, listen, he learned so much from last year and the setup changes he had to make to the car, so he expects to go a lot quicker. But this is, again, one of those really cool rear-wheel drive matchups, because McConnell is like a Scottish drift champion, or Gymkhana champion, actually. Not massive horsepower we're talking here. Jason's got 800, Scott's 270 probably in his BMW, but this guy is a grid Gymkhana style champion. This is what he does, and that's why he's qualified in 5th place, Jason in 12th. So Jason's got a lot of work to do in this matchup.
Yeah, a lot of horsepower under the hood. That Roush Performance Ford Mustang, the Mustang of Jason Webb. Steve McConnell.
He's a rookie to grid here in South Africa. Yes. That's a grid rookie all round. So very, very good when he steps up to the plate and come all the way from the Highlands of Scotland, walking around with his kilt. That Mustang sounds amazing. If we were giving points for sound, I think Jason would have that record.
But look at McConnell actually with some more angle. That's not a criteria, but just looking styly there and quickly gets into the tire. So there it is. And that's what we were talking about.
It's amazing how they're able to just rotate on a point. There's no additional wheel spin from the rear. It really is, it looks like a great car to drive. The BMW is pinpoint. He's obviously set it up well. This is what he does back in Scotland. Great to have him here. But look how close it is. The horsepower from Webb giving him a head start out of there. This is going down to the wire.
And now
the crowds
Webb
are going to love
really
it.
gaining a lot of ground here. Here we go into the spin cycle. Look at Webb. Rips it into the spin cycle. Look at that, putting that front right. South African Mustang right there on the barrel tower. Exiting out. Here comes Webb into the Fiesta. McConnell right there. The
This
BMW
is
from
brilliant.
Scotland.
This is a turn-up. I think Jason had an early night. Look how close he is over the line. Well done. Wow, man. He came in here 12th, and that is a pretty impressive time. Well done, Jason Webb. Wow. Now you've got to reset your head now. You've got to get your mind right, saying, right, so I've done it, round one, I've got the advantage. Don't do anything stupid this time.
7/10 because, you know, just that X factor for the drifters, you know, they're thinking just air it out. I mean, one of his sponsors is smoke them. Don't smoke them right now. You know, you want to minimize that smoke. That means you're losing traction.
That must really mess with their heads, because I mean, you're the voice of drifting. These guys coming to this event, they've got to reset. Drift mode gone. Less excitability on that right foot, and just dial it back a little bit. Looks like they're doing some work on Jason's car. I don't know what's going on down there, but he'll be ready to get onto the grid. Maybe something's come loose. Maybe he's in his ballet shoes because he was doing some fancy tiptoeing around the barrel section. So a lot of work for Stephen McConnell to do. A couple of tenths in it, and we're under starters orders. Let's see how this is going to end up. Head-to-head elimination run. Winner takes all.
All right, here we go. About 7/10 separate them after that first run. Neither driver had penalties. Let's see if they can keep it clean. Is McDonald going to take out Webb? The South African driver, Jason Webb, in that Mustang.
Look how massive advantage, 8 horsepower, 800 coming into the arena section. But look how quickly O'Connor pulls that back. So this is where he gets really good. The tight and twisty stuff is where he's very, very sharp in the BMW. But Jason looks like a man possessed.
Right around that big grid billboard. Cutout sign into the double spool.
They literally are mirroring each other here.
1,360 per spool, 2 spools, count them up, send them into the wrecking ball. Looks like Webb is going for the wrecking ball first, punts it between the uprights. Well done. Around the cone tower into the triple barrel. Looking for a quick 360. This is the figure 8.
Look how tight they both are. That is a real case of precision driving, and the driver's showing
Webb
some
had a
real
wide
skill.
swing there, but that might have set him up for success. You see, he actually had a wide swing and it slingshotted him out. Oh boy, we are counting tenths once again. What do you say, South Africa? Come on.
Look, he's got the horsepower to drive to the line, I'm sure. Can he get it going?
110.93, 110.83. So it looks like
I think Jason's done enough.
I think Jason has done it by just about 6 tenths. Here are the final cumulative points, or excuse me, not points, but times. 221, 124, and Steve McConnell with a 121.7. Jason Webb is advancing on in the Mustang.
That's our first upset. He's coming to the
12th
from a qualifying standpoint, so that's a big upset.
I thought you just go all South Africa.
No,
You're
no,
like,
listen.
that's how it's supposed to be.
I'm trying not to be biased here. You know, I know we're all rooting
You know
South
what?
Africans.
I'm American. I'm cheering for the American here. Ken Block won already.
But listen, no one can compete when it comes to smoke and style with Ken Block, but people are going to try. So we're going to head into the all-wheel drive section now, and this is where things have been pretty interesting. Obviously, we spoke earlier about the Pro-Am lineups. So the WRX cars are kind of at the top of the list, but there's a lot of battle to go. And this, Dimitri is, again, like a granddaddy of Gymkhana. I think he's done all 7 as well, which is an unbelievable story, and obviously running in a very, very different car. BRZ's, Subarus, I know you're going to get the hang of it. By the end of this, you're going to be saying it my style. Rear-wheel drive traditionally, he's gone and reconfigured this. The only all-wheel drive car BRZ you're going to find, and you're going to get to watch it right here at Carnival City. This man has got massive... BRZ. Oh, you say Z, don't you?
Yeah, I do.
Oh, wow.
So we're saying Subaru BRZ.
Yeah.
It's okay. So for my American speaking friends, it's a Subaru BRZ.
Never thought you'd be translating,
I know,
did you?
It's totally okay. Dimitri Shribny, and then Hans Piener. You know, this is a driver. He's driving the hatchback. I actually don't know. This is newer than the version I had, but this is a hot rod. But he's going against this purpose-built Subaru BRZ of Dimitri Shribny. Like I said, so many accolades. Look at this. 2014, he won in Spain. He got second. 2013. I mean, he's a serious threat.
But his ability to rotate that all-wheel drive car, he doesn't have crazy amounts of horsepower, but that car, like you said, purpose-built, easy for him to get on the rotation, and he's days ahead, lining up, slapping the ball, looking very, very cool coming into the tricky little barrel section with a nice advantage. But Hannes Pienaar came here as the 12th fastest, and there's a lot of pride at stake here within the local Subaru club and the Gymkhana series that's run locally. So, wow, running really, really wide there, nearly getting a penalty, but holding it back. But Dimitri's showing his class. He's amped to be here.
Have you had words with Dimitri yet?
I haven't. Is it as difficult as Daigo?
No, it's not. And the thing is, he's just very, very low-key, very mellow. Very mellow. And he's just kind of like a gangster.
He's here to win.
Yeah.
He leaves his talking for the circuit.
Right.
Well done. Give Hannes a big round of applause. Very, very well done. Came in here as the 12th fastest qualifier. Got a lot of work to do. But like we said, he's up against an absolute legend, the granddaddy, competing in all 7 Gymkhana GRiD. So very, very cool. Swapping sides now. Last run a 118 for Hannes versus a 109. So 9-second advantage there. Dimitri would really have to do something seriously wrong, like maybe do it backwards for him to get knocked out in this one.
Yeah, so he's Russian-Ukrainian. I'm going to look up his nationality. So if you can imagine just how
calm he is.
He's just exuding energy. So no, but you know, actions speak louder than words, and that's what really he is about. So for Hannes, basically he's down quite a bit here.
And Dimitri's a big Subaru fan. I mean, he's always all these races. So I think he's taken this on as a pet project. As we said, 9-second advantage he has going in. But I guess in this situation, it's about lining yourself up for the next round. You know you've done what you needed to do on the first loop. Now it's about keeping it tidy and thinking about the next challenge, I suppose.
So the winner of this will go against Bucky, actually, in that quarterfinal battle. So let's talk about that. You know, Johan Kristoffersson's going against Wayne. Bucky will be going against the winner of this as they advance on. So you got to think that Bucky is watching this battle. How is Dmitry Shrivny attacking this? Or, you know, again, if all things go wrong for Shrivny, Vienna here.
Yeah, listen, it's going to be a complete reset for the guys after this as well, because I mean, we obviously have the advantage of looking at it as we're going. The guys in the paddock getting themselves ready for the next race, but that's going to be an interesting matchup because Bucky came in here with some real pace. Dmitry, I think, was 5th fastest going into it. Bucky was 4th fastest, so that's going to be a fantastic matchup.
Fairly equally matched here according to the clocks, and that's what it is all coming down to. Left side, right side, who's coming out on top? Shrivny making that thing look like it's just the DRZ that we know that is rear-wheel drive, and looks like Dmitry gets it done. He does exactly what he needs to do. I mean, right? I see you shaking your head here.
No, listen, I mean, that for me is showing the experience. But we can't say enough about Hannes. You know, you come to Gymkhana GRiD, you're going up against guys that do the 7 events. Right. You're coming into maybe your 1st or 2nd, you know. So there's a lot of learning. But Dmitry's showing class, doing what he needs to do. Now he can focus on Bucky for the quarterfinal.
Yeah, 2:35 versus a 2:18 collective times there for Dmitry Shrivny. So, you know, again, you do the math. 2:18, 2:35, great execution. You see him get to it, rip that fever lever, and then rip it around the spools.
Yeah, I think he seems to be able to get enough drive to keep it rotating without having to go back to the handbrake, which is what a lot of the other local Subaru drivers are struggling with, is to get that rotation going without pushing the nose and drifting wide in true all-wheel drive style.
All right, so what are we seeing back there on the line? Are we seeing Webb back there? Oh, what? What's going on here? Oh, we got smoke and style. We got some smoke and style. I was like, wait a minute, why? I thought we just saw Jason. So you know what? Let's air it out. Let's air it out here.
This is going to be a very interesting matchup. Because Mazin has, in all of his runs, I think he came here to see how many sets of tires he could go through. Because when it came to smoke, he was leading the way, flying the flags of Oman there, which is very, very cool. Yeah. In one of the local cars as well. And that's what's nice too. International drivers come here, jump into cars that are doing drift series here, so they don't have to ship everything out. So obviously getting to terms with a new car, but watch him. He's got massive smoke style. Jason's going to count up after his win. Yeah. So expect him to do this for the crowd.
All right, the Mustang here on that right side, Jason Webb. Mazin and the Nissan 350Z comes to a halt. This is smoke and style. This is not about the clock. The clock is not ticking, so tee it high and let it fly. Send it and shred it.
And only doing one run here, so the crowd really needs to get involved. Not going to swap around for this. But have a look, I told you Mazin loves to light up the rear, but so does Jason. At least with a convertible, you can really get your hands on.
Ooh, we are throwing some... I saw some tire debris. I saw Jason shred a taillight or a headlight. Man, he is losing parts. You can see that front right corner of Webb and that
he lost his top. What do you mean? I mean, it's such a cool car, really. I think that is such a statement as well. I mean, you could have gone with any old Mustang, but to go in the convertible is super cool.
Yeah, see that front right? He lost the headlight. He's winking at you.
Luckily, there are no penalty points.
Smokem is one of his sponsors. He's doing just that.
This is going to be close, eh? Because Mazin is really lighting up. He's ripping those tires to shreds. There's going to be nothing left of those Achilles. Have a look at this. This is what it's going to come down to. Who can make the most smoke?
Who can make the Fiesta disappear? That's become a magic show.
Oh, man.
Right, yeah.
Who do you reckon? Crowd, look, I'm not even going to ask the crowd. They're all going to go. Yeah. I think they're going to go South African. The winner is... I'll let you do it.
I mean, I think everybody got really excited there, and he ended it with a bang. I mean, he started with a bang because he lost the taillight, lost the tire, but you know what? We lost the Fiesta in smoke there. Jason Webb moves on in smoke and style. So Jason Webb advances on.
I'm just saying that's the right call to make. Otherwise, people might lynch you on the way out of here.
Right.
So you're learning fast. Welcome back to South Africa. We're very gentle here. We really are.
I know. I mean. Last night you were combing my hair. It was awesome. I appreciate it. And we talked about it during the live show on our opening, but I got my South African tattoo today. So I'm pretty psyched on that. There's a replay there. But yeah, Jason Webb, very dominant.
We'll talk about that that tattoo you've done. Well, I just say, I mean, Jason's just drifting over his own body parts here, so he definitely deserves a few extra points for that. Lots of style and obviously a massive crowd favorite here. But this is what people have come to see. Heading into our next rear-wheel drive matchup, a rookie. I can't believe I'm calling Daigo Saito.
Daigo Saito. I like that.
Sorry,
no, that's
Daigo
a great
Saito.
Freudian slip. And earlier you called him Diego, so he's the Mexican version of Daigo Saito.
I can't believe I'm calling him a rookie, but it is his first Gymkhana GRiD, and he's come in here with a crazy Corvette and put it as the second fastest, heading up against Renaud Barnard in what looks like a pretty stock standard BMW 330. This is a massive matchup.
We saw Kyle Van Dijk, who, you know, again, he went against qualifying 13th there, Brockhurst. Van Dijk really executed properly, but Daigo, qualifying number 2. Rand Barnett, I mean, this is another David versus Goliath battle.
This is a big mountain to climb.
I feel like you're feeling the pressure.
No, listen, I'm feeling sorry for him, but I mean, I think the guys are going to come in here. Are we talking 230 horsepower versus probably like 900 in that
easy.
Corvette?
Easy.
So on a bit of a hiding to nothing, but here to make South Africa proud and to say that he competed against the best drift driver in the world. Amazing. Look at that style.
All right, Daigo Saito brings it around the TV. Around the tractor tires, and that's just a quick 180.
You know what I love, Joe? You hardly ever hear much from that car during his run. Hardly ever on the power. He's almost just floating from obstacle to obstacle, and that is how you need to drive a super powerful drift car on a Gymkhana GRiD course.
But look at that, he's a doctor performing surgery on a grape over there, and kicks it over into that wrecking ball.
Your son likes soccer.
Yeah,
he'd be impressed with that.
Yeah, that was good. That was a good.
The Mexican-Japanese psycho has been scoring lots of goals on this course.
I always love it. That's what I say. It's the Japanese driver behind the wheel of an American car with a Latvian body kit in South Africa, and now he's Mexican as well. We do call him Diego Sanchez, actually, just lovingly.
I think it might stick.
Daigo Saito, Diego Santos, whatever you want to call him. I like
brilliant.
I like Daigo Saito.
Man, that was an impressive
Daigo Saito, we can call him that.
Have a look at that time, 107, 162.
Where's that compared to yesterday's
that I think is one of the quickest times. I think it might be
rear-wheel drive.
That's the quickest time that he's run on this course, at 107. I know when we came here on Wednesday, he was doing 109s. I think he might have dipped into 107, so he's certainly matching times there. It'd be good to go back to Luke Woodham's and see how they've matched up for that. So they've swapped sides now. Renaud obviously just going to be really doing the best he can. Personally, trying to go as fast as he can, because really he's not going to be making it through the next round, let's be honest.
All right, so Daigo Saito pulling up to the line.
I just love the sound of that Corvette as it comes burning.
Yeah, it's ripping underneath us.
Under our tower. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, we're up in that tower right there. So if you could see us, you can see the disco ball just beyond that. The containers, we're right there in one of those windows. I don't know if you could see us, but they are barreling from underneath. So the 2 bullets are in the shotgun. It's a double barrel. And these 2 rocket ships, more Daigo Saito, as you said, compared to Renaud here. Clock is ticking. What do we got? Oh, Daigo rips through.
Sounds amazing. This is more of a sauna than a studio, isn't it?
Right, so Daigo through that sweeper into the tractor tire stack. He's got a bit of a jump here on Renaud. Daigo brings it to the far side. Double your spools, double your fun, double your 360, 720. Doing the sweeper into the wrecking ball, punts it. That's good, just a quick little kiss of the ball. We saw Renaud just barely navigate past that wrecking ball. You don't need to punt it, you just need to break traction and then get to the side of it. Look at Daigo. Oh, and Renaud taking out. That is a massive penalty. He goes, looks like he's going the opposite way, correct?
Yeah, I think that's going to be a proper DNF, because he's, besides the penalties.
I'm seeing,
that can't be right, 20 seconds. The last thing he needed. But we've got a penalty here as well from Daigo has also got a penalty, so he's gone untouched.
Oh, he hit the Fiesta. We were focused on Renaud over here, and Daigo actually hit the Fiesta. And Renaud's got to, he almost hit that jump.
He's created some new obstacles that he's got to navigate his way through. So a lot of action right there. But I think, you, Jared, spot on when you said a surgeon navigating or surgery on a grape. He is so precise in that Corvette. Unbelievable. So Daigo Saito, we're having a look at the last run's combined time, a 1:38 there. So he's definitely going to be going through to the next elimination round, and he'll be going up against the winner between Christian Bakarut and Dimitri Iliak, and that's coming up a little bit later. We have a look at Reno there in that slow-mo action. He is just collecting all of those.
He was like Pac-Man. So that is correct. I had to clarify. I had to go to our timing and scoring next door, and I said 20 seconds. Yep, he hit 10 items. So he was being chased by the ghost that is Daigo, but he tried to eat those power pellets like Pac-Man, and it did not end up working out for Reno.
But listen, how good are our timekeepers? They counted that all so quickly.
Yeah.
2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, and there we go. 20 seconds. Very, very cool. Wow, we've got some action in our studio. We're going to be chatting in a little while to Tessa. She's come and joined us, and we'll be catching up with her in a little while. So let's come to Tessa. Let's fire her mic up. Tessa,
all right. So Tessa Whittick, you're joining us here in the booth. How's it going, homegirl?
Oh, amazing.
Yeah?
I had so much fun out there.
I saw you, and Maris pointed it out. What did you say when she was out there in smoking style?
You did that whole course with one hand.
See, yeah, practically.
There we go. Yeah. That's what we like. Do you like it in our sauna?
It's a lovely, really, really good. Thank you.
I mean, South Africa is a bit of a sauna as well. Listen, obviously tough for you running into. We spoke about a month ago when you came to SA. Really amped to do your first Gymkhana GRiD. How was it? Wrap it up.
Oh, incredible experience. South Africa, I love you guys. Absolutely amazing. And the track was incredible. So thank you ever so much, everybody, for having me.
How do you compare drifting to Gymkhana?
Oh.
Just the whole discipline. It's so different, right? I mean, again, your 1JZ R33 Maris is saying that your car's a bit of a pig, maybe compared to some of these other vehicles. Is it horsepower? Is it tires? I know we talked about tires a bit.
I never said pig.
I said the car. Not to,
whoa.
Look, you were looking right dead in my eyes and called me a pig. I remember this.
I said, your car's pretty heavy, which I mean, from a horsepower perspective, would be okay from a drifting, but is it a bit of a challenge maneuvering around a tight course?
But also, I just need to get drifting out of my head. That's the thing.
That's what we're talking about, just that complete mental shift. So, all right, Tessa, don't go anywhere. Watch this. Feel the rumble. Feel the rumble underneath the container, because here we are. We have our next battle, Petter Solberg versus the Subaru STI, one of the South African Subaru Owners Club drivers.
Oh, listen, can we just talk Petter Solberg for a moment? I mean, this guy is just an absolute legend of all things motor racing. Double rally champion, double rallycross champion, and obviously the owner of a team that's kind of wrapped things up in World Rallycross for 2 years in a row as well. He needs to win.
Yeah.
He really wants to.
Yeah, I mean, on paper, it's basically Johan, Kristoffersson, and Petter Solberg in the finals. But, as you said, Petter Solberg, all his accolades, all his success, he throws his arm around this, this Swedish kid, says, hey, I got something for you. I got a seat. Let's rip around. Here we go, Petter Solberg and Jan de Klerk. So, look at that. I mean, look at the advantage here. I mean, this is just another day versus Goliath. Petter Solberg, again, he has made mistakes in the past. It is rare, but he's an exciting driver to watch regardless. His Volkswagen Polo R.
A 0.5 versus a 0.7 reaction time. Off the line like a beast. And that's what he's always been so good at World Rallycross, often getting the Monster Launch prize. He is unbelievable. We know in Johan's run earlier, he didn't have a great run on the right-hand side of the course, so some work for him to do there. So I think they can end up back in that little team hut having a little chat with Petter with a definite advantage.
Yeah, and I think they're going to really talk strategy here, as we said, potentially, and I'm going to just call it inevitably, we'll see those guys in the finals if they just keep it clean and don't do anything completely disastrous. They're going to have some words with each other and see what is the fastest thing. Put on a show as well. You know, I mean, the M-Claw, they're both rocking the M-Claw. They're flying that flag in RX as well as here. And those cars coming fresh from last weekend's FIA WRX. Boom. There you have it. Petter Solberg across the finish line.
But I love watching Tim. There's plenty of handwork going on there. I mean, here he comes in 15th fastest. What an opportunity to look back at this and say, you went door to door with Petter Solberg. I mean, that's amazing.
And correct me if I'm wrong, isn't that the livery that Petter Solberg ran on? It's fairly similar, right?
It would have been years ago in his early rally days. But that's Tion's first event as well. So he's a complete rookie to, he's like you, Tessa, he's a rookie to Gymkhana. Let's have a look, 102, wow.
102 to 121, so just shy of 20 seconds. Oh man, now you're just being a jerk. So 19 seconds.
I'm having a look at this. I'm trying to remember what Johan was running. I think he did a 3 and a 1, if I remember correctly. Yeah. Those were sort of times they were running going in. So that'll be interesting to see. Just a bit of bragging rights heading into the next round.
All right, so the blue Subaru here, Tion, he is on the right side, and then we got Petter Solberg with that nearly 20-second advantage.
Tessa, who do you think is going to win this?
I would have liked
If you were a gambling woman and you're in the parking lot of a casino, what would you put your money on?
I would have to say Petter, definitely.
Wow,
He's such a cool dude as well.
Well, I liked it in the Q&A earlier. I was talking to Ken about Hoonicorn and bringing out V2, and he says, he says, Jared, I'm not going to try his accent, but he says, I got to tell you, I almost S my pants. And you could fill in the blanks as far as the expletive, but it was just so honest and so genuine, because he's like, I really love cars, I really love what we do, and Ken pushing the envelope with something like the Hoonicorn, he says, I nearly defecated in my pants.
But listen, that is what makes him so good. He's a stickler for detail. But can I give you some other information?
What's
Do you
that?
know that he is a ballroom champion?
You know what, I think I did know that.
I kid you
You
not.
reminded me of that. Former,
That's
we
why
won the
we-
disco ball
that's
for
why
him.
we've got the
Former
disco
Norwegian
ball.
disco champion.
They've asked him to go into, like, you know, Strictly Come Dancing Norwegian style about 11 times. He says no every time because he reckons he likes to dance close. And Penella, who's the manager of the team, she reckons that'll be divorce, manager and wife. But
Dancing queen.
oh, wow, man. Tess, would you like to drive one of those cars? I know you rear-wheel drive. Imagine driving in that.
I think it looks so much more exciting in a four-wheel drive, to be totally honest.
You think it's more, what's that, say it again?
More exciting.
In an all-wheel drive?
Yes,
Okay.
definitely.
Just more of a rocket ship or horsepower, or why do you think more exciting?
Well, I would probably have to have one of Petter Solberg's cars, really, to make
Yeah.
it more interesting.
Just to pick up, sorry, I loved Tian coming out, hands out the window, waving to
Yeah.
the crowd loving
And
it.
the crowd having South African.
But
Fair
awesome.
play.
First Gymkhana GRiD, and that was really awesome. We've got Christian Bakkerud lining up. Now, this guy is also a super drift style, plenty of horsepower, needing to do what you said, Tessa, dial back the drift. It's battling in the brain, yeah.
And he's got an amazing car as well.
Yeah, it's a V8 Safiro, and it's a massive chassis. It's a boat. I mean, that thing, you need a foghorn to drive that thing. But walk us through here. Who's advancing on?
So we've got Johan Kristoffersson going through, Wayne Hay going through, Jonathan Buck over Mark Kirk, Dimitri Legend also through over Hannes Pinar, and we've just seen Petter Solberg versus Tian de Klerk. Very, very cool. So picking up on that rear-wheel drive, let's have a
Yeah.
look who's qualified up till now. You go with it.
There's
Defending
Luke
champ.
Woodham, our defending champion. He's going to be going against Chris Long in the Toyota Supra. Kyle Van Dyke in the nearly stock Nissan 350Z going against the local favorite, Jason Webb, and then Daigo Saito.
We're about to find out who he's going to go up against. Is it going to be against Dimitri? Is it going to be against Christian? I'm really sad that Jason and Carl are going up against each other. I'd like to have seen that happen a little bit later on in the event, but this is going to be good.
All right, so Dimitri Ilyuk in that VQ-powered RX-8, and then Christian Bakkerud, who is related to Andreas Bakkerud, who is not here. And actually, Christian gained this slot because we were to see Fredrik Osbo, actually, from Norway, unable to make it. So Christian says, I'll go, no problem. LS, Safiro, and like I said, this thing is massive, massive.
Look,
massive.
I'm sure you would have chatted to Andreas. We finished third out last year. He said, listen, come to Africa, it's a good place. So you'll also able to get a listen to that.
Wow. The sound of it. The sound.
Tessa flinched up here. I mean, you're allowed a lot of race cars, but I guess, again, this glass box emotion is perspective here. Both of them wrapping around the TV, coming into that triple stack of tractor tires. Now exiting out. Let's see. Oh, they approach the Gymkhana GRiD billboard, the cutout sign. Looks like Dimitri Ilyuk from Ukraine. I crane, we all crane for Ukraine here for Dimitri Ilyuk. Bringing it around the spools once, twice, 3 times maybe. No.
This is very, very close. Christian does look like he's backed off 660-odd horsepower. Yesterday we were doing some ride-alongs with the media, and he actually clattered into the wall, had to do a bit of body work on the rear, but this is very, very tight. Tessa, quite tricky lining this up. Is this transition quite important, how you come to this drum section?
Yes, it certainly is, because you're so close to that outer barrier, the yellow barrier. It's quite difficult to get right, but
So you want to
especially
try
with
and
a
come in
long
and
car.
get the rotation going the minute you come in.
Exactly that.
Oh, massive angle. You saw Christian throw it in there, but look at set it and forget it. Bring it around the Fiesta. This is going to be a tight one.
Gosh.
Seconds per lap. Tesla's feeling the motion right now. It looks like Ilyuk gets a slight advantage of the Ukrainian driver over the Norwegian of Bakkerud. Back in the Bakkerud.
And listen, the winner here gets to go up against Daigo.
Here's the times: 1:12.7, 1:12.8, 1/10. 1/10 separated. We're talking tenths, baby.
Quick one, we've got a driver here now. When you swap around, what's going through your head now? If you know that you've got a 1.1 advantage, Sure, mental
You've
games.
Yeah, definitely mental games. You have to keep a cool head for it.
Do you think about it, or do you think, listen, just go new race, do what I need to do?
I'd say definitely, just go for it.
They are going to be going for it for sure. And as we said, the winner going up against my favorite psycho from the Mexican-Japanese, Daigo.
Psycho killer, qu'est-ce que c'est?
I mean, it's also, you're so stoked to make your elimination run, and then you think, oh my goodness, I've got to go up against that guy.
There we go. Backrood Ilya. Backrood under the gantry quicker. He's quicker to the disco dance under the ball. That thing's going to be illuminated here under the lights. And Backrood, the wide swing, tightens it up to the TV. And they are neck and neck.
This is Gymkhana racing at its very best. It's unbelievable.
7th and 10th. So Dimitri actually did have a as opposed to Dimitri.
To Backrood, you mean? Yeah,
Yes,
Dimitri came in, but it's a lot closer than it was in the qualifier. So it looks like Christian certainly kind of dialed out that drift style. He's pulling all the points there, slapping that ball, but he's lost some advantage there. So Dimitri really needs to keep it tidy through here. Don't go and do anything silly and clutter any of the obstacles. And this is next round for him.
Look at Backrood. He is just precision. He is like a CNC machine, just dialed in, programmed it, and then just laser cuts around the triple barrels. Dimitri is quicker to half of the Fiesta. It's a Fiesta-filled donut once and twice. Dimitri with a wide swing is not going to leave the door open for Backrood. Dimitri flirting with that wall. Looks like he's got a 1, 2, almost 2.5 seconds. So look at the times here. 1:13, 1:12. Let's go to the collective times. Who's going to move on? Who is going against Daigo Saito? We got Backrood with a 2:25.9, but Dimitri with a 2:25.0. Dimitri Ilyak moves on. Look at that. I mean, is that surprising? I mean, what do you think, Tessa?
Well, Dimitri was actually taking out the interior of his car last night, so that definitely helped.
Yeah. I mean, because he says it's about 215 horsepower. Thrashed to build that thing. If you looked under the hood, I was like, pop the hood. He's like, it's kind of a rush build. Like, not really proud of his manifold. He had to modify it, slim it down so it fit under the firewall. But look at him. When push comes to shove, he's pushing that car around the track.
Certainly was. Good
But
luck.
also massively experienced. I mean, I think he's the first signed pro driver from the Ukraine as well. So, you know, guys comes with a lot of experience and knows to make those little changes. But a fantastic turnout again in South Africa. That is why events like this love to come here, because listen, our base, we are passionate about motorsport, and I think they are getting to see the very, very best of it. So our next lineup is going to be very cool. All Subaru, all-wheel drive, and it is South Africa versus Scotland.
Yeah,
I feel like I'm going to Murrayfield for rugby. Are you going with the Subaru?
I'm going Subaru again.
He's trying to get me to say Subaru. Oh, wow. So this is to race Pet to the winner of this. What is cool, Anton Wannenberg actually runs like a local Gymkhana setup here in South Africa. So a lot of the guys post this event and now doing Gymkhana events that Anton runs. So a lot of experience that he's brought, and that's what these type of events do for local motorsport. Very, very cool.
You can see the South African flag there off the back of South Africa and Scotland off the back of James Stevens' vehicle. Talking to him last night at the bar, at the Carnival bar, we were talking about it. And, you know, he was a hired gun last year. Oh, look, he has a quick little hiccup there around the tires. He got a borrowed car last year, and the owner of that car said, you know what, I'm going to do it this year. So we had to find a new ride, and here he is behind the wheel of another borrowed car of the South African Subaru Owners Club.
I love that. I mean, you know, sucking up to the local crowd. You know, the guys aren't going to feel bad if he does win, because he does have the SA flag flying in the back. But Anton looking super, super clean through here, knowing what he needs to do. He didn't do too many runs because he said, listen, his car's kind of hanging on and worried about it mechanically, so wasn't doing lots of practice runs, saving it for the main event.
Well, talking about practice runs, he looked like he hit a beehive there. The way he's working that wheel, just bees all over the place, and he looked a bit panicked and rushed. Oh, that's a big
really
swing.
wide.
Oh, but Stevens, Stevens.
He could be pulling it back. Oh, he's pushed wide as well. So I think Anton's got this wrapped up. I'm loving Tessa's sound effects. Ooh, ooh, someone stood on my toe.
We're just gonna let Tessa just make her weird sound effects and announce the rest of the entirety of the event. Ooh,
So have a look at Anton with a 112.5 versus James with a 113.7. And going in, it was Anton with the advantage as the 7th fastest qualifier over James in 10th. So listen, not all over. Anything can happen, and usually does in Gymkhana GRiD, especially on the Swaparoo. Yeah, a bit of rush of adrenaline, you know, you got to do maybe a bit more, and you get things wrong. It happens, Tessa.
Definitely. Sometimes you have a stronger side than the other, don't you?
Yeah. Do you? What's your favorite?
The left-hand side, definitely.
Is it faster for you?
I would say so, definitely.
Because we were trying to figure out what was running quicker, because Wednesday, Thursday was the right that was running fast on the times, but today it looks like the left is running, so yeah. You said it's because it's obviously for the driver point, right-hand drive, close to the obstacle.
All right, here we go. Here's the second half. James Stephen versus Anton Nick. Pronounce that last name for me. Wannenberg?
Wannenberg. Yeah. You sound South African almost.
I know, right?
And what is he driving?
Subaru. I had my vitamins this morning and then aluminum bonnet on my Jaguar. All right, so here's James Stephen around the Gymkhana GRiD billboard, into the spools, neck and neck, Subaru and Subaru. Guarantee the Subaru's gonna win. One more wrap. Get some splinters over there on the wood spools. James Stephen slowed down considerably.
Yeah, he didn't get any drive out of that. Looks like he bogged down there, and that's cost him. But he's still in with a shout, but he's got to make up a bit of time. He wanted to come into this section in the front, and this is where it gets tricky for the guys.
Boom. Yeah. I mean, he's just ripping on that ripstick. All right, into the triple barrel, the figure 8, and here goes Tessa in her weird
What did you see, Tessa? Translate. What's ooh?
A slight mistake, I think, coming out of the box into...
For Anton on the left-hand side.
Are we seeing any penalties?
Stephen looks a lot more possessed, and then
well done, Anton stoked. Did you see that shot of him crossing? I looked down. Wow, I actually looked down as he went on our commentary area, and he was actually clapping hands as he crossed the line. So that's awesome. A big win for South Africa over Scotland. Very, very nice. Aggregate scores, a 228.5 versus a 224.7. So well done. Anton
Wannenberg moves on, taking out James Stephen from Scotland. But as we talked about, there you are. That homeboy doing a little dance there. That was a nice little ditty there, homeboy. All right, so we got some more smoke and style, and guess what? We got HHIC, Head Hoonigan in charge, going against the cousin of his former teammate. This is Christian Bakkerud, and we are about to throw down smoke and style. And there's the Hoonicorn V2. Look at that. Kane is focused there from a, gotta love those just vicious all-wheel drive donuts. So again, air it out, send it, shred it, bro.
You know what I want to do? So we've got Tessa, who competed earlier in our smoke and style, and I thought she should have won. I literally did. It was actually Jared that said no ways. I was rating. Like, you had your hand out, so we're gonna let you judge this because you know something about style and about smoking. But Christian has got a tough battle. I mean, 1,000. What is it? 500 horsepower.
1,400 horsepower.
Yeah, kill me 400 horsepower. But I mean, listen.
I know. I said 1,200, and he's like, actually, you know, NBD, bro.
I think he changes it at will with his right foot, bro. This is going to be epic.
Yeah, here we go. Rumbles underneath us. Woo-wee. Catch a little foot massage underneath. All right, so this is smoke and style. This is all about airing it out. Christian looks pretty sick right now. Look at that. Again, he's got an LS under the hood of the Safiro.
That is impressive.
Christian.
Ken's got a bit of work to do here. I'm not seeing any smoke. What's he done? Oh, he's dialed it back. He's got some catching up to do here because Christian is on fire.
Is he,
oh, there we go.
There's the
on radio through Ken.
Yeah. All right, so that's the ball. It's above the uprights. Nice job there by Ken Block. But look at Christian. It's not about speed. It's not about the clock. It's airing it out. But watch Ken pirouette around the barrel. Watch, there's your smoke machine. Look at the horns on those turbos. I love that just sticking out of the hood.
Incredible.
Don't put your hand on that.
No.
I think he's saving the smoke for the half block Fiesta.
He does. He's doing a double donuts around himself.
If he can see his way to the finish line, yeah, it'll be a miracle. You know,
Bakkerud has done bloody well.
He really does.
That's my shot. Look at that. Okay, I don't want to get involved in this. That's why we brought Tess up, so she can be the one that has to deal with Ken if he doesn't go through. Christian gets my shot actually.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna go KB. I'm gonna go Ken Block. I mean, he's hired me for a lot of events. And we're homies.
So is that how you're playing it?
And I want to go to his house in Park City, which he's invited me to a couple times.
So this is the last event I'm doing with you.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay,
you're
cool.
out.
Nice to work with Ken Block. Amazing.
So going to Tessa.
Tessa, who's the winner?
Ken Block.
All right, there it is.
I'm sorry. I love Christian though. He's a good lad, and he's got an amazing Safari.
You're also sucking up to drive Ken's cars, aren't you? Very, very nice.
That's what I said to Ken earlier. I said, "Give me the keys." He's like, "Keys? This thing doesn't have keys, bro. I was like, if I get started, I can drive, right?
That.
Look at that slow. Look, I don't think there was a loser. Can we say that? I think they both put on an epic
Both
show.
winners.
Christian was. I think that's all he's wanted to do this whole weekend, was actually just drift this course as opposed to try and set a really fast lap time. So very, very cool.
And I would say Carnival City and Johannesburg won because they get to see this thing. And the world right now. They're watching, hopefully and ideally, everybody share this on Facebook. Jared Dienda, your host here with Maris Roberts, local South African motorsports announcer, and then Tessa Whittick from England. She is a driver, didn't fail to qualify, but had some front and smoke and style, and a drifter as well from England, from UK.
It's nice.
What, is that all right?
Thank you.
You're just
Failure.
oh wow!
Thanks.
Just
Thanks.
calling. Hey, okay. Well, you know what? I didn't qualify either.
I'm just
You
really
weren't
happy that
driving.
we can finally beautify this broadcast.
I know, right?
You know what I mean?
You're welcome. You're welcome.
I'm sweating like I've done something wrong. You know? It's crazy.
It's sweating. All right, moving on to rear-wheel drive. And this
on,
is
Bagsy.
Old Faithful.
Did you say,
Bagsy
come on, Bagsy?
Baggioni. Yeah.
Yeah, man.
She did.
You obviously spent a lot of time with Bagsy.
Yeah.
Was he kind of an idol for you growing up?
Is he that much older than you?
No.
No, you know what I mean. Getting into the sport, though. That's what I mean.
I wouldn't say he was my idol to begin with, but going through the ranks and getting to meet him, and he didn't actually live too far away from me, so yes.
So you're
he's
pulling
good
for your
lad.
hood.
Yes.
Okay.
Exactly.
And we've got to obviously give a shout out to Zane Hussein Ryder, who's literally from across the border, like Mozambique style, flying his flag very proudly. And he also loves to smoke. A big drift champion here. He loves to compete, and this is going to be very, very interesting to see how he goes.
Love his name. It sounds like a Zen Hussein Raiden.
And he drives like he stole it. I love the artwork on that car. It's really, really sick.
And another R33.
Another Arthur. Oh yeah, you're kind of looking at it, are you? What engine package is he running, Zen? Ooh, a hiccup there. Do you know what he's running?
I'm not even sure.
All right.
Oh, no, he's
Always
actually got a
definitely
fail
gone
on that. That's going to be a DNF, so that's not what we want to see, is it?
Oh, no.
Looks like he's pulling it. I think there's actually more than just a mistake. I think there might be a mechanical on this one. But let's focus on Bagsy. He's kind of got this all wrapped up. It's certainly going to be giving the crowd. So if I was him now, I'd go for some style points.
Yeah,
Well, he
I'd
doesn't
say
want to
so.
DNF though either. You still have to finish out the course. So him qualifying third, yeah, he's got to finish out the course.
But time
yeah.
doesn't matter for him now. I mean,
No.
he really can light it up a little bit. But super experienced. I mean, is he in it to win it? I mean, do you ever come to something like this and say, you know, it's just cool to participate?
No.
Does he still have that hunger?
You have to have that hunger to win, definitely.
Thank you. Just checking. Yeah, we've got DNF on the screen, so that's as we thought here in the studio. So Steve showing off. Bagsy's certainly got some style. One of the Monster Energy athletes as well. Very, very cool. Nicely done.
Yeah, and a decent time, 109.027. He qualified third yesterday, so here he is advancing on. He will round out the second half of this battle, but that was a DNF there for Zen Hussein Raiden.
Yeah, I don't see him lining up, so that definitely was a mechanical. Certainly not pulling up onto the grid. So, is he doing second run? We've just got confirmation from the timekeepers and marshals, so he will be doing his second run. We don't see him lined up on the grid as yet. Tessa, what are your plans for the new year?
I would like to go over to Ireland and do the
holiday?
Drift Series over there for 2019. And maybe go and visit Formula Drift
Okay.
over in the States.
I know somebody.
So, yeah, I think so.
That's pretty cool.
And just come visit him and spec it out, kind of just see what's going on around the world.
Definitely.
All right.
I would love to go over to Japan as well and actually give a drive over there. That would be cool.
That'd be awesome.
How easy is it for you when you come to events like this and you get to obviously meet people from other regions to set things like that up? I mean, is this where a lot of that networking happens in the paddock?
I would say so, definitely. Everyone's so humbling here, for sure. And it's so nice to actually come from the UK and then come over here to the SA and actually be humbled with everybody's pleasure of coming to their country. It's so lovely. It's awesome.
Listen, for me, I mean, the Bagsy is hitting. I know we're not talking much because there isn't much of a race going on at the moment, but it was just really cool for us as well. I mean, seeing females in motorsport, I think is really cool, especially South Africa and Stacey out
Yes.
doing her spinning
She's
earlier.
amazing.
Just inspired a lot of the girls. We spoke about it at the press conference. It's just really cool to see women doing this and being welcomed to the paddock. It's not all about the men, is it?
Well, no, but as well, I would like to be treated exactly the same as well. Definitely.
You put your helmet and suit on, and, you know,
Yeah,
can't really tell much difference.
It doesn't matter who you are.
Yeah,
Just
yeah.
carry on. Be a driver.
Yeah, the car's, you know, obviously it's unisex. The
Exactly.
car is unisex, right? Well, Bagsy, Steve Baggioni out here, 102, 103. It's regardless what he finishes, because the DNF of Zane.
Well done, Bagsy.
There it is. Bagsy will advance on.
And that's pretty consistent too, because he did a 109 on the right and a 109 on the left. So he's looking well balanced, is what he is.
Very much so.
Nicely done. So there's his last run. Aggregate score, 2 minutes 18.79. Really sad for Zane Hussan. Right on. Not to have gone through. Does that sound gangster enough?
Yeah, it sounds like Mortal Kombat, like finish him.
Yeah, unfortunately, something finished on his car, which wasn't.
Yeah. Oh, look at this shot.
Cool.
We're flying over Carnival City here. This is the venue that playing host to not once but twice. This is the 7th ever Gymkhana GRiD and Carnival City here. All right, so we got Oliver Solberg.
But I love this guy. 17.
Yeah.
You know the cool story. So he actually races as a Latvian. Because he could get a license to race in supercars in Rallycross younger than he could, because obviously Pernelle is Swedish, Dad is Norwegian as Petter, and I mean this guy at 17, he's won youngest Nordic Rallycross champion. Nuts. The guy can handle a car. The car he's driving is what his dad won World Rallycross in, I think, 2014 and 2015. And this car's unbreakable, but hasn't been running well this weekend.
No.
You spoke to him in the press conference.
He said it was running well until Petter put his hands on it.
Yeah, Petter,
so I think his dad sabotaged him. He's like, cool story, son. Here you go. Threw a wrench in the program.
But you know, I mean, was there ever going to be anything else that he was going to do? Growing up in the Solberg household, mom was a rally driver, dad's can drive
Legend.
anything.
Yeah.
Amazing.
And I loved in the press conference, I don't know if you noticed, just his body posture and the way he talks and then talks with his hands. It was like just mini me. It was a mini Petter. Oliver Solberg, definitely a talent. And I don't want to say a rising star. He's risen to the occasion now at just 17 years old and just charismatic as he can be.
But he looked so fast in the free runs yesterday afternoon. So whatever they did on that car, they've got it sorted out. The marshals are just getting some things sorted out and lined up.
And we're talking about Ollie Solberg here real quick. Let's talk about Jake Archer. Jake Archer is a Gymkhana veteran, and he's just a fun, charismatic dude.
He's done 6 events.
Yeah, he's done multiple events. He missed last year. He wanted to come hang out, and he's happy to be back here. Just a loud and proud. You can definitely find him in the car. He's the loudest dude in the room. I know his mom is watching. But Jake Archer in a borrowed car, he talks about his DCCD, which is driver controlled center diff. He's having some difficulty with that. He even says, again, borrowed car has a leather seat, so he's actually pressing his leg against the door card to make himself a bit more stable. Yeah, exactly. So Ollie Solberg here. This car actually did win with Petter Solberg behind the wheel 2 years ago in Gymkhana GRiD in Greece. So this is a GRiD winning vehicle with his dad behind the wheel.
He's 17 years old. What a future he has ahead of him. Really, really good. And John, you said, I mean, a lot of the guys coming from the UK and borrowing cars from the Subaru Club here. Oh, we've got a blue flag that's gone up, so that's a DNF. Not a good sign at all. Don't know what happened there. Oh, and Ollie's gone and planted it right here. We'll have a look at what penalties go up. He didn't touch anything, I don't think.
This is where he had some issues yesterday. So
looks like
it's shutting off.
It's cutting out on him, so he's not going to be happy about that. But if he goes through, it's not the time that counts here. You can have a look. He can't get that car rotated, can he? Something's not right there.
All right, so hopefully
Petter's not going to work on it.
Yeah, Petter just pushed his finger on it.
This could be quite interesting. What a DNF. Oliver's car's got problems, so this is what I'm worried about, because he's not going to do another run with it. So I see him parked over there. He hasn't changed sides yet.
No,
let's have a look at what unfolds here.
I bet he does have a go.
Yeah.
Yeah, but what happens then?
Well, then we've got 2 DNFs, which we're the clever people. We'll chat to the people in timing and find out what happens. But Oliver Solberg's car is running. Jack will be going out. He's got that DNF. Yeah, we have a look. I think this is where he cut out. We made a mistake here.
Yeah, I had some issues. I think he's going to run. He's just not going to have the efficiency that other drivers will have. But now he needs to assess it as he advances on after this. He talked about this. Jake, I was getting the tattoo this morning, and Jake did it to himself. He's only supposed to go 720. I believe he went 3 times around, or twice as opposed to once.
I think he just likes it so much. Maybe he had it dialed in. He just wanted to show up some style points.
He just put himself way too much under pressure.
He really, you know what? He really does.
He really does.
He beats himself up.
Yeah.
Good point. So if Oliver has a DNF, that would mean they kind of equate here, but it would be the Would
No,
it be
well,
the fastest time?
that's what we're saying. They might, depending on times, they might have to do a rerun,
Right.
or it'll go back to timings in the earlier qualifying rounds in terms of how they're seeded coming through. And Ollie, obviously, way big advantage, third fastest versus Jake on a 14, but all to play for, yeah. So Jake's not out of it.
Here we go. Oliver Solberg on the left side. Jake Archer on the right. Left side of your screen, that Subaru of Archer. And our starting cards. Exit stage left and right. Ollie Solberg.
And I love it. Tess has just moved in. I think we'll just keep her here.
Yeah.
She adds good sound effects. Would you like a seat?
Yes, okay.
All right, here we go. Solberg and Archer. Second half of this battle here at Gymkhana GRiD, South Africa. All right, so if there's two DNFs, we will default to the finished run. So Oliver Solberg receives the DNF or earns himself a DNF, we would default to the times.
In this run?
No, not this run, but both runs, because Ollie did have a time on the first run, and then...
I'm saying we're not going back to the qualifying round times.
Correct.
We're going
No.
for the actual live
In
rounds.
this battle.
He's had a problem again. He has struggling to get it turned around. The spindles up at the top. Definitely some issues with it. So Jake's still in it.
All right, so Oliver Solberg approaches the wrecking ball. Archer, now he's still over there on the spools.
Isn't Jake called the wrecking ball?
He is the I know. Well, the wrecking ball hits the wrecking ball.
There he
you go.
goes.
Double wrecking ball pleasure. But again,
Just don't break out in song.
right, I know.
Oh, that car's really not happy. I've just seen flames come out the back of it. Quite large
And it
ones.
must be quite frustrating from a driving perspective. If you want to try and
Definitely.
line this car up and get your head around the course and get yourself in the game, it's elimination time, and you've got
Exactly.
issues at hand.
Yeah.
All right, and
Well,
there
well
goes
done,
Ollie Solberg, just kind of limping across the finish line.
Our fans giving him a big
Crawling.
round of applause. He
Yeah.
did what he needed to do. And
Come on,
Jake with his
Jakey.
hand up
Yeah.
there. Give him a big round of applause as well, guys. Great
Well
to have
done,
our
Jake.
international drivers here. It really is cool.
Jake, so we talked about tattoos. I got a rhino earlier, so
Very proud of you.
Yeah, thank you. As well as Jake Archer, he got a South African flag. He got tattooed before
Is
he
this
went out
breaking news? Are you guys moving here?
there. Yeah, exactly.
No, like putting them under pressure.
No, excited. But yeah, Tyler Murphy, he owns a shop called Sins of Style in Cape Town. So Tyler Murphy joined us, did some tattoos, and there it is. It's official. Ollie Solberg advances on. Oliver Solberg will advance on.
All right.
And yeah, here it is coming up, our last top 16 race.
Yeah, we've got Danny Cross up against Mike Newland, and this is actually a very interesting matchup. I was having a chat to them, and what is flipping cool, yeah, he was saying to me that he was running major problems, sitting with about 200 horsepower instead of 380 was Mike yesterday. Did a bit of work, did a little run yesterday afternoon, car back on song, running times that should have put him way higher up. So Danny coming in 6th fastest does not have this dialed out. I promise you this is going to be an interesting race.
Well, Danny Cross in the press conference yesterday is excited about the body kit. Just you gotta look the part. You gotta end that with that Boss Rocket Bunny kit, and that is an S14. What's that?
That car's made in South Africa.
That car, yeah.
Yeah, that is what is so cool about it. It's a really nice story there as well. So the guys at Smoke him doing a great job with that. Car looks amazing.
Yeah, essentially teammates with Jason Webb and that Mustang, but yeah, Smoke'em Garage, local South African garage, and teaming up. So yeah, it's awesome. All right, so yeah, and we were talking about Newell, and he says, "Oh man, I got to go against Cross and this and that." I mean, these guys just beat themselves up before it even starts, man.
You've just got to send it.
You just got to
Really?
send it.
Just listen to the girls. They tell you, just send it. Stop moaning. A bunch of guys moaning like girls. The girls are doing it the right way.
Here we go, Newell
Head
and
to
Cross.
head. Wow, man, that is close.
Oh, that
This
is-
is going to be a really good battle.
So qualifying 6th, Danny Cross, Mike Newell qualifying 11th. As we are out here at Gymkhana GRiD. Tessa, how we doing over there? As grabbing some snaps, hashtag Gymkhana GRiD, at Gymkhana GRiD. Danny Cross and Newell looking just slightly a hair behind.
Well, this is what I said. So he yesterday reckons he did a 9, did Mike Newland, so he was happy with that time. And they would have put him way high up in the rankings. So that's why we're seeing this race is literally, it's mirable. Have a look at that. Oh, he's made a mistake.
no.
Newland nosing in over there on the far side.
Oh, it's cost him big time.
All right, so Cross now into the triple barrel.
I don't see any penalties up there, so I don't think he touched the barrier. So he pulled it back in time, but he's got major catch up to. Now, Tess, that messes with your head. You know you made a mistake. You've got to try and stay calm in the car
Yeah,
because
that is
you know
difficult.
Danny could still do something wrong too.
Yeah, that's very true. But it's difficult to come back from. But he looks like he's holding his own at the moment still.
Both cars are pretty beautiful. I think it's probably the sexiest lineup.
Easy. It's both married cars. Oh, what about my cars, like you said?
Yeah.
Oh, geez. All right, now you gotta go.
Sorry.
Let's have a look at how that finished up on our timing screens. So Danny Cross with a 110.4 and Michael Unit with a 115. We saw that mistake as he was going into the football section. It's like soccer, like FIFA 2010. He's back in South Africa. Right. The guy's tapping the ball down there. So, yeah, let's have a look. Maybe the slow-mo is going to show us where he got it wrong. Yeah, I think he just didn't get the car rotated at all. Nearly scoring some penalty points. 2 seconds would have been added if he touched the barrier, but he stopped just up short. So a bit of work for him to do, and then we head into our final all-wheel drive race after this one. So yeah, very, very cool. And that is going to be Oliver Bennett against Marco Ferreira. Ollie Bennett from the UK as well in that super cool Mini that's been competing in some World Rallycross events. And he had a terrible time in Cape Town with turbo issues, but he's looking to shine through in the next race after this one. Let's see if Mike can pull it back. We know he's got some good pace in that car.
All right,
Hey, well, let's say bye, Tessa.
See you, take care.
Yeah,
Thank you very much for having me.
Loved having the sound effects. You were amazing. And well done. Thanks for joining us in SA. Great to see you.
Thank you so much, Tessa. Great to hang out with you. See you at the bar night. We'll party again. The party continues both on track and off track here at Gymkhana GRiD. This is the second half of this battle. Danny Cross, Mike Newland. Newland with that deficit. He had that major mistake as he approached the wrecking ball. And here we go, sweeping in. The sun is setting. You can see the shadows getting just a little bit longer here, Marius.
Look, I'm happy because it's going to get cooler because we are baking in the studio. The crowds are going to like a bit of a
Stick a thermometer and you just make sure you're the right temp.
I'm medium rare at the moment.
All right, so Danny Cross, Newland looks like Cross brings in the spools just a bit earlier here. Newland brings it around, doesn't catch any splinters. Neither of them hit it. Now coming to the sweeper, into the wrecking ball. And Cross hits it. Newland, again, really tight. Why is he flirting with that wall over in the VIP section?
I think he's trying to get the car rotated and it's not happening and he's sliding head on into it. I think that is what the big problem has been. It's cost him, but he's held on here and this is a close race, but he's not going to make up that deficit of 5 seconds to pull it back. Tough one.
All right, so Danny Cross with that advantage after that first battle, now going around the Ken Block half of the Fiesta. 2 halves make her a whole, is that how it works? But both rear ends.
Yeah, that's going to be fun to drive.
Yeah. All right, so Danny Cross comes across earlier on both of the competitions, 111 versus 112. That Smoke'em Garage S14. Danny Cross finished 3rd last year, notably behind Woodham. Adam Elder, he's a no-show here this year. I know he's watching home. Adam, if you're watching, I'm sure he's kind of probably beating himself up here, but all right, so it looks like Danny Cross does move on.
Oh, things are getting fun in the studio because we've got a
special guest.
Well, listen, I'm now in trouble because when our special guest went out in the smoke and style class, I actually did not give him the win. What is your name? Sorry, sir. Granddad Ken Block is in the house.
Oh, jeez, wow.
Can I sit on the other side? Because I actually gave that smoke and style to Christian Backerud.
Excellent.
Last time I'm working with you. Ken, amazing setup, eh? You must be super stoked.
Yeah, it's a great improvement over last year. I think just they've refined the whole setup here, the course, everything. So I'm really stoked the way everything's going. So love seeing this huge crowd out here in South Africa. So stoked to see so many enthusiastic fans.
Well, we're going into our last all-wheel drive race. Yep. Maybe we can get some pointers from the commentary booth. We get Ken to give us what he thinks they're doing right or wrong, because you know a thing or two about all-wheel drive. So we'll stand and watch this. Ollie Bennett, that car, 600 horsepower. That Mini is probably one of the perfect cars for this type of course. Major boost. And we know they've obviously got no jumps to deal with. This isn't Rallycross, so they've got to drop down as low as possible. That suspension is track setting. So it's going to be really, really cool race. He has got a point to prove, and he's up against Marco Ferreira, another local from South Africa, who is looking to make the most of another visit to Gymkhana GRiD, second time.
Maris, real quick, we have some fan questions here that I'm going to throw out to you, Ken, so think about these. From Alexi, this is a name, I'm going to butcher the last name, but Tapalanamaki, favorite car so far? So think about that. Or favorite car so far, do you know it? Favorite car here at Gymkhana GRiD? Hoonicorn V2, 1,400 horsepower. I get it. Go ahead.
Yeah, well, that's obviously my favorite car ever to drive and my favorite car in my stable. So, yeah, my Mustang, Ford Mustang, Hoonicorn version 2.
What is the horsepower? We've been debating. Depends how much foot you put down.
The horsepower's 1,400 horsepower. All right, here we go.
Humble brag. Marco Ferreira, Oliver Bennett. Oliver Bennett competes in WRX, which you saw him compete as a privateer among the FIA WRX Championship. This Mini, we've seen RX Minis compete here at Gymkhana GRiD before, and look at that quick. Oh, and look at that, a penalty there. Flag goes up. He nudges it, and he could have caused more damage to his vehicle. Looks like he backs it up. So look at this, a window of opportunity here for Marco.
This is a massive fight back from Ollie Bennett, just overcooking it, getting it all wrong through there, scoring that penalty as well. So Marco in with a shout out. I don't think he came into this thinking 11th fastest qualifier up against the 6th fastest, but he's in with a shout. You can see the damage to the front end of that Mini, but Ollie coming back strong. Hope he doesn't overdrive it now.
Yeah, and that front bumper could cause some calamity here. I've seen bumpers slide underneath vehicles and cause them to have oversteer, understeer, and go into walls. So hopefully that bumper holds on loosely and doesn't let go. Here as Marco brings into that triple barrel into the figure 8. And Marco's still got a jam, but look at all, he gained a lot of ground here. Comes in to half of the Fiesta.
He's got a 2-second penalty he's got to make up, so he's got to try and, if he can get across the line with at least a second lead here, he's done really well, because they're going to swap around after this. Beautiful, smoking across the line.
Yeah, you can really see him just perform surgery on the half of the Fiesta out there. Ken, that's your Gym 3 Fiesta, right? Isn't that the, what's that livery out there?
Yeah, it looks like like a mimic of the Gym 3 Fiesta. Right. But man, Ollie actually made a huge mistake. Yeah. But was able to make up that time. He's actually driving a lot cleaner than what I saw when he first started out here a couple days ago. Oof. Yeah, that's a big hit.
And those tires are not light.
Yeah, no.
That's a big push.
No, that's a big mistake. But he made up for it though. I think he went over the line 2 to 3 seconds quicker. So that made up for that penalty he's going to have. So now it's really back to basically even for the second run. So
but that is what makes Gymkhana so amazing, Ken. It's such a different style of driving. It's mixing a bit of drifting. It's a bit of circuit precision. There's nothing else like it.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's fun actually seeing someone, to me, actually have a bit of an error like that and then be able to make it back up. So, it's a tough little course. And, Ollie, this is his first time here in South Africa with us at Gymkhana GRiD, so I was really curious to see how he'd do, and he's really tightened his driving up. The earlier videos I saw of him practicing, he was driving pretty wild, but there he's definitely starting to tighten up and make it quicker.
So you're talking about progression. You thought this track seems a bit tidier. You like the lines of it? Does it feel a little bit more natural?
Yeah, I like the flow of it. It definitely feels better than last year's track. Here we go.
Oh, look at that. And Marco very slow off the line. Oliver Bennett, he still keeps him surprised they did not rip off that front bumper, and he could have caught some fresher air and not caused more damage to it. But here goes Oliver Bennett. He's got quite a jump here. Marco very slow approaching the tire stack.
It's interesting what Ken was saying. I think it's very easy to overdrive these cars. The minute you're lighting up the wheels at 600 horsepower, whereas Marco's got 210, so he's got a massive advantage, but really easy to smoke it up and lose traction.
Yeah, absolutely. Actually, horsepower is not your friend here at Gymkhana GRiD. Yeah, 1,400 horsepower is actually a bit slow for me in this track because I just can't slow the wheels down to really get good traction, to get good acceleration out of these corners. But sure is fun though. I love getting out here and driving that car. But
the craziest thing you've ever driven, hands down, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. 1,400 horsepower is by far the most I've ever driven, and it's pretty wild on a course like this.
All right, so an update on the action here. You can see Oliver Bennett. He is out there independently out on track. Marco Ferreira looks like he had to retire early, so that's a DNF. So Ollie Bennett will be advancing into the Great Eights. So let's just grab a seat here. Ken, I have some more fan questions that are coming in via the live stream. Again, we are live on Facebook. If you have any questions for some upcoming drivers, we got Paul Wallace, we got Eric the Viking, Eric Van Ness, but some fans sending in some questions. David Lockhart says, changes or additions to the sport in the future? Gymkhana GRiD.
Well, I'd really like to see the grassroots side of it expand so that we can bring more drivers up you know, in a cheap way so that they can get to this level. And then, of course, expand more of these events around the world at the highest level to where we can have, you know, guys like Petter and Johan and Daigo and Luke come out to more of these events. So, you know, I think for us, it's still in its infancy stage. You know, the format and what we're doing is pretty well dialed, and I think it looks quite good. And it certainly drives quite good. But for us, it's just refining and growing it.
All right. Well, yeah, we got some visuals here of you, Ken. Here's some sweet Hoonicorn visuals. Can you see it right here, Ken?
Amazing. Hanging on to that for dear life. But Ken, you know what's amazing? With Gymkhana GRiD having been here last year, you know, you've left something behind, because, I mean, those little series have now been running in South Africa, so the drivers have come here a lot quicker second time around. And the Gymkhana, the format doesn't require big money. You can go with any car and go and have fun. We've seen that. No horsepower. It's been amazing. Yeah, and I've actually talked to some of those local drivers, and they've experienced the same things that we have, that this is just an incredibly fun way, you know, to compete with a car. And, you know, and you can do it with a grassroots rally car, you can do it with a drift car, you know, and a drift car from, you know, basic grassroots car to a, you know, very expensive, you know, top level Formula D car. So 1,400 horsepower. So, you know, it's such a great way to start learning, you know, car control and drifting and all that stuff all built into one.
Let's take a quick look here. This is the all-wheel drive bracket. Ken, what say you? Johan Kristoffersson versus Wayne Hay. That's a privateer local. Jonathan Bucky, Dimitri Shrivny. We've seen him win multiple times. Solberg versus Anton Wannerberg. And then Ollie. It's the battle of the Ollies. Who is the more superior Ollie? Is it Solberg or Bennett? What kind of some predictions, or what battles are you looking forward to?
Yeah, well, I think there's some good head-to-heads there, but really probably that closest one is the one there at the end that we got, you know, the two Olivers against each other. So I think that's probably going to be the most interesting one in there, because, you know, the top two guys are flying. So it's you know, I feel bad. Not bad. Those guys who compete them have a big mountain to climb to try and beat them. But you know, the other competitions I think are going to be a lot tighter, and I think that's going to be really interesting. All right, so here's rear-wheel drive. Luke Woodham versus Chris Long. Kyle Van Dyke versus Jason Webb. Daigo Saito versus Dmitry Ilyuk. So I like the Psycho Saito, and then Bagsy versus Danny Cross. So which of these head-to-heads are going to be rear-wheel drive? Yeah, rear-wheel drive. I mean, what do you got? I've got Bagsy versus Danny Cross. I think is going to be again qualifier 4. Looks like the one to watch.
I just can't wait, and I'm just going to call it right now: Daigo versus Woodham, and basically they would have to meet, I believe, in the finals. I think that's where it's going to go. But there we go. So speaking of the ham of Woodham, Luke Woodham, he is going for his 5th in a row. Ken, real quick, how did you get so good from Power 9?
lots of practice. I mean, I started off in stage rally, and you know, and was just dedicated, you know, to it, and raced as much as I could and tested as much as I could. That it really takes seat time and experience and trying out all sorts of different, you know, competition styles and car styles to really learn and develop your skills.
Yeah, I know. You made your way out to Arizona, did Bondurant. You did a bunch of different rally schools, and you're just you went to school, like, metaphorically speaking. You really did seat time. All right, so we'll get some more questions here, but our first battle here in the Grade 8, Chris Long versus Luke Woodham. So Luke Woodham in that left side, Chris Long in that Toyota Supra. Woodham has just, again, the target on his back. Just look how tight he is. He's not throwing it in drift style. This is a purpose-built Gymkhana machine, and what looks like his competition is a new chassis. It's an SR setup, so it doesn't have oodles of horsepower. It just has that horsepower. Yeah, it just has magic number. That manageable horsepower. Quick, and he's not throwing massive angle at it. Watch him.
But have a look, Chris Long is ahead at the moment. He's had a great season in the local Super Drift Series, finishing 7th. So he's kind of seems to have got that drift mode out of his driving style and looking really, really neat and tidy. This is a head-to-head battle of notes.
Look at this is tight. Yeah, they are super close. Coming in, this is where you do not want to hit any obstacles, because that 2 seconds is really going to count. Woodham maybe sweating a little bit, but look at that. He tightens it up. to Ken's Fiesta.
I just love that, because you can literally look into the opposite driver's eyes as you're going head-to-head for that Fiesta, and it does play with your mind.
That was tight there in the middle, but it seemed like Woodham really pulled it out there at the end. I was surprised to see that gap at the end.
Let's have a look at the times and see how they're doing. Obviously, times don't matter here at the end if you win the eliminations. But a 109.8 for Christopher Long, but a 107.5. Luke is getting fast.
Yeah, Luke is really burning it up. Again, the conditions potentially going to change as the sun is setting. It is blazing hot in our glass box of emotion. But Ken from Silverado 996 says, what was your first drift car and who built it? I would say you've never really owned a drift car, right?
Nope, no, not a specific drift type car. All my cars have been rally cars, rallycross type cars.
Just seem to go sideways.
Yeah. Well, they've all been specific four-wheel drive. So, you know, typically the definition of drift car nowadays is a rear-wheel drive car.
Here we go. Second half of this battle. Long and Woodham is, Long is a real contender here. Can he take out our potential 5-time champion? Luke is going for his 5th in a row. Gymkhana GRiD.
Says Chris through that first section around the barrels and not getting it as switched up and getting the tail out, and that's what you want here. You don't want to be smoking the tires, you want the traction. He's got the early lead. This is close.
Luke's driving a lot of speed as he went to that Gymkhana GRiD billboard. Now into the double spools. We're seeing a 720 from both the drivers. They'll go into the sweeper, into the wrecking ball.
Luke's pulled it back here. He has. That's good out of that section. He was really good around the spindle, and he's opened up a nice little gap here. Keep it tidy now. Job done. Through to the next round, semi-finals.
Oh, look at this, Woodham into the spin cycle. You see Long just a little bit hesitant approaching that, and that's where you can really mess up and make those mistakes, because once you get off that line, it's really hard to correct, and Woodham executes it flawlessly. The doctor is in session right now.
Looks like they're about a second apart, but Woodham's definitely got that advantage.
All right, so Woodham one more turn, and Byrne approaching that finish line. Whoa, flirting with that wall. Wow, so unofficially there, Woodham crosses the finish line 110, but let's see the collective scores. 219 from Christopher Long, but a 217 from Luke Woodham. Just about 2 seconds. That's about a 1 second.
But I think that was a great run from Christopher going through. Like we said, we had a great season locally in the Drift Series, and being able to take that car and adapt it into a Gymkhana mode. Well done, because he actually pushed the defending champion right to the wire in that one.
That was exciting. Ken, from Rajali Campana, will we ever go back to WRC?
Most likely not. It's just that level of racing, you just have to be doing it all the time. And you know, I took 4 years off of it and went back and did WRC Sweden this year, and sorry, WRC Spain. You know, it was just, you know, the testing went great. I really enjoyed myself. That's just an incredible event. The fans are amazing. But when we got to the rally, just absorbing the notes like that, it was just really difficult after not doing it at that level for 4 years. So really enjoyed myself, but you know, there's just no way to go back and dedicate that sort of time nowadays to race at that level.
That was a good rally with your mates too, to catch up with Sebastian Loeb again.
Yeah,
and
Petter was there. Yeah,
it was amazing. Such a good rally.
I really enjoyed that element of it. It was great to see all those people. Great to see all the industry people. Great to race that car. That WRC Fiesta is just incredible.
First battle here in the Grade A, the quarterfinal battles. Johan Kristoffersson, two-time WRX champion, versus Wayne Hay, so a local privateer, the South African Subaru Owners Club pilot. Again, worked on his competitor's vehicle, but Johan Kristoffersson airs it out. Look at that. You can see this Volkswagen Polo R, fresh off of 11 podiums out of 12 rounds of the FIA WRX Championship.
It is crazy. We know these cars can do 200 in 2 seconds. From launch to arriving in the arena under the disco ball, he's a second quicker than Wayne in that Subaru. It's unbelievable. These are probably the ultimate Gymkhana cars.
Perfect execution on the wrecking ball. Did you see that thing just rotate around? And it had style points there for him.
And he's so analytical. I mean, literally, he knows everything he needs to do the night before he comes. That's why he's so successful.
And I like what you brought up earlier, because you're fortunate enough to be at the RX race, but the way they've set these cars up, they don't have to hit the jumps. They're not hitting gravel. They're strictly on tarmac. They can slam them down and just set up that suspension properly and just get that thing to rotate.
Track mode, and have a look at that. I mean, absolutely obliterating the course.
101.
101, and that is. Do you think anybody can break a minute here, Ken?
We'll see. We'll see as the temperatures get cooler and the engines may push the engines to be quicker, but track temp will actually drop then too. So we'll see though. I mean,
more rubber's being laid down.
And then the pressure comes up too as the top guys start competing, against each other there at the end. They're really going to be pushing. So you may see something under a minute.
So basically, it would be Johan and Petter would essentially have to meet in the final. Bucky could upset somebody, and then the battle of the Ollie. So Petter could go against his son if Solbergs go against each other in the semifinals. So yeah.
I really want to see the
Ollie and Petter. Yeah, that'd be sick.
Father versus son. That's pretty epic.
I'm just worried about Ollie's car though, because Oliver Solberg's car hasn't run well the whole weekend. It didn't look good in his session now, so hopefully they can get it fixed. Like you said, maybe Dad's been under the bonnet because that car's been unbreakable until Petter brought it. But look, Wayne, so cool. Last year, Gymkhana GRiD, he was the fastest South African in all-wheel drive category. Not a Gymkhana man, more a time attack type driver, but what an opportunity for him to be able to go head-to-head with Kristoffersson. Ken's got some smoking salt coming up. Ken, great having you.
Yeah, apparently I get to get back out on track soon. So nice seeing you guys. I'll be back.
Thanks so much, man.
All right, Ken, thanks for joining us here once again, and thank you for doing what you do in the Gymkhana world. Yeah, he's going to shred the Hoonicorn as Johan Kristoffersson shreds this Monster Energy Volkswagen Polo R. Wayne Hay is back quite a bit. Kristoffersson already into the wrecking ball as Wayne Hay just now leaving the double spools.
I'm keen to see the time here. So we saw a 101 is what you handed on the right-hand side of the circuit. It looks like the left has been running quicker today, so I'm quite keen to see. It's unbelievable watching that car. It's just precision. And okay, it also helps the driver kind of knows what he's doing. I mean, he is also the Scandinavian touring car champion, so he's in his element here, back on circuit, the stuff he loves. And look at that lining. That is so tight.
Just threading. It sounded like a sewing machine. You could just hear just clicking away.
A 102.987. It's interesting. So the all-wheel drives are quicker on the right from what we can see, and the left seems to be left-hand side seems quicker on the rear-wheel drive. But well done to Wayne Hay. Awesome
round of applause
results
for Wayne Hay.
Yeah. Local flavor. We love it.
All right, they crossed the finish line, and there it is. Wayne Hay, Johan Kristoffersson, about 18 seconds between the two. And Johan Kristoffersson, your defending Gymkhana GRiD. As you know what, we've seen some exciting driving out here on track. We had some words with Ken, but throw it down to our third member of our team, Colby West. Colby, who do you got down there?
Thanks, boys. Yeah, I'm down here with Johan Kristoffersson. It's a good win for you there. How you feeling about this weekend?
Yeah, I'm really happy to be here. First of all, really nice event, second time for me, so I really enjoyed the track again this year, and yeah, I'm feeling really curious about to get further up in the rankings, and looking forward to hopefully get to the final.
All right, well, congratulations on this one. We'll see you soon.
Thank you, see you soon.
Back to you guys.
Thank you, Colby, and thank you, Johan Kristoffersson. Calm, cool, collect. We can call him the cucumber. Johan the Cucumber Kristoffersson. He's chilling.
He hasn't broken a sweat. I mean, it's unbelievable. I think he's really loving this. I mean, that is the thing.
It's almost like a celebratory. It's like a party for him, right?
He doesn't want to do anything but race cars, and he is amazing. So,
all right.
What are we into? Smoke and style.
Smoke and style, baby. Come on, pretty. Show me what you're working with.
You're gonna get me to introduce him, eh?
Coming up next,
Daigo,
from Japan,
Daigo Saito.
Daigo Saito.
Yeah, I'm loving it.
He is clinically 5150. As Steve Bagioni.
A lot of experience. He knows a thing or two about drifting. This is going to be quite interesting. This is like the ultimate matchup, isn't it?
Yeah, these guys actually created a video, drift battle, in Japan, and these guys had a lot of fun. And they, if you haven't, have you seen it?
I haven't. They're shooting part 2.
Yeah, exactly. Well, that was actually drift battle 2, so this will be like 2.5. So, but yeah, Bagsy drove this V8 twin turbo. The turbo's about as big as your head or my head. My head is massive. I'm like a bobblehead. But 2 massive turbos at the front of an LS engine under the hood of a GTR. Daigo Saito, he was in a Liberty Walk Lamborghini. So they were shredding these things around.
Who turns a Lamborghini into a drift car?
Daigo Saito. Psycho.
It's
Psycho killer.
Man, it's unbelievable. Eh?
Yeah.
He's got some really cool machinery in his garage, and I'm really stoked he brought the Corvette, because I mean that's something that you don't see.
No.
Not in this country from a drift perspective. Wow.
Yeah, no, and he treats that thing like a rental car. So.
A little reminder, so this is less about time. They've obviously still got to run the course, but you and I and the crowd are going to judge who we think has generated the most style, done some cool stuff, made some smoke.
Right.
Yeah. Who do you think the favorite is?
I love Bagsy, but I think he's out for competition this weekend. In the earlier Q&A for the VIPs, he says, you know, previous years just out here having fun, like kind of like this. This year, he wants to win. He wants to compete. So his car is set up for competition. But Daigo, he wants to win, but he's also got a rocket ship vehicle. Watch his transition here on entry. Ready? What? Bang! Look at that rate to angle. That was that just factor of like, what? Kids, don't try this at home.
Well, Bagsy was smoking it up before he came onto the arena through the tunnel. So both of them have some serious style points. But man, how was the rotation going through that fast sweep around the barrels? Unbelievable car control.
And so Bagsy looking really good. Actually, like we talked about, create more smoke, but there goes Daigo, turns on the smoke machine. It's a party with the disco ball.
Is there a button? Yeah, it's
Look at Bagsy actually just putting out more smoke, but Daigo just ripping into it.
He's making smoke and good time. I mean, that's actually impressive, eh?
All right, this is a good opportunity for them to test the track. Bagsy making just a ton of smoke with those West legs. We're throwing some flames out there.
That was sick. I love that.
Look at Bagsy. You couldn't even see him as he comes out of that smoke cloud.
Okay, I've got a favorite. That is, oh wow, that is amazing. Our fans loving that. I think they've got a favorite too.
All right,
I lost Bagsy for 30 seconds or so.
Yeah, I know. I got to tell you that maybe the tire choice, the Westlake versus the Zestinos, but Bagsy, look at that
shot.
Where'd they go?
There's Carnival City. Hello, this is South Africa, by the way, in case you thought we'd blown away somewhere. It's only one run, so who's the winner? Crowd, Daigo, or Bagsy? Who wants Daigo?
And Daigo Saito, looks like Daigo Saito is going to begin the victory. Daigo Saito, would you agree?
Let's go Daigo. He was my pick. He was my pick.
All right, so Daigo Saito gets the win in smoke and style. He will advance on into the semifinals. So basically, Daigo is going to the finals, and he's going to be going against the winner between Jason Webb and Ken Block. Oh, that'll be fun. All right, so now it is rear-wheel drive quarterfinal battle 2. So we have Kyle Van Dyke versus Jason Webb.
An all South African affair. 800 horsepower drift machine versus a daily driver Nissan 350Z with a stock standard handbrake. I mean, you couldn't get more different. But listen, Kyle has been amazing. He came into the elimination rounds with the 4th fastest time, and Jason was actually 12th fastest, but had a great round against Steve McConnell from Scotland earlier in the first round. This is going to be interesting. Horsepower versus precision, and the guys are lined up and ready to go. It's going to be tough to call, it really is, but at the end of the day, I'm happy a South African is winning. I know Jason after last year said he learned so much doing Gymkhana. I think he's learned to dial back his word from Tessa earlier. You've got to take it easy, lose the drift mindset, and actually try and be smooth and fast. So I think Jason learned like we saw that in the last round. He looked really, really good.
Given what he's dealt with, but you know, he chose this ride. He knows how he can handle it. And as you said, Webb just throttles it back. You don't need to go to 11, man. Let's see like a 7.5 as far as the Richter scale, but he's going to try to shake it up here.
You see, Kyle's quite clever. This is like, you're not from South Africa, this is like a daily drive to South Africa.
Webb with a hiccup, sorry to cut you off, but he definitely came to a stop.
And look how close they are. They're right at the spindles at the same time. What I was saying, our road conditions, this is pretty much like a Gymkhana for Kyle's daily drive. So he knows what he's doing on this course. And look at that, 800 horsepower versus 270 horsepower. It's unbelievable with the precision from Kyle. This is a good battle.
All right, into the spin cycle, the figure 8. Looks like Webb got a little bit of a jump.
Oh, Kyle was super tight around that. But that's where the horsepower helps to get you to the next obstacle, but you got to overshoot. That is so easy. Pull up that handbrake too late and shoot past. This is close. Look how tight Kyle is.
Yeah, wow, look at that.
He has the horsepower. He has the horsepower.
Kyle gained some ground there.
Wow, man.
Kyle gained some ground.
He was so tight tight around the Ken Block half Fiesta there, and that's the problem. The horsepower of Jason shoots you into that. You pull the cut brake too early, and you slide on by. Very, very true. This is going to be an interesting match now as they swap sides. Wow, so there the times are 109.3 versus 109.6. So literally 200th odd in it. This is a great matchup. Swapped around, ready to go. I'm not going to make a prediction.
No, this is a really tough match. And as you said, regardless, a South African is advancing on. But fortunately or unfortunately, they're going against Luke Woodham in the semifinal battles.
I think Jason would love that. It'd be a Monster Energy athlete matchup, so he would certainly love that. But he's got to get past Carl first in a pretty standard distance 350s there. Who would have thought? Amazing. That is why Gymkhana GRiD is so awesome. Not about horsepower, mixing precision as well. And off the line they go. Don't have a look at their reaction times.
And there goes Jason Webb. He ends up ahead of Kyle Van Dyke.
Kyle actually had a quicker reaction time, 0.7 versus a 0.8. Horsepower very similar coming across the line. This is going to be tight. Look at this.
All right, so Webb gets out of the tire stack a bit earlier. Side looks like Webb has about a car, about a half a second.
He's got to keep it clean. He's got enough of a gap here. He's got to keep it clean, and he's through to the next round to face the defending champion, Luke Woodham. Look at that. Beautiful. Slams into the wrecking ball.
Yeah, look at Webb actually hit it at angle. He hit it with the side of his car as opposed to the car. He hit it with the front end.
But this is where Kyle made up all the time. He was super tight around the barrels, and he's caught up again. Have a look. Very, very close going into the next rotation. It's all going to come down to Ken Block's half-ass Fiesta.
Okay, so there is Webb.
Look how tight Kyle is. And look at that. No tire smoke. He is amazing. He's got it. This is going to be so close.
And Webb brings it across.
Well done, Jason. That is amazing. I think big round of applause to both of them. A great showdown. A South African shootout. And the monster athlete, Jason Webb, going through there. A 110.4 versus a 111.6. So that was their last run. A 221 versus a 219. Jason Webb through the next round to meet defending champion Luke Woodham on a charge to make it 5 at Gymkhana GRiD. Sure. How are you doing? You all right?
Yeah.
Are you okay? You've got tunnel vision. You're staring at the screen.
I was zoning out because that was just so awesome.
Okay, into all-wheel drive quarterfinal 2. We've got Bucky up against Dimitri. Man, this is going to be really, really cool. We've got Paul Wallace who's going to be joining us in a few moments' time as we get our cars lined up on grid as well, so we're going to have a cool chat to him. Who do you predict on this one? Who do you think is going to win this?
All right, so as we are seeing Dimitri Shribny and Jonathan Buck. Dimitri Shribny in the Subaru BRZ, Bucky. Again, both these guys are veterans. All right, we have our guest here, Paul Wallace from Supercars London, YouTuber, Instagram, and I'm Jared, man. How's it going?
Good to meet you.
Yeah, man.
I'm Marius. How you doing?
Is this your first time Gymkhana GRiD?
First time Gymkhana GRiD, first time in South Africa.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
What do you make of it?
It's amazing. Firstly, I come from London, so we don't get weather like this.
Hello, sunshine.
At all, around the year.
All right, stick around, watch the action here. You felt the rumble underneath you. Dimitri Shribny in that BRZ. Now, this is an all-wheel drive BRZ. One of, I've never seen an all-wheel drive BRZ.
From what I understand, it's one of a kind.
Right, so now Jonathan Bucky here. As Bucky, you can see him. Watch how he rotates this high-vis WRX. And look at that, there goes Shribny around the spools. Looks like Dimitri got a little bit of an advantage here.
But Jared, these are guys that are cool and calm in these conditions. I mean, this isn't the first time they've been here before. They know what they need to do. And this is what the crowd starts loving. As we get to the next rounds, the runs get closer and closer. The guys are on similar times. This is proper shootout Gymkhana GRiD style.
All right, so look at that. They are neck and neck. All right, so Dimitri around that triple barrel. Approaching the Fiesta. Look at that. Make some noise, Johannesburg.
Oh, who's it going to be? Bucky against Dimitri. Oh, Bucky ran a bit wide, but it's giving him better drive to line. Look how close it is. Dimitri, my man.
And keep in mind, the winner of this battle is going against Johan Kristoffersson. No big deal. Our number one qualifier.
Looking forward to that. Bucky actually ran a little bit wide on that rotation. He actually ended up losing so much drive coming out. Maybe we'll have a replay of that if we're lucky, but the guys are getting lined up onto the second for their second runs. So Bucky with a bit of work to do, Dimitri with a clear advantage. That's the best position to be in, isn't it?
No, it really is. Dimitri, a lot of confidence on his side. He won the first ever Gymkhana GRiD at Santapod, and he's a fun driver to watch. But again, so we will see Dimitri and Bucky. All right, this is the second half of this battle.
Yeah, after this race, we'll actually have a bit of a chat to Paul. We started talking to him, and then we got caught up in all the action, so fun and games. But you can add comment, Paul. Put the mic to your mouth. You can say hello to South Africa. Getting ready for Jonathan Bucky against Dimitri Shubnev.
And we are streaming. We're streaming around the globe, so share with all your friends. I understand, you know, YouTube or Instagram.
I'm doing my best to share it, yeah.
No, I appreciate it, man.
I've seen him in the paddock. He's got battery life on your cameras. His camera is rolling all the time. Dimitri coming through into the arena first, so he's got the early start. Looking at his reaction time as well, at 0.6 versus so close. They're literally neck and neck on reaction times. It comes down to who keeps it tidy.
Paul, you're all about supercars, but have you ever seen an all-wheel drive BRZ?
I haven't, no. I do believe this is a one of a kind, but to see it in action, to see it dynamically going around those corners, it's impressive.
Yeah, and Dimitri's he's a wheelman as well as Bucky.
Yeah, well, you can see that because of how tight they are when they come through the finish line.
Right, so here they go into the wrecking ball.
that is a snapshot mirror. Dimitri maybe by what?
He looked like he had a bit of understeer there approaching that obstacle.
Bucky's in first, yeah?
Yeah, Bucky has a slight advantage here. But remember, you called it earlier on that first battle. He had a wide swing, and that's where he lost some time.
Let's see if he can keep it tidy. Bucky's still with that early advantage. This is going to go down to the timekeepers. I can't
there's
this.
That wide swing, Dimitri. Again, we talk about it being all-wheel drive, but he makes that thing look like it's just rear-wheel drive, and there goes Bucky out of the Fiesta. Dimitri,
I think
flirting with that wall. Say, what's up, girl?
Visually, I think Bucky's done enough because it was a lot closer in that first run from what I can see. So that last run, aggregate 2:14 for Bucky, 2:14.3 for Dimitri. Bucky has gone through.
So say that again.
By
three tenths, Jonathan Bucky advances on. He's going against Johan Kristoffersson.
Wow.
Wow, we're hearing some squeals. Hear that?
I can hear that.
That's local fan base for sure. Listen, as he's celebrating, he then finds out who he draws.
Are you a fan? So Supercars London, tell us your background. Why are you here? Why should people know about you?
There's a cool story about why I'm here, because for the last 10 years I've been filming supercars in London.
Yep.
£1 million Ferraris, Bugattis, but you never see them drive like this. And about 2 years ago, I experienced going sideways for the first time, and I fell in love with it.
Yeah.
So this year, I challenged myself that I would come to Gymkhana GRiD and compete. It's not happened this year, but next year I'm going to be here, I'm going to bring a car, and I'm going to be out there on track.
What's an ideal car for you to compete in?
I really want to do it in a...
Lamborghini?
I would love to, but I think the expenses might be a little bit high. I'd love to do it in a 6.2 V8 C63.
Okay.
Maybe you can do it in a Mustang, because we've actually got quite a nice Mustang coming
up now. We have an
now.
old Mustang and a new Mustang. Which Mustang would you choose?
Old. Normally I'd go new, but the setup
but
on the
in particular,
exactly.
This old rust bucket called the 65 Hoonicorn. I mean the V2 at that. I mean twin turbo Roush powered, engine. This power plant is unbelievable.
Yeah, I think you need the four-wheel drive just purely to get any of the power down.
I think you need 6. But the cool thing is, Paul, you can help us on this. So they're going to run the course. It's not about time. It's about smoke. It's about style. It's about who gets the crowd more fired up. Just a reminder, I know Ken Block is like the boss, but we do have a South African. So Jason Webb likes to light it up, get the crowd fired up, and it's convertible.
I've seen him drive. I think because he's got more visibility, because of the convertible, he's going to be able to see better. Therefore make more smoke.
And again, if you want to make it out alive, I guess I could go that way, just out of the gate, but you can't deny it. Up
to the extreme. That is amazing.
Yeah, if you look at Ken's Instagram, I was looking at it earlier, I think enough tires. He's talking about his Toyota tires. He calls them the fun ones. R888R Toyota tires. Around those 50-52 wheels.
He brought a couple of that is amazing. But Jason doing a really good show. Getting it crossed up and over-rotated wherever he can, and that is what we like as judges. But man, Ken said it's a hard car to compete in, but he's blitzing it around this course, taking a unique line around there, different approach. Oh, I'm loving that.
All right, so KB Look at this. You can see the fans over here just applauding. You know, I mean, spinning, some of the drivers, you know, Bagsy, Daigo Saito, Webb, you know, he's local South African, but they went to a spinning event the other night and they loved it. And this is kind of an exemplary of that.
That is the amazing thing, yeah. The spinning has become a massive thing in the main market. And, you know, they burn tires at the arena and the people know the event is on. And it is amazing. The crowd flocks there. Stacey May, you saw earlier, that's where she's made her name. Have a look at Jason Webb, if you can see him through the smoke. Hand up in the air. That is amazing. I hope they don't cut that wide visual of Carnival City, because right now we could be burning down anyway. Amazing. Paul, who's your winner?
Do you know what? I think the new Mustang had more smoke coming through the finish line, but I think Ken had more smoke throughout the entire circuit.
Okay, so I want to go with a South African, but I know the South Africans want to see Ken. So I'm going to go with Ken.
All right, well, I don't even need to vote. My vote is, so it really doesn't matter. But you know what? I would side with you, so it's unanimous. Ken Block gets the win here in Smoke and Style, so he is advancing on. So he's going to the final against Daigo Saito, Smoke and Style. So you got Psycho, as we've now deemed him. You got Psycho versus the head hoonigan in charge of Ken Block.
That'll work.
That'll be fun, right?
That's going to be awesome.
Yeah. So Paul, I didn't hear you kind of getting cut off. What vehicle would you like to see, or you like to compete in?
I would love to compete in a V8 to C63.
Okay.
That's the dream for me. Just something with a hydraulic handbrake and I'll be good to go.
Okay.
I had to go at the track late last night in a 350Z.
Yeah.
And it was so much fun.
Really?
Yeah.
He's still smiling, have a look.
Yeah, right.
Still smiling and sweating.
That's the sauna, don't worry about that.
What, you said you went sideways for the first time last year. Who took you around?
Oh, no, I did it by myself.
Oh, on accident?
Yeah.
Driving home.
Yeah. No, I actually went to an airfield.
Okay.
And it was my first opportunity, really, where there were no rules and it was all under a safe environment. Because I think a lot of people on YouTube love seeing cars go sideways, but the worst thing you can do is do it on the road on public streets. So that was my first real opportunity on the airfield. I took traction control off of my car and I experienced burning the rubber for the first time. And it is, I'm hooked.
Awesome.
You need to come live in South Africa. That's just how we get to work. Traction control off and burning rubber. This is a matchup of note. Daigo Saito against Dimitri. We know he's got a smoke and show final against Ken Block coming up, but he wants to win this. So I think he's going to really be dialing his car in, because potentially he's going to go up against the defending champion who's on a 5 run. He's got the early lead yet. It's control and harness, 900 plus horsepower, 900 kilograms. That Corvette is a special machine versus a Mazda RX-8. Different car for Dimitri, not his normal ride.
Yeah, not his normal ride. He's competed in VK, which is the Nissan V8 under the hood of an S chassis, an S14, but now he's vying for the VQ Nissan engine under the hood of this Mazda RX-8. And Daigo Saito, you can see him just gaining his grip, shooting forward, and then throwing it in to that triple barrel roll.
What I love, it's hard to pick it up down here, but when I was watching him on Wednesday in his first run, you hardly ever hear that engine. He's very seldom on throttle. It's just a coast into the next obstacles, and that's a precision driving. That is amazing throttle control in a car with that much power.
Daigo's making it look really easy here. Dimitri Ilyuk.
Wow.
Wide around there, but
105.8. That is, I mean, I think earlier 107 was what Luke was doing, but 105. He's not, that's 4 seconds off the World Rallycross car.
And that's what Ken was talking about. This is probably ideal, or not just yet. Once that sun, I think, goes behind the casino, we're casting longer shadows now. I think the tarmac's going to retain a lot of heat, but the temperature's going to potentially drop. We'll maybe get a little bit of breeze. The car's going to run more efficient, a little more denser, and then, you know, obviously the track it's going to stay hot.
I don't want to sound like a weatherman, but because we're not in winter, South Africa in winter, it is really cold at night, so the temperatures would have dropped big time now. With it being summer, I don't think there's going to be a massive drop-off. By the time we finish, it's still going to be pretty warm, so not ideal for the turbos. They would have liked that cold, crisp Johannesburg winter air, but our drivers are lined up. Dimitri versus Daigo. A lot of work for Dimitri to do. Daigo just keep doing what he's doing.
All right, so Daigo Saito, Dimitri Ilyuk, Ukraine versus Japan, RX-8 versus that Corvette. And still styling with that entry is Daigo Saito, the Ninja, multiple champion in both D1 and in Formula Drift. As Daigo, you can see him just edging to the side of it, not nosing in on that tire stack.
We spoke about that earlier. That's what the South African guys learned, having done this last year. They were going in with the nose onto the obstacle and a long way around for the tires. And you look at Daigo showing great technique, getting the doors to the obstacle and rotating around it.
There goes Daigo punching in a slow roll. Well, it looks like Dimitri just barely nicked that ball. I did see it move. Oh no, it looks like there was a penalty for Dimitri. There was a penalty, so they might not have counted it. That's what I was.
He's going to get 2 seconds added on there. So look, he was already chasing a massive gap. Daigo put on an amazing 105 in his first loop. Interesting to see what he does on the left side of the track, but literally done and dusted for Dimitri.
All right, so Dimitri crossing the finish line regardless of the penalty. But yeah, Dimitri not hitting the wrecking ball. That was the 2 seconds added, but that wouldn't even helped him because you could see 2:24 collective for Dimitri and Daigo Saito 12 seconds faster with a 2:12. Daigo Saito is moving on into the semifinals. So we advance on to our quarterfinal battle.
Yeah, from a South African perspective, I mean, this is probably the highlights of Anton Wannenberg's career. He's kind of running the local Gymkhana Senior in South Africa and got a lot of the drivers learning the skill. And now he gets to go up with probably a guy that he's idolized, Euro worshipped in Peter Solberg. Amazing. This guy, there's nothing he can't drive, but he hasn't won anything this year. So I think he's itching to get one over Johan, and that's how it's stacking up at the moment. If they carry on their path, they're into the finals.
Paul, what do you think of Peter Solberg and these RX cars? Have you been to a Rallycross race?
I have. I've actually been in a car with Peter Solberg,
cool.
and watching him run and watching him work and understanding inside his brain and how things move is amazing. I did a crazy jump with him, and he's so fast. And I think he's hungry. I've seen him out in the paddock. I think he's hungry for victory.
He's got his son breathing down his neck as well.
Yeah, we might see an all-Solberg battle. If Petter wins and then Oliver Solberg beats the other Oliver Bennett, we will see them in the semifinals. So, again, Petter versus Anton Wannenberg.
And what's quite interesting, I mean, Pet's obviously from his rallying background, known for the wild style, and as we've seen things changing in World Rallycross now, things getting more circuit orientated, even the gravel sections are really hard and grippy. It requires more of a circuit driving approach. So Pet has cleaned up his driving style big time, but I think that's why he loves coming to Gymkhana, because it is about getting a bit crossed up, isn't it? And man, this guy is ruthless.
Oh, absolutely relentless. The RX vehicles, so you've been, what car were you in with Petter?
I was in the car that he's running at the moment. Yeah.
Well, not this. They've got a ride along, because these were the old Rallycross, so they actually can't put a seat back into them. But they've got a specially built ride along that they take to some of the events. We had it at the second last round in Buxtehude. Amazing, 0 to 100 2 seconds. It's a thrill ride.
It is. But when you see the size of that car and the way that they can squish into all of the gaps in comparison to the Subaru, like the size actually makes a huge difference with the obstacles.
So 102.2 for Petter Solberg, his Johan Kristoffersson, the teammate, with a 101.
And then a 103 on the other side. 104 actually, had a bad run on the other. He made that mistake, if you remember earlier. So yeah, this is lining up perfectly for showdown. Listen, for Anton, I think he's just having fun to be on track with his Euro. So no predictions here. I think Petter's got this wrapped up unless he really falls asleep and does something silly. Never going to happen. He's a legend, champion. ×2 in rally, ×2 in Rallycross, and a previous winner of Gymkhana GRiD as well. Where was that, in Greece in 2016?
He was in Greece in 2016 in the vehicle his son is driving. So Ollie Solberg, how we doing over there? Yeah, some fans. We got a packed house, man. I saw you kind of getting, I don't say, maybe a little teardrop going down.
I got very emotional. Listen, we're a very proud country, and to stand here and have our national anthem played at the International Motorsport event is just really, really special. I love that moment, so thanks for that. Yeah, that was really cool.
Anton Wannenberg, Petter Solberg, here we go, the second half of this battle. Petter Solberg slingshots out of underneath the gantry.
He's trying to pick up on reaction time, so it's 0.5 of a second reaction time, and split time arriving at the gantry, 4 seconds. When we said earlier, 0 to 100 in 2 seconds, that is quicker than a Formula 1 car, and I tell you what, I'd rather be driving that than an F1 car. They should start putting some jumps in Formula 1.
Right. So Paul, yeah, right. Paul Wallace up here joining us from Supercars London. How can people find you?
YouTube is Supercars of London, Instagram Supercars of London, everything on Facebook, Twitter is Supercars of London, and then I'm also Wallace PJW.
Okay. And your intention there, what's kind of the mission statement of Supercars London?
To have fun and go on adventures in fast cars. That's pretty much it.
Pretty generic, but
I thought I'd play it safe.
But obviously, you are a Londoner. But yeah, look at that. We're seeing Petter Solberg just put that Fiesta in a donut, but Anton Wanenberg looks like a DNF for him.
I think he's gone the wrong way through one of the obstacles, so he's just putting on a bit of a show. Yeah, wrong way around. So that's the DNF. He's having fun out there, flashing his lights. I think he loved it. You've got to expand that from London to South Africa to everywhere else. We've got great roads for driving and some really cool cars. We'll show you around.
I've heard perfect.
Okay, there's the result. No big surprise there. Petter Solberg is through. Who is he going to go up against? Is it going to be Oliver Bennett or Oliver Solberg? That is coming up. Don't go away. It's going to be amazing. This is awesome.
I hope it isn't all Solberg. I mean, no offense to Oliver Bennett. Saw him belly up at the bar last night, and you know, he's a privateer, but would love to see that. So as we see Petter Solberg advance on, he is potentially going against his son, but right now he's going to be going against Colby James West, who's down there and rapping out with him. Colby, let's see what Petter has to say.
Down here with Petter Solberg. Petter, now you have some rivalries going on. Last week you lost to your teammate. Do you have any ideas of revenge this weekend?
Well, I better hope so, you know, and well, we are not even done the same yet, so we have to try to get through that. Oliver is on a big charge, but I have a big problem with the car before on the last run, so I hope they can fix it. And maybe me and him in the same would have been absolutely fantastic, you know, because he had some very, very good times yesterday. Yeah, for the final, it would have been really good fun, I must say, end of the season, and because it's great to be here, and I really enjoy this type of things, you know, it's big action.
It's wonderful. So you guys have a great farm up there in Norway, right across the border from Finland. How do you guys train up there?
Well, we're driving on the ice the whole winter, and we are driving snow scooter and quad bike and fishing and enjoy the sauna. You know, I think you know, motorsport. It's our life, always been. Same as Ken Block, big passion. So this is what we do. But I just really hope that all the car works so he can show some of the times he did 2 days ago. Like he beat Johan in two times. So we'll see.
Well, it's great to see the family out here. You did well in that last round. Well, hopefully we'll see you in the finals.
Yeah, very good. Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Back to you guys.
All right, well, thank you, Petter Solberg. Thank you, Colby West. And again, we have Paul Wallace up here. And Supercars London, you're a Londoner, but now you're just expanding. Here you're in South Africa for the first time. And taking a look at these all-wheel drive vehicles, taking a look at the rear-wheel drive. Who, you know, we're at a casino. Who are you going to put your money on?
That's a good question. I think it's going to be a Corvette Luke Woodham final.
Okay, so Daigo the Saito versus Luke Woodham. Go for that 5-time.
But you know what? I would love to see Luke get the 5-time.
Okay.
But the Corvette's looking super quick out there.
Right.
But on the all-wheel drive, I think I'd like to see Petter win.
Okay.
I just think the celebrations would be bigger.
I own the cars. Let's light them up. I'll pay for it. Let's do it. All right, so here we go. Smoking style. So some more smoking style as this is for third place. So Bagsy and Jason. So these guys are two drifters, pure drifters. You know, they're not traditional motorsports guys. These guys are thoroughbred drifters. So this should be a fun one.
They're going to know how to shred those tires.
Oh, yeah. Shred it. Shred it till you dead it.
I think Bagsy was actually on the wires on the last one. I think I saw some flames and sparks coming out of his tires. So.
Jason better have a couple of spares because he's still got a semi-final battle to do.
That's what I was
well.
just going to say. Bagsy still has some competition he needs to throw down in that car, so he doesn't want to totally, you know, just blow it out here. So,
yeah,
here we go.
I think they're going to hold a bit back. I mean, it's third, fourth place for Smoke and Style, and I think they're really worried about the main event because, as you know, they've got semi-finals coming up. As I say that, have a look at Jason. Oh, okay, so he's got a couple. He's got spares.
Yeah. Jason, you know, Jason doesn't compete anymore. This is. Oh no, you know what?
He is.
He is. He's right. Oh my gosh, yeah.
so maybe they're going to use this as a get our heads like around this course and know exactly what we're doing here. So as I said, that Jason is having so much fun, over-rotating the car wherever he can. Lots of smoke, sun setting. Man, it is a beautiful place. Paul, I'm going to echo what you said. Petter is such a massive personality for motorsport. He is a great guy to interview. He gives 100%. And I just think, you know, he's got a team that he runs really, really well with his wife, Daniela, and they've had massive success, obviously, but I'd like to see him win again.
Yeah, I think the party would be getting started right about now.
But how cool, though, for a dad to be that proud and stoked of his son. I mean, all he's worried about is Oliver's car. And he's so stoked there that he's obviously gone and beaten Johan twice in previous runs. But have a look at Bagsy, hands out, full star points. You need to let us know who you think's going to win this. This is going to be tough to call. Look at the smoke from Jason Webb. I don't mean to influence you here, Paul, but I think you've got to go with Jason. Have a look at that.
The smoke clouds that are coming out of the back of that Mustang are incredible. He's loving it.
What's the weather forecast? A little bit overcast by the looks of things. People out there, who's the winner? Jason Webb or Bagsy? Okay. Okay, I hear you.
All right, so let's make some noise. So, yeah, who are you going to cheer for? Is it Bagsy? Cheer for him if you think he wins.
Nah, they're not going to cheer.
Or what about Jason Webb? Do you think it was Jason Webb? There you go.
And they even cheered for your American accent. If I said it in South African, they would have gone crazy. Viva si besta. Bit of Afrikaans for you on your live stream. No one knows what that is. Viva si besta. Jason Webb. Oh, there we go. A bit of Afrikaans, bringing in the local. Well done. Jason Webb wins that for sure.
Yeah, Jason Webb gets third place, but also he is in contention. He's going against Luke Woodham, but Jason Webb gets third place in the smoke and style. But Jason Webb,
man. For sure, for sure. Unbelievable. That was smoking up around Ken Block's little half fiesta. It was amazing. All right, look at that. That is what we want. Have a look. That is, look at the rotation. Look how much he's rotated that front wheel. Unbelievable stuff. We love the man. And such a cool Mustang too, eh?
Yeah.
Let's find a race car and take the roof off. That'll be fun.
Completely unique.
Well done. Sure, a lot of action. Have you enjoyed? How long have you been in South Africa, Paul?
I flew in on Thursday morning, so I haven't been here that long, but I mean, there's so much to take in that it's so different to where I come from, and I tell you what, the locals here have been so welcoming. The amount of love that I've been shown for being out here is incredible.
What's kind of on your bucket list as far as cars you're going to be piloting, or anything you can allude to for people to kind of tune in? Can you tell us?
I think next year I'm really pushing towards the drifting stuff. So I'm going to be working hard on my seat time. I'm going to be working hard on my car control. I spend a lot of time around some pretty ridiculous stuff like Ferrari, Lamborghini, and they're cool, but no one ever lets me drift them because they're so expensive. So to just get let loose in a car that I can just yank the handbrake is so much more fun, whether it's £500 or £5,000. I have more fun in those cars than I do in something that costs £500,000.
Well, I was telling Marius earlier, we saw Daigo and Bagsy go against each other, right? And they created Drift Battle 2 with Bagsy and his, you've seen that car, right? The GTR?
Yeah.
And then Daigo
amazing.
with his Lambo.
Yeah.
So supercars can be drifted.
Oh yeah, for sure. And Bagsy's promised me, and I'm hoping he's listening, he's promised me to go in the GTR.
He's busy changing tyres is what he's doing. He's not heard anything. But Paul, you know what the cool thing is? What I love with Grid, what we've seen today, we saw guys like Carl van Dijk with a 350Z, he drives to work. No massive horsepower. That is what is cool about Grid.
Yeah.
Is that it's less about drifting and it's more about precision driving.
Yeah, I think the mixture of them both, but also the mixture of drivers you're going to get to see, that some of the guys coming from grassroots and motorsport, like Petter, versus some of the guys that are literally taking a car onto Grid that they're going to take to work on Monday.
And that's what's been amazing as we look at visuals now of Jason Webb. I mean, you can see why he won Smoke and Style. Runner-up, third place. Really amazing skills there. But this is what it starts. The guys go to skid pans here in South Africa with their road-going cars, and they get a chance to learn the skill. Because for me, it's not about performance driving, it's about safe driving as well. Because when you get on the road, you're a better driver. So very, very cool.
All right, well, Paul, thank you so much for joining us, man. We'll let you escape this hot box.
It is hot up here.
It's pretty. Hey, I appreciate it, man, but I am married, so Marius, I don't know about you.
He was talking about me. Okay, what do you mean? Right. Come on.
Well, thank you so much. I'll see you online and see you another time. Again, Supercars London, right?
Supercars
Instagram,
of
YouTube,
London.
and all the channels.
Thank you very much. Thanks for having me.
Appreciate the party. We'll have some beers later, and we'll party here at the carnival. So as Paul steps out, we have another special guest. We'll get him in here before we see our next battle. Eric Van Essen, the Viking. And, man, the Viking has come with a bit of battle damage, man. And this is just an odd thing, man. Eric, the Viking, what happened?
We're on camera too, so people can see. We're not actually joking about this.
No, he isn't.
What happened?
That's awesome. So this is 2 years in a row. In fact, last year was a broken rib off the pit bike.
Yep.
This year, pushing my car along the start line against our pre-start. I ended up tearing the
tendon.
The bicep tore off the bone.
Oh, dang.
That's serious.
Oh, apparently.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Yeah, so, you know.
Tough there in South Africa.
Yeah, you're shifting hand, right? Because you're in a right-hand drive. You're in your 2JZ S14, the Viking, the graphics, the whole nine. Like you said, last year, off the pit bike, breaking ribs. Now, you're so strong, your biceps said, nope, I'm leaving. And it jumped off of your body. Dude, got it.
It's unfortunate.
Don't go anywhere yet. We got some words with one of our other co-hosts down there, and he's with another South African driver, Jason Webb with Colby West.
Hey guys, thanks very much down here, Jason Webb. Really fun out there for you today.
Yeah, having so much fun. I'm really happy with how everything's going today so far. We 6 seconds faster than which we were on Wednesday, so I'm really happy about that, and I'm happy I could be competitive, you know.
Yeah, for sure. Tell me about your car. It looks like you're working on it a little bit here. What's going on with it?
Yeah, so we're busy. We're changing up between the smoke and style show and the actual main event. So we use different tires for the Gymkhana events, much more stickier tires. So we just put on El Cheapos for the smoke show and then put the proper ones on for the event. So we're through to the top 4 now. I'm really happy. Looking forward to go against Luke Woodham.
Cool. Well, good luck. Have fun. And back to you guys.
Thanks.
All right, Van Essen, we got you back up here, and the disco ball, we can wrap out with them. But you guys know each other from local competition as well.
Well, listen, it's for me to cheer for South African is awesome. The fans love it. But for you, from a drifting perspective, different mindset coming and doing grid.
Totally different concept. It's an absolutely awesome setup. It's an awesome way to try and shift your vehicle around. Totally different to drifting. It's very difficult to lose the drifting habits and to try and keep the vehicle straight on the tar, keep it straight, keep your tires.
Yeah.
No rotation. It's a different concept.
Drifting, it's all about rotating, smoke, getting the angle. Now it's about dialing back that right foot and actually slowing things down a bit. If it's smoking, it's got no grip.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense, but it's so accurate and true. You know, when we started off, we were doing silly times, and we pulled the boost away from the turbo, and we dialed in less boost. We added 110 kgs of weight, and
here we go. Times. Who's going into the semifinals? This is Bagsy versus Danny Cross. Bagsy in that Monster S13, Danny Cross in the Smoke'em Garage. We got that Boss S14. Eric Van Essen here watching on. We'll have some words with him here, though, Marius.
That was a quick turnaround there for Bagsy. He had to go change tyres. He just did a smoke and start against Jason Webb and straight into a run to see if he can make it through to the semi-finals. And it looks like whatever he's done has worked because he's got a healthy lead at the moment over Danny. But as we know in Gymkhana, anything can and usually does. Oh, something's wrong with Danny.
Oh, no, Danny.
That's a DNF. It looks like he's putting straight in.
Yeah, Danny having some issues with his ride.
This actually, Bagsy's had this twice now.
Yep.
And you wonder, from a driving, and maybe Eric, you can get into that, you visually know you're competing against somebody. Now they pull out, do you then back off or do you keep pushing? Don't you need to be going head-to-head with someone?
No, you don't back off. You keep it going. You keep your momentum going. You focused on it, and that's what your target is, and that's what you go for.
I know when you line up for the grid, Eric, you've got tunnel vision, you know what you've got to do. But you can't help it as a driver. Your eye always goes across the course, and you pick up where the competitor is. That happens for sure.
Definitely. It's not only that. Even as you come onto the track, you go, wow, there's so many colours and shapes. You actually get lost.
Wow, look at that one. What is it? Yeah. Fireworks out there?
And then they put a disco ball right there as you're heading onto the arena. Crazy. Okay, so there's a right front tyre issue apparently with Danny's car. We're going to have a little chat to Eric. So Eric, just grab a little seat. We can continue chatting to you. Eric, your drift series. How long have you been doing the drifting now? Because I mean, you've had a good run this year in Super Drift.
I have. It's my second year of drifting the Super Drift series. I've ended up with 5th overall nationally and 2nd KZN in our region. So I'm very happy with that.
we always want to talk local because, you know, when motorsport events like this come from an international level, there's a bit of passion and excitement amongst the fans and things you want to see carrying on. I know that the Gymkhana has certainly taken off locally, but even from a drifting perspective, do you guys go back down to KZN now and everyone's fired up to get more involved in motorsport again?
You know, you do find that you find that the guys, they get inspired by your growth, by your, what's the correct word, by
your level of improvement. I mean, it's
just the progression, right? The progression, how your program looks, what you're doing, the vehicle builds. You guys are watching the internet too, right? You see what's going on with the drift, RDS, Drift Masters, all these things, right? So here in South Africa, your program looks to be put together, and you got a variety. You got an S14 chassis, you got the parts, you got a different engine.
Correct. We also follow the Formula Drift rules, so so we're following the international rules. And it's a little bit difficult to try and keep up with the expectations of what should be happening. But yeah.
But I think that's what's critical, is that if you are going to be competing in something, it needs to be according to international rules. So you've got that crossover. Sometimes it's tough from a budget perspective because, you know, we are sitting with a South African rand that doesn't have much clout when you go overseas. So it makes it difficult to compete overseas. But are you seeing a lot of guys coming from overseas to do drift locally?
No, we don't. But look, we've had 2 international guests come out, 3 in fact, Luke Woodham being one of them, and Mad Mike Woodham. And just to see them punt a car around is actually amazing to watch, and it inspires us as drivers. So, you know, but you get sold into the whole series and saying, oh, you know, drifting is the cheapest motorsport around in South Africa. Right. Just as soon as you try and get competitive, that changes slightly.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever heard motorsport and cheap in one sentence.
Yeah,
I mean,
value and the access to entry, I would say, is probably the least expensive. But motorsports in general, you know, how do you make $1 million racing? You start with 2. But while we were wrapping out there, we weren't commentating because he was just basically competing with himself. Because Steve Baggioni advances on. Guess what? It is going to be Drift Battle 3 as Daigo and Bagsy will be going against each other. So our final 4 is set. Luke Woodham versus Jason Webb from South Africa, and Daigo Saito versus that man. Bagsy is going to the final 4.
And what a gentleman he is too.
Bagsy?
Big time.
He's all right.
Nah, he's a cool guy.
He's cool again.
And
cool,
so is his
gentlemen.
father.
When I think Bagsy, those are words that do not come out of my mouth.
No, but you know what is amazing? I mean, walking around in the pit lane of the paddock yesterday, incredible how everyone just helps. You know, if there's a problem, doesn't matter if you're competitors. It really is amazing, and that is what I love about motorsport. You're going to be door to door competing, but you'll help, which is really cool. You've enjoyed the weekend, though, Eric. Besides
very much so.
Ripping your bicep muscle off of your arm.
Very much so. I've actually met some really awesome people. The Newlands, Bagsy, we've helped direct competition. They had their diff in our workshop last night, overhauling it. Yeah, we've met probably about 3 or 4 different teams, and it's been a privilege to be able to help the internationals here. And it's just, you know, that's what it should be internationally. It's not about not helping, it's about helping.
And I feel that South African love for sure.
All right.
Yeah.
You got a rhino tattoo.
I got a rhino tattoo.
You're half South African.
Yeah,
you did that in the pit lane today. Amazing.
Here, while we're on camera, I'll pull it up real quick. That's a text from my wife. I can't show you that. I'm kidding.
Wow.
Yeah, there's my rhino.
Oh, that is awesome.
All right. And look at that, the carnival.
Sorry, I was looking at a rhino, and then I've got a beautiful shot like that. Carnival City, just outside Johannesburg. Really cool. They host a lot of drift events here as well, not just Gymkhana GRiD, and it's great to see them supporting motorsport in the region too, which is really good. This is going to be epic. We've been shouting it. I predict an Oliver is going to win. It's either going to be Oliver Bennett.
And Oliver is going to win. Also, a Rallycross vehicle is going to, or actually, you know, one's an RX, one's a WRC vehicle. So. To get technical
Have they fixed Oliver Solberg's Citroen? That's the critical question. I know Peter was really stressed about that. We saw earlier, Oliver Bennett's making contact in his previous round, but he has dialed back his driving. He came in a little bit hot and wild and leery during the practice sessions, but we know that car is super fast. It is competing currently in the FIA World Rallycross Championship as a privateer. Had a bad run in Cape Town, hoping to end his South African stay on a high, but we know Oliver Solberg is fast. We heard Peter saying that he's actually clocked quicker times than Johan Kristoffersson over the weekend. But just the car, so let's see how this goes.
Car running, helping. Did he go to the doctor, get a visit? Did he get the right medicine? As he leaves from the start, Oliver Bennett rips out underneath that archway and the disco ball. Right, so
his car didn't get off the line, but Let's have a look. It's when it gets to the tight stuff that he was seeming to have problems getting it rotated. So, like there, it seems to bog down. But anyway, let's have a look. Oliver Bennett got a very, very clear lead over and he's made a mistake.
Bennett makes a major mistake. Not once, but twice. He's headed into the TV, and Oliver Solberg, look, no problem. It looks like the luck and the needle is going the way of Oliver Solberg.
And he's missed the ball.
Oh, he missed the ball. That's a penalty.
That's only 2 seconds.
Yeah, but we know we've actually seen
both of them have penalties now.
Yeah,
Look at
they
this.
both do.
So both Solberg and Bennett.
But we know, listen, Oliver Bennett hit the ball, no doubt. It's still swinging. But we know he did this earlier. He comes back fighting. The man is on a charge at the moment. And I think this is a massive lead.
That's a huge. Oh, and another penalty. Bennett the first. They hit the triple barrel.
And you can see Oliver's focused. He hasn't tapped off. He hasn't slowed down. He's focused on it.
And his car is looking healthy. He did not have the hiccups. He did not have the car coming to a halt. But Bennett, not 1, but 2 penalties. That is 4 seconds on top of 114. So that's 118, and we are confirming. So look at that, 118 versus 106.
But you know what?
Boy.
But it's not over, because
No.
I still do worry
12
about.
seconds.
I still do worry about that car. They're going to swap around. This is what we're worried about. It's very easy to come in here. You've got so much, 600 horsepower in that Rallycross car. So easy to overdrive it, and there he makes one mistake, and in his attempt to catch up, just comes into to the barrel section too aggressively and knocks over that whole stack.
He got lost. He went the wrong way. He was to go to the right of the TV, not the left. He started going left. He's like, oh wait,
Eric, how hard is that? Memorizing this circuit is a mirror, but
No,
man, it's not.
You really got to focus. You really got to put your mind to it. And you come out the next day and you go ahead, and all of a sudden you haven't tuned into the TV channel correctly, and you miss out.
Right, you get the wrong Google directions.
110%.
Left, and 100 feet, left, 5 feet now, go.
It's like doing laps at Nürburgring, and you come over the crest, you're going, oh, is this the one that goes left or the one that goes right? It's the exact same
Absolutely,
scenario.
but there is one thing I need to tell you, gentlemen, up here in the glass house, is you cannot hear these wonderful South African spectators. They are cheering loudly down there. Their hands in there. There we go, guys. How awesome is this, guys? It's unbelievable. International dudes on our backyard. Wow.
You've got a presenter job. I'm going to take a break. He's doing a really good job.
Yeah, you're going to ask how you got to go to the bathroom. It looks like Van Essen rips his bicep, but he gains another strength.
Nicely done.
All right, so Oliver Solberg, Oliver Bennett, the battle of the Olivers. Ollie Oxenfree, here we go. Solberg with I would say a 12-second advantage, just about that, after that first portion of the battle.
What I want to see is Oliver Solberg, 106 is not enough to take on his dad and Johan, so he's got to actually drop that time down. We saw quicker times in free practice yesterday, but this is a head-to-head race at the moment, and
Bennet's got a
got to jump in. So everything goes right, they make a mistake, not getting the ball. No penalties at this stage.
And I think Ollie's...
my goodness.
That's a whole bunch of
Boom
penalties.
goes the dynamite. Count them up. This was like earlier. Oh, and we see a little bit of correction there from Ollie Solberg. We are still counting those barriers. I'm seeing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
20 seconds at least.
Yeah.
And he's created a new obstacle for himself. I think that's a Rallycross jump. I would hit it to chicane.
Send it, bro. And Solberg, it looks like it's going to be a Solberg battle.
I think Solberg's going to win that, eh?
Yeah, another guarantee.
But have a look at Ollie Bennett, just putting on a show. Great to have him
He's
here.
just doing more donuts now.
Listen,
there we go.
awesome.
Make some noise for Ollie Bennett in the Excite Rallycross Mini.
But it's
Listen to
been
that
amazing
cheering.
having him in South Africa. Tough luck in Cape Town with the turbo blowing, but Nicholas Gronholm actually gave him a turbo, got him to compete, did one more race, and that was the end of it. So going out in style, the fans are certainly going to love him. Our marshals, not so much. They've got a bit of cleaning up to do. But wow, this is now for me the exciting time, because from a driver, Eric, you guys haven't got to drive it at night yet, or have you had some runs in the dark?
No, we haven't. Not proper.
And that changes everything, because I'm just standing here in the commentary box. I look at this light as you're coming down the runway into the arena. Things are going to start lighting up, changes perspectives. A course looks different. We know Johan Kristoffersson, when he walks the course, he goes down on all fours, he squats, he changes this. He says, if I walk it, that's not how I'm going to be in the car. I'm sitting lower in the car. So he is that technical. Now you throw a bit of sunset into it,
Not only
bright
sunset.
lights, disco balls.
You throw the TV screen in there, which is viewing your opponent, and that puts you off. And now you think, wow, where are you going?
What's your favorite part on the course? He's thinking.
Oh, I don't know. To be honest with you, I really love the Fiesta. I love the exit. I do. I love the barrels. I love that trying to get it tight, trying to get it niche. That's
I thought you would have loved the entry through the barrel.
No, I don't even talk about that because it was taken away from us. It was taken away because originally it was, guys, we've got to drift that section. I'm going, wow, that's awesome.
Yeah,
and
they
took it
they
away.
put those drift lines. You were meant to get it sideways through there.
They took that away. So, yeah, look, we tried it on practice. We tried drifting it across, and it is definitely a lot slower than it is trying to keep traction going
That's
straight.
that lesson we spoke about earlier. Sideways, smoky tires isn't faster in Gymkhana.
Not faster. You know, I'm running almost 600 horsepower on my vehicle, and we disconnected the turbo controller. The Newlands down there. Whoppa! And we disconnected the controller, so I was running a lot less boosts, essentially running a lot less power. We then added 110 kgs to the vehicle, and my time's bettered. Yeah, it doesn't make sense.
Look at that. It doesn't equate, right? All the math you've learned, just throw it out the window as far as drifting. And that's. I mean, we were talking about who was it earlier? Kyle Van Dyke.
Look at
He
that.
drives that car to work. He comes
horsepower.
out here and he beats Armin, who is pinned with you, a V8 FDRX7. The thing is
100%. It doesn't make sense.
So are you buying a Gymkhana car? Or is it just going to be your wife's car?
No, look, we're on air, bud.
Are we?
Yeah, I'm in big trouble now.
Now she knows. She's going gridding.
You know what? My dream is that we end up with this in our country and we can do it more often. So I do believe that dream is going to come true. So, and if it does, the goal is to build our own vehicles. So yeah, definitely. We'll have two competition vehicles.
I like it. A purpose-built machine, right?
110%.
Yeah.
One question I wanted to ask.
110 horsepower.
Yeah. One question I wanted to ask. We're going to have the Solbergs against each other, correct?
Yeah.
So what do you think is going to happen? Do you think Dad's going to give it to son? Or is he going to teach him a lesson, teach him the morals to say, no, what you want, you got to fight for?
Well, we don't have to because, we can get Colby to ask that question right now because he is with Oliver Solberg in the pits. Nice one. Take it away, Colby.
Ollie, I see you running around here like crazy. What's going on with the car?
It hasn't been running for 2 days and we tried to fix the problem all the time. Luckily I went through, but it went off 3 cylinders and it stopped, and it's really, really tough. I pushed like hell, to get it adjusted around, and I kept full throttle because I didn't have any power. I was like, shit, now it's going to stop, but I managed, and I don't know if Ollie did a mistake on the last one or something, but I pushed hard.
Yeah, he had a little bit of a mistake on the end there, but now it's you versus your dad, I believe.
Yes, it is.
Are you excited for that or nervous?
Yeah, of course it's going to be exciting, against each other. It's always been a dream, but, a car is not running. I can't do anything, and the car will still go bad in the semi against my father. So to be negative, I'm not going to win, but hopefully I dream that I can win. But maybe a miracle can happen that the car is running.
Yes, all right, great. Well, back up to you guys. Thanks a lot, Ollie. Good luck in the future.
Thank you, Colby. And I want to say it, but it came from our broadcast booth. Look at Ollie already come up with excuses like his dad. That comes from a loving place. That comes from a very loving place.
But you said it earlier, it's mini-me. I mean, literally, his personality, the way he talks, it's unbelievable. At 17 to have done what he's done.
Oh, there he is.
Oh, yeah,
now look at that was a joke. That was a joke. Hey, no.
Thank goodness he didn't hear it.
Eric, thank you
sorry
so
to chase you
much.
away. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, the
Petter,
Viking.
Petter, you in the hot seat.
Petter, what I said was, and it came from the booth, Ollie was down there talking with Colby. He says, my car, it's just not running. It hasn't been running for 2 days, da-da-da. And from the booth, they said, look at him, coming up with excuses, just like his dad.
It is actually true.
Let's get a little closer.
It's actually true. I feel really sorry for him. He had problem the whole time.
Yeah.
And we were planning to fly down some people yesterday with some of the parts, but it didn't fit in with the flights because when you're coming down here the whole way, you need to have it right. And
what is wrong? What is the problem at the moment?
It's cutting completely, and it goes to 3 cylinders, and it's happening with heat, and if there's some fuel system that it looks like on the data, it goes okay for one run, and then bang. And the run before, he had the alternator broke, so that's a different thing. So this car had gone for many years, guys, and he needs to rebuild this little baby.
I think that's what happens when you park a car for a long time. They're problems. They've got to be driven, man.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. But
and not to this degree. You don't bring them. You wash them off. You just wipe them down.
No, but I'm really proud of him. Incredible. Coming here to the semi-final and beside him. I saw his time, it was 1:04 on the right side earlier, and you know, it's not far off. He loses over half a second from start line on the data
launch,
to the first corner. So we know on the track is fast, but we will see. It will be interesting. First time father and son together.
Hey, don't go anywhere, Petter. We're going to throw it down to Colby West. He's down there with our potential 5-time champion, Luke Woodham.
That's right, potential 5-time champion. Does that get to you at all?
To be fair, I'm just having fun now. It's the question that's been asked 1,000 times. 5 is going to be amazing. I'm going to push and do my utmost to do it. I'm feeling good. We're coming faster and faster and faster. So, yeah, I'm just having fun now. The track's cool. I'm really enjoying this event. The crowd's amazing. Yeah, just taking it all in.
Just having a good time out here. How's your car doing? I know you said you made some changes to it.
Yeah, it's really good, to be fair. It's the best it's ever been. So, yeah, we had to make a step up, obviously. We knew people were going to come to the event and they're going to be fast. But, yeah.
Such as Daigo, maybe?
Yeah, he's fast. You know, he's hit something already. So, you know, you never know. Just going to keep my head down, push faster. I know I've got time there to make up because the last one I did was really scrappy. Now I think it was like a 107. So yeah, there's time to be made up. There's a 2 105s in the bag, which I'm going to go for, 100%.
Perfect. Well, good luck to you. We'd love to see you in the finals. Back up to you guys.
You know, I would have to say the competition looks stiffer. I mean, this is the 7th Monster Energy Gymkhana GRiD, and the competition looks great. I'd love to see 16 Rallycross cars out here.
Me too, I must say. I think we are working on something for next year to get more cars, different cars from different categories, maybe more rally cars and stuff also. And I think that can be really, really good. You know, you have some crazy guys working at Monster that really wants to step up this even further, and I like crazy people.
I know you do, including
you. Including you are one of them.
Including you have created one yourself. Here's your son. Here's video of Ollie here. This is his last run. What's great is he really had to deal with what he was dealt. The car was not 100%. Went to the doctor. They gave him a quick little shot of medicine, but he was still not 100%.
But you see, it's going around linear. It's not like a proper type, but he is full throttle. I mean, this car around there should be easy to just go party throttle.
We actually saw in that first run, he struggled to get the car turned around the Fiesta at the end. He actually had to pull the brake to get it to go again. It just didn't want to go. And that's tough as a driver. You want to worry about the course. Now you're worried about the car not working well. But now the sun's gone down. Petter, how much difference does that make from a driving perspective?
Well, first of all, just go back to that. If you are so young, you need to be in the shit sometimes with problems, you know. It's how, but this is true. It's how you react to problems. It's many people, you stuck there, you halfway, we give up. You have to put down your foot, use your brain, more the foot than the brain. But anyway, back to the lights.
That's a good point, Petter.
You know, I'm 44 now, and I have struggled with the sickness the whole year. I'm getting better because normally I haven't talked to people, and my eyesight I have got a little bit better back again because I really struggled because I almost retired in halfway through the season in Rallycross. So I'm very happy to be back again. But when it's coming this type of light, it can be a little bit difficult for us older drivers.
Why are you looking at me, Petter? I'm only 21. I just aged prematurely.
I'm just looking at your beard, same as mine.
South African son.
Mine's like a calico cat. It's got like 8 different colors.
Yeah.
And you haven't had a chance to drive it in these conditions either, because all your practice runs have been in.
It doesn't matter, you know. It doesn't matter. You go out there and you do your job and flat out and play and have fun and make a good show and at the end of the day, we really want to win. But Johan is a strong guy, and well, we will see. First, I have to come to the semi.
Do your Polos have headlights?
All of them have headlights.
Do the Polos have headlights? Do your cars have headlights?
No.
No, they're the sticker ones.
Yeah, it looks cool, doesn't it?
Yeah, it looks great.
It's lightweight.
If you could see it, like as cool as it looks, it's not functional. So you're gonna go again, like you said, your vision not 100%.
No, but that's not the excuse. Yeah. I don't lose anything on anything. It's just
the whole
really
excuse
good
thing he's learning about.
It's really end of the day. I'm very happy to be here. I'm glad that Gymkhana GRiD have been the sport that it is, spectacular and professional. You know, half pros, amateur come together. I think it's really good that we can bring everybody together and really have good fun. You know, everybody cheering and And of course, Ken Block with the show with the car, and it's great, you know, and fantastic person, you know, who really wants this from his heart, and that's what I respect from Ken.
And you've been around a variety of different motorsports, from rally and touring car and different you know, ice racing to rallycross. And you're talking about that yesterday.
And not so bad in a rally not so long ago in Spain.
Yeah, and then also just talk about the progression, just everything coming together. This is a video of you here, so we can look at your race notes here.
Give us some critical. What did you do wrong?
I'm too far away from the thing. I was a little bit too much sideways on the exit. Not enough speed in, so I have to use the handbrake. Too far away. So it's not a really good run, to be honest with you.
That's not your textbook run.
This is not acceptable. I went too tight in there, and I went tight there. That
was good.
No, it wasn't double tighten there. That one is not too bad. There is good speed in. That now
is a little bit critical. Imagine poor Oliver.
I killed the speed. You know, this is not good. You know, I will never employ him into my team. That's for sure.
I know. He says, you know, you're critical on yourself. How do you think Ollie feels? But I bet Ollie is kind of like yourself. He beats himself up as well.
You should never be happy. You know, you can be happy and enjoy what you do, but you should always be critical to yourself, and also respect criticism from other people. Yeah. In a constructive way, you know, because you can always improve.
But Petter, your passion and what you bring to motorsport, yeah, we love, like being in South Africa last weekend with World Rallycross again, and in the paddock here, you've always got time for everybody, and that is what is critical. Like, you're hungry to win, but you're always willing to share.
I'm willing to share. You know, I always get a lot of energy from helping other people. That's first of all. Maybe not so much when I was younger, but things are changing. And I enjoy it, and when people appreciated it, I have no problem. If people come and ask, I also do it, but I never go to people to help them if they don't ask. You have to have the passion enough and courage to just push the limit and do it. And so I think I can make a lot of world champions in the future by using my experience and build up, and I know what I'm going to do in the future.
Will Oliver win?
I can't wait to see you guys battle.
Honestly, if we can get the car up and going, you know, perfectly, honestly, it can be possible. The one problem is the start line. I think the rest, it will be okay. We will see.
Petter.
Cool.
Petter, thank you so much.
Luck, man.
Thank you, everybody.
So much.
Thank you, guys.
All the best.
Well, the action is going to continue here at Monster Energy Gymkhana GRiD.
Hello and welcome to Gymkhana GRiD 2018. We're here in Africa with Monster Energy, with the entire family. It's amazing out here. The best drivers in the world, the craziest course in the world. I'm Colby James West. Joining me in the booth up there is Jared Deanda, the voice of Drift, and Marius Roberts will be your host for the evening. I could talk all night about how amazing and mind-blowing this track is, but I'm going to leave it to the master, the king of Hoonigan, the man himself, Ken Block.
Here we are, Johannesburg 2018, Gymkhana GRiD, the best of the best, crowning 2 champions this weekend, all-wheel drive and rear-wheel drive, with some of the best cars on the planet. There's multiple world champions in this paddock, including these two right over my shoulder. But one thing everybody's got in common, they all have to take on this brand new grid track for 2018.
So the start of the all-new Gymkhana GRiD track. There's a drag race with the competitor on the other side, down to the first corner. This is the long sweeping first turn before it starts to get technical.
So after turn 1, you come into the figure of 8. Go round the telly, come in, round the tractor tyres, loop back round the telly, exit to the grid obstacle, where you shoot up the circuit to the next one.
Once you get around the grid side, you go twice around the obstacle behind me. You are charging down to this obstacle here, the wrecking ball, that you have to hit with one part of your car.
So the next obstacles, into the box section, really tight. Watch the front and the back of the car, a 360 around the barrels there, down to a 180 here, keeping it nice and tight. Exit, head towards Ken's car.
Once you get out from the last complex, you hit towards the last obstacle, the Ken block car. 720 around this one, 2 laps before sprinting down to the finish. And remember, it's all about the time, twice.
All right, as you can see, quite a crazy track out here. We got all the fans. Hi, everybody. Wonderful. So we've seen a lot of racing so far. We got the semifinals and finals coming up. Going to throw it on up to Marius right now to give us a lowdown on what's happening.
Yeah, Colby, the sun may have set down on the Carnival City Gymkhana GRiD course, but it was super smoking hot earlier, and we're going to have a little look back at some of the action. It's been amazing. Jarrett, you've had a good day.
Yeah, it's been awesome. Thank you, Marius. Thank you, South Africa, Johannesburg. Second time here. Like I said, I got a tattoo this morning of a rhino. Great symbol of it, because it's really left a mark on me, and it's left a mark on you as well, and all South Africa and the motorsports community.
But I'd say the guys that made the biggest mark were the racing drivers. Let's have a look at some of the action from earlier today. It was super hot.
Yeah, it was awesome. So, yeah, let's take a look. So Ken Block and the smoke and style here. There's, you know, Ken's not competing. It's all-wheel drive. 1,400 horsepower. Johan Kristoffersson here running the number 11. We have that of Oliver Bennett. He just got knocked out earlier today against Oliver Solberg. But this track, the drivers are saying it's really smooth, it's unique, you got all these cool obstacles, the elements, but the sun has set now, so the lights are coming on, and it just brings a different element to Monster Energy Gymkhana GRiD.
And we've got a glitter ball. I mean, I've never been to a motor racing event with a glitter ball. Let's have a look at how it's stacked up heading into our semi-final. Johan Kristoffersson, I mean, can anybody beat him? I think Peter Solberg thinks he can. But first, Johan's got to get past Jonathan Buck. And then that Solberg semi-final, Peter against Son, 17-year-old Oliver. That is going to be amazing. I can't wait for that.
But I'm stoked for Bucky, man. He started the weekend off not the best way you want to. Oil line breaks, oil spills all over, catches fire, puts fuel all over the track. It was a mess. The marshals weren't really happy with him. He wasn't happy with himself, but here he is. He's going against Johan Kristoffersson. Look at that. The sun is setting. This is the Carnival, and we are kicking it off. And let's look at the rear-wheel drive semi-final. So the semi-final battles here. Luke Woodham, he is going for his 5th consecutive Monster Energy Gymkhana GRiD, easy for me to say, Gymkhana GRiD championship, but he's going against Jason Webb, the lone South African in competition. But Jason's going to try to put a stop to it. And then Daigo Saito and Bagsy, these guys have seen, not competition, but they've made some awesome videos. Drift Battle, if you haven't seen it, Bagsy driving his V8 twin-turbo GTR, Daigo Saito driving a Lamborghini. Saito, strong car, newer car. Bagsy, Old Faithful. So UK versus Japan, Corvette versus S13. It's really anybody's game looking at this.
I'm just really stoked for Jason because he learned a lot in his first Gymkhana GRiD last year. Obviously a drift champion, having to dial things back quite a lot to understand Gymkhana, because it's not all about horsepower. But I mean, this venue is amazing. The course has been really running well, and the fans have been incredible, and it's a totally different, transformed as the sun sets. We're happy because it's a lot cooler in the commentary, but I can tell you what, it's not going to cool down on the track because we've got some really stacked, super talented international superstars.
And I got to say, the driver talent, just the progression of not only the vehicles after 7 years. This is the 7th ever Gymkhana GRiD. You know, multiple different countries from Santa Ponda Raceway bouncing here and there, Spain, Greece, and here we are again for the 2nd year, South Africa. From what I understand, Gymkhana GRiD, England, or excuse me, Europe. Don't quote me on that. Europe. I misspoke there, but Europe and not England. I will tell you that. 2019. So that's going to be exciting. And
look, obviously we sad in South Africa. We'd love you guys to keep coming back every year. But what you have done is you've left us with the enthusiasm, the passion to get a local series fired up. And I think we've seen the caliber of our local drivers. They've been way quicker this year to last year, learned a lot. And that's what international motorsport is about, is sharing. Word from Peter. You know, he's so experienced and he's willing to give that information. And that is what is so cool. But for me, it's semi-finals. And we're going to start with rear-wheel drive. You spoke about Luke. This guy has come here committed, driven. And he's got a goal in mind. He knows what he wants to do, and it's to win 5. And I don't think anyone's going to stand in his way.
The Mustang's going to try to stand in his way. He's got a convertible. It's a beautiful night. Drop top with a cut. Like, it sounds like a rap song.
So
right
romantic,
now.
man.
Yeah, I know, right? There it is. Webb versus Woodham. The RB Ford Mustang, Ford Mustang, Nissan 200SX, and
Monster Energy bragging rights too, because
that's
everyone wins
true.
this.
Both Monster athletes. And actually, it's an all-monster Final Four. You got Luke, you got Jason, you got Daigo and Bagsy. So all countries, look at that. One South African, 2 Brits, and then a Japanese monster driver.
Japanese, Mexican monster driver.
Yeah, exactly.
But the disco ball is, I mean, for the drivers, I mean, I'm looking at it going, wow, that's quite cool, get some cool music going, but heading down, launching from the start position and racing into this arena, things are looking very, very different here.
Looks like a party, bro. I don't know. Man. We need to get Petter back out here because he is he's a ballroom dancing champion.
Hey, we lined up. We're ready to go. We're going to go racing. The crowd, I know, is ready. Cheer along, Jason Webb, South Africa.
Here we go, Marius. Jeremy here calling the action. Jason Webb and Luke Woodham.
It sounds better at night, man. It sounds better at night. This is hard for us to even see in the dark.
Yeah, and look, you can see there with Jason Webb, minus those headlights. And it looks like both these guys running no headlights.
Jason looks like he's got the early start. Yeah, he does. Nothing in it really, is it? This is not what Luke wants. It's about keeping it tidy through the tight and twisty stuff. Good job, Jason Webb, leading the way. Let's see when they get to
the wrecking ball. Approaching that wrecking ball. Can they hit it? And you can see right there, boom, the lights are so open. Webb really got into that wrecking ball. It is really close between these two monster athletes. Luke Woodham going for his 5th championship, but Jason Webb is gonna try to put a stop to it.
And we heard him saying during when we were chatting to him in the pits after his smoke and show, changing tires, a little bit of a different setup on the car. Now it's about grip, it's not about losing traction, and he certainly learned so much from last year. This is down to the wire, neck and neck. Who's gonna get the line first?
It looks like Woodham gets out of it just a little bit quicker.
Wow.
108.0 and a 107.5. So that's half a second.
0.5 in it, yeah.
That's half of a second.
This is.
What do you say, over. South Africa? Make some noise, Johannesburg, around the world. Here we go.
I heard that, yeah.
I heard that.
That is good. Okay, deep breath. They've swapped sides. What does Luke have to do here?
Luke has to just keep his mind right and not mess up. Because, like I said, neither of these guys are working with headlights. We thought that the left side was faster. Luke just got completed with that. Now, he needs to go to the right side, which, you know, you kind of said early on, for the rear-wheel drive, it seemed like the left was faster. For the all-wheel drive, it seemed like the right was faster. How that came to be, that's kind of...
You've actually said it. That's perfectly stacked for an unbelievable shootout. Jason is now on, theoretically, the quicker left-hand side. Let's see how they go. Again, they come out of the start into the arena head-to-head. Reaction times, 0.8 from Luke, 0.7 from Jason, getting the drop on him.
All right, so here we go. You can see Luke Woodham bringing around the TV a little bit sooner than that of Webb. So Webb just a beat behind that of the 4-time grid champion, Jason Webb, your local South African driver. A lot of confidence in his corner. Talking to him in the Q&A, he says the thing that's changed from last year to this year, me, I've developed as a driver. I have more seat time. Luke Woodham, one of the best in the biz, and he got into it. Looks like that ball is just barely teetering, so he just oh no, Luke Woodham gets a penalty. He does not hit it. So he is deep. He needs 2 seconds. Could this be it?
Jason won't know this. He won't know this, and he mustn't overdrive, because visually you can see that he's behind Luke. What he mustn't do is overdrive it and make a mistake. This is a game changer.
Wow, so the headlights not being on could have been a factor. Like you said, Luke Woodham will cross the finish line. Jason Webb,
how close?
Look at that. 1, 2, okay. So, finishing 108, 109. Now assess that penalty. Here it is. So, Luke Woodham with a 218.0 and Jason Webb with a 2 17.25. Jason Webb gets the win and takes down.
Oh my
your
word.
four-time Gymkhana GRiD champion. Luke Woodham is knocked out by your South African driver of that Monster Energy Mustang.
He got wrecked by a ball. It is so hard. We're struggling to see it from here. They don't have headlights. That is the best news. Give them a massive round of applause, South Africa. Jason Webb has made it through to Gymkhana GRiD in South Africa for the final. Wow, we are coming back off this ad break. This is amazing. Are you okay?
I'm great, man. Hey, I'm stoked, man. Like I said, I don't have an American in the fight, you know, but I do have excitement and enthusiasm for a motorsport that is really highlighting a talent that is Jason Webb here on an international forum. Another driver I'm excited for, the lone privateer amongst. Look at this. I mean, talk about a sheep going into a lion's den. This dude, Jonathan Bucky Buck. He's going against Johan Kristoffersson. So you got this privateer. By stature, he's a smaller dude. Smaller dude. And on I'll call it out, on Gymkhana GRiD's Instagram, he looks like Dr. Evil. But he's going against the tallest drink of water, Johan Kristoffersson, in a two-time WRA. I mean, talk about this. We talked about David versus Goliath. This is the gnarliest one. This is a pebble versus a mountain.
But look, you could only get this at an event like Gymkhana GRiD. Privateer
1000%.
against a world championship winning team like PSRX, Volkswagen Sweden. And off the line, Bucky gets a really good start. So maybe you look at the reaction times here. 0.6 versus 0.8. Bucky was on fire, way quicker than Johan starting there. But close as they came into the arena. But this is where that VW Rallycross championship winning car is just going to be on a different level.
I feel like Bucky has nothing to lose here. He has everything to gain. He is stoked. He is here. He's going against, you know, a multiple champion, and he's just on this platform, and he's going to put on a show. He's making his wife proud. She's here in the building. She wasn't here last year, but again, really, oh, look at that, really deep into that wrecking ball. Johan Kristoffersson, he is quite a few seconds ahead of Bucky.
But you said in the interview with him earlier in the week when we were doing the media day, he was just stoked to be able to do exactly this, go against people that he looked up to, his heroes, and here he's getting to do it and putting on a great show. Johan Kristoffersson, not the greatest start. He'll want to improve on that, and he'll get a chance to do it now when they swap across to the other side of the track. But a lot of work to do. Bucky, great job, man. Well done.
And it's a good opportunity to bring up basically the Pro-Am trophy winner, because outside of because entering this competition, there were 3 RX cars and 1 WRC car. There is your times. Well, 102 and a 108, great times.
And he had a bad start. The 102 wasn't his greatest start, so that's a good time.
So going back to the Pro-Am trophy, we are acknowledging, as Monster Energy Gymkhana GRiD is acknowledging the best Pro-Am driver outside of those 4 RX or WRC cars. So Johan, Petter, Ollie Solzberg. So those 3 drivers are in the Final 4. The only driver that's not an RX car or WRC car, Bucky. So Bucky will be acknowledged with that trophy, and I think that's a great accolade amongst his peers of these privateers.
I think it's amazing because the fans want to see cars like the WRX cars. Amazing. But the privateers want to have a shout out as well. So I think it keeps the sport of Gymkhana GRiD alive.
Oh yeah, and it shows you the variety, it shows you what you can do, and it shows you what these cars are capable of. And Johan Kristoffersson passed the disco ball, and he's going to throw in the dance here. What are you looking at?
But I tell you, Bucky's got reaction times. Unbelievable. He dropped Johan again. A 0.65 versus a 0.73 on the reaction time. Man, Bucky's pretty sharp. I'm impressed.
Yeah, Bucky has laser vision right now.
He's got a 2-second penalty, though. We missed it while we were looking at the timing board over here. But I think he knows. I mean, Johan had a massive advantage, and he's just going to keep it tidy from here.
All right, so Johan Kristoffersson hits that wrecking ball. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I mean, considerable amount of distance. They had 8 seconds between them, and that 2-second penalty. So about 10 seconds between them, just to the naked eye. As Bucky now brings it into the spin cycle, into the figure 8. And Johan Kristoffersson entering into the Fiesta Donuts, the double donuts around the Fiesta. And Kristoffersson, all signs are saying Johan Kristoffersson's going to the finals.
103.659. But crowd, let's make some noise for Jonathan Bucky Buck. Well done, man. Unbelievable for a privateer. Great result.
Yeah, you talked about that Q&A yesterday at our press conference. It was a bit of a talk show. It was awesome. It was a really good format, and just talking to him. So there you go. Yeah, 221 versus 205. Johan Kristoffersson gets the win. He is advancing onto the finals, and he was just really humble, really stoked to be up there among, you know, just like you said, Petter Solberg, Johan Kristoffersson, Ken Block, and all these people. But he will be acknowledged as the best Pro-Am driver here at Gymkhana GRiD all-wheel drive.
Yeah, and the crowd certainly appreciating what's been put on today. Whether it's been the smoke and shine or the big racing, it's been unbelievable. We're going to get down to the next race, and this is who is going to meet Jason Webb, the South African, in the final. And that is such good news for us. International racing is here, and we've got a South African in the final. Is it going to be Bagsy? I mean, the man comes with massive experience. Or my favorite, Japanese.
Yeah, you're just calling it? The variety. The car, you really like the car.
Look, I just love the fact we in South Africa have never seen a Corvette doing what it does here, driven the way it's driven. I mean, this man is like a god of drifting. Yeah. Unbelievable. First grid event, and here he has a chance of going into a final. And I think, listen, it's going to be tough for Jason if he does make it through Daigo, because he is a machine. He's used to the pressure, and I love that machine. It sounds the best coming through our commentary tower.
Well, you talk about the experience. You know, Bagsy in previous years, he's done kind of more of a smoking style, doing a drifting demo. Now he says, I want to compete. He did the smoking style, as did Daigo, and Daigo will be doing the smoking style final with Ken Block, so they're going to be having some fun. So still plenty of tires to burn, Monster Energy to drink. Are you having fun out there, Johannesburg? Make some noise. Did you feel that? Was that good, Maris? There's still gangs of people out here. The VIP, how's VIP over there?
I think the VIP has got the most amazing view, because they look back at the commentary tower, Carnival City in the background. Oh, yeah. It is really cool. I don't want to know how that smoke and style is going to go. Those cars, smoke in here, in the dark, no headlights, it's going to be crazy. But anyway, we're going to get to see that. Lining up now for our semi-final number 2 for the rear-wheel drives, Daigo Saito against Bagsy. Oh man, this is going to be close to call.
All right, so Jason Webb sits to the wings. He will be going against one of these drivers. It's an all Monster Energy final. And remember, we will have a third place battle. So Luke Woodham waits in the wings to see who he's going to go against as the loser of this battle. As we are hearing just the echo of this high horsepower machine, Daigo Saito brings it around the TV. He's on the right side. Bagsy in the S13, looming in the dark, in the shadows.
This is really, really close. Bagsy is pulling out his best here in the semi-final. He's actually looks like he's got the jump on Daigo at this stage. We'll have a look at the going at the spindle now. 720 rotation around there, and then to the wrecking ball, and that'll give us a good indication he's got the early lead. And from my perspective, I think it's Bagsy.
And Daigo Saito, both of them, look at that, they are tit for tat. Make some noise, Joburg, make some noise and let him know you're here. Who's gonna get the win? Where are my Daigo Saito fans at? Make some noise. Look at Daigo.
So tight to those drivers.
And where are my Bagsy fans at? Make some noise.
Daigo's pulled it back. He's so tight through the drum rotations. Amazing. Around the half Fiesta belonging to Ken Block. I think Daigo's pulled this back. He was a little bit behind. It's going to be close.
But look at that. We are talking half a car. 106.69 from Daigo. And a 106.9 from Bagsy.
You do
no
the math.
Penalties.
You do the math.
That is 4/10.
Okay, deep breath. They're swapping sides.
You're not racing, bro. Why are you breathing so heavy?
But I'm getting fired up. I love this stuff. This is what we love.
No, I'm out. Let's get
going, Ken. Goodbye. Maybe we should shut down before we do this last run.
Right.
But this is why South Africans love motorsport like this. We are proud. We love to see guys putting it all on the line, and we've got the best drivers here, and they're doing exactly that. So cool. I don't know. I think, who are you going with, yeah?
You know what? You're so emphatic about Daigo, and I love Daigo, and I think he's talented, but I think experience of Bagsy and understanding this, you know, not that, you know, you need to speak Japanese or need to speak British, but everybody, you need to speak the language of Gymkhana, and I think Bagsy knows the language a little bit more than that of Daigo Saito. And I think he's going to keep it tight. I think Daigo might have potentially a little bit of kryptonite, and Bagsy might be that. I mean, we just saw Luke Woodham get taken out by Jason Webb, and it was just a small mistake. Daigo might make a small mistake. He is not completely invincible. Hey, remember, be sure to tag at Gymkhana GRiD You know, I'm out here.
You're multitasking really well.
I am. I'm taking a look at Instagram, seeing what's going on, seeing people tagging,
I'm having
watching.
a look at the grid, seeing what's going on there, and as we saw, there's nothing. I think 300's literally nothing to choose from between them. No, we're talking thousands. I think it's like 3,000ths of a second between them.
Oh my gosh.
I don't know. You do the math. Maths wasn't my strong point.
No,
But
that's why I announced things.
yeah, we just read things. But
Niner.
this is going
I think it was Niner.
They were both.
They were Niner apart.
I sound like our president. He's not very good with numbers. Our ex-president was never really good with numbers either. Okay, apparently we've just been told while we haven't got the race underway, they're checking Bagsy's car for a potential leak.
He's good.
But it looks like he's good to go. We've got the thumbs up. He's lined up in the grid slots. Listen for the thunder of that Corvette. Nothing in it. One little mistake happened so easy in the dark here at Carnival City, Gymkhana GRiD. This is to decide who sees Jason Webb in the final. We're good to go.
Send it, Bagsy and Daigo Saito. Looks like Daigo Saito got a little bit of a jump. Looking at those reaction times, 0.860, 0.870. They are mirror images of each other in these Monster Energy machines.
I just can't believe how he is controlling a 900 horsepower car that weighs 900 kilograms. It's so easy to make a mistake, and you were saying that, whereas Bagsy's been in this rodeo a few times, he knows what to do, a lot of experience versus the rookie. Drift ace, but a Gymkhana GRiD rookie.
All right, coming into the balls, that's going to give you, and look, you can see Daigo, Bagsy, both of them hit it, and that seemed to be the crux for a few of the drivers, but not a problem for either of these guys. Daigo maybe a little bit of a jump. Can he keep it tight? Look at he puts his right wheel, sets it and forgets it, just locks the wheel and dials it in.
But did you see him actually back off when he came to the wrecking ball just to make sure that he had it lined up properly? It's so easy to make that mistake. He keeps it tidy from here. He is through to the final.
All right, one more 360 for Bagsy, but Daigo has already completed it. And no penalties. And it looks like Daigo Saito is your winner with a 212.854. Steve Bagsy with a 214. So Daigo Saito is your winner. So it'll be Luke Woodham versus Bagsy for third place and Jason Webb versus Daigo Saito. Maris, you called it. He kept it together, didn't break focus, and he kept it clean.
I loved what I saw him do coming to that wrecking board. He just slowed the car up totally, made sure that he had it lined up perfectly. So easy to make a mistake, but it's his rotations around the obstacles. I cannot believe how close he puts that car. It's unbelievable. This is really, really good. Okay, so we're going to be gearing up for our rear-wheel drive, guys. We've got one more heat to go. It's getting exciting in the commentary box. All right, so into our all-wheel drive semi-final. It's an all
Salzburg all-wheel drive semi-final battle. It's all's the Bergs. All's the Bergs and the all-wheel drives.
So in my dream world, I would love Oliver's car to be perfect, so we can have a proper shootout head-to-head, and we know Petter wants the same. That's all he was saying in his interviews. So proud of his son. Guys, he's 17 years old, the youngest Nordic Rallycross champion. He has been amazing driving a car that hasn't been working well. But Petter, we know he's got better, he's healthy, he's back to top form, top spirits, great legend. He needs a win.
He talked about his vision maybe being an impairment, though. He said his vision, you know, he's considering retiring due to his vision impairment. But you know what? Here we go. Petter Solberg, Oliver Solberg. It's dad versus son. Jedi versus Padawan, if you're a Star Wars fan, right?
Listen, Petter doesn't need to see he's driving by feel. Look at him, but he's got it. Listen, massive advantage. Petter was telling us the advantage he has in his car off the line. Oliver's always going to be chasing him down.
And there goes Petter. Look at that. Oliver Solberg, not too shabby. And as he said, it shuts it down. It makes it go to 3 cylinders. So even with 3 cylinders, he's hanging tough. A little bit of kiss that ball, almost just glanced it, but he did hit it.
It's close, man. Ollie seems to be coming in really hot and hard, catching his dad. They're half a rotation behind at the moment. This is close.
A little bit off that barrel there, but yeah, like you said, he's coming in flying.
He's nothing wrong with his eyesight. He's 17 years old. He's seeing things the size of a wrecking ball.
Look at this.
This is close, man.
Oh, buddy. 102.67 is Oliver Solberg, and then 102.0.
let me just remind you, this is an old car.
Yeah.
It doesn't have the performance, the horsepower of the championship-winning Rallycross car, and he's gone and done a 102 against his dad. Oliver Solberg, listen, write his name down. I know you won't forget the surname, but he is going to make big waves in the motor racing industry. Unbelievable, 17 years old, so cool and calm, and he came back strong. Swapped sides, nothing in it.
All right, so quickly getting back to the action. Oliver and Petter holding the start here real quick. So to make sure the track is up to snuff. So right now, Johan Kristoffersson waits in the wings. Bucky will be going for the third place battle, and he'll be going against the loser of this competition for that consolation round.
How beautiful is that?
Yeah, it's awesome. I mean, it's a very, it just looks exciting. You just want to, again, we got the green side and the white side. So I don't know if you've noticed that, but we got the green lights there. All right, so Gymkhana GRiD, Monster Energy Gymkhana GRiD 2008. Here we go, it's an all Salzburg. Was it semifinal? Semifinal battle. Oliver Solberg versus his dad, Petter Solberg.
Now we saw this in the first run. Oliver doesn't have the horsepower that Petter does, so he's always going to be chasing the game. But he was so quick in the tight and twisty stuff towards the end of the race, catching up to Petter, and in the end they both did a 102. Anyone makes a mistake here, it's game over. Oliver's car seems to be running well. He's doing 102s, and he's catching up to his dad 3. This is where he started getting really good.
All right, so as you said, Oliver Solberg seems to be running pretty efficiently, but Petter Solberg running a lot cleaner here, faster. So just about a second, or almost a second and a half between the two drivers.
Watch Ollie go here. Look how aggressively he comes in there full tilt. This is where he catches his dad around the barrels. Unbelievable. Look how he's caught up to him.
Look at that.
It's
Looks
amazing.
Like Oliver,
he touched it.
The barrels were touched. And there's the penalty assessed. That's going to be the nail in the coffin for Ollie Solberg. 17 years old, going against his dad. Make some noise for the Solberg battle. So look at that, 103.2, 103.3. So even regardless, without the penalty, unfortunately, but look, the final. 207.8 for Oliver Solberg.
With that penalty.
Petter Solberg was a 205.5. If he didn't have that 2-second penalty,
0.2.
It would have been 0.2 seconds off between the Solberg.
But I said, he's amazing. He's got to catch up to do. The car isn't nearly as quick. This intersection, the complex around the barrels, he is on fire, lightning. One little mistake, trying too hard, and that's ultimately what cost him. But across the line first, forget the penalty. He's going to have bragging rights. He's going to walk back to the paddock and say, Dad, that was 1-all. So cool. Okay, there's no break when you do Gymkhana GRiD. It is now the smoke and style final. And there are a couple of big names here. I think you might know one or two of them really well.
You know what? I've spent a lot of time with all of these drivers, and all killer, no filler. This is Daigo. I think Marison came up with his new nickname, Psycho. I've been calling him the Ninja for years because he drove an all-black car. He's from Japan, and he came in Formula Drift and just slit everybody's throat. He just murdered everybody that year. So I deemed him the Ninja because he's just the silent assassin. But then you got the loud and proud American, red, white, and blue, the Hoonicorn. V2 because they strapped, you can see those inlets on those turbos.
You can't miss them.
You can't miss them. They're obnoxious, and he says, I hate to call it obnoxious, I'm cool with that. 1,400 horsepower. This is the Smoke and Style Finals. We're going to hear who you think is the winner. Maris, you and I are judges, as well as our Joburg awesome audience.
I don't want to judge this. I'm going to leave it up to them.
Okay.
So guys, you know what you got to do. We're going to come to you after this round. You decide the winner. Two absolute legends. This is going to be an epic build-up to our finals.
Remember, Daigo's also in the finals of rear-wheel drive. Here we go. The smoke is on. Daigo and Ken, where there's smoke, there's fire. So why not bring the fire to the smoke fight?
Ken's got it fired up again. He's going to be lighting up this circuit now big time.
Daigo Saito there on the white track, illuminated, And then the green track illuminated, that of Ken Block. And now with the sun down, you can see the flame shooting out of the Hoonicorn's hood, or half of the hood as it's completely exposed. Look at that. Look at the flame shooting out. Looking like, you know, they call it the Hoonicorn. Unicorns normally have just one horn. Can we call it the dualicorn? Because it's got two. It's got two horns.
V2. But it looks so, I mean, it looked amazing in the bright sunlight earlier, but at night, the thing takes on beastly proportions. It's unbelievable. I don't know how he's going to find his way out of here. I don't know how you are either. I can't even see down there.
Unleash the hounds! And here comes Ken. He's got to do donuts around himself in that Fiesta. Make some noise for Daigo Saito! In that Monster Energy Sunoco Corvette. And Ken Block brings it on back home. Make some noise for these two Monster Energy rocket ships.
That thing sounds incredible. Hard to choose, really, isn't it? But we said we're not going to choose, are we? The crowd is.
All right, I'm cool with that.
Okay. So make some noise for Daigo Saito, crowd.
It's good, that was solid, solid.
Okay, I'll let you build up for the American. Off you go.
All right, so, Joburg, make some noise for Ken Block. Let's try that again real quick. Let's try that again real quick. Okay. Make some noise for Daigo Saito. And then how about make some noise for Ken Block?
I mean, it'd be nice if we could do a draw and they have to go again, because we're South Africans, we really take our time to decide, but we can't. Okay, let's choose. Let's choose.
I gotta say Ken, man. I gotta say Ken.
I'm gonna say Ken. I'm gonna go with Ken. Guys, are you happy with Ken Block to win?
I think it's a win-win for everybody here, but the smoking style...
He can't hear you. He can't hear you. Happy with Ken Block for the win? That sounds a lot better. Ken Block is our winner. I mean, I predicted at the beginning, no one else can light up times that he can. 1400.
All right, Ken Block wins smoke and style here at Gymkhana GRiD 2008. And there it is, Hoonicorn V2. As next up, we are seeing our rear-wheel drive third place battle. So this
defending champion not wanting to be in a third place shootout, going up against Bagsy. They know each other well, so there's going to be a bit of pride, I suppose, at stake here as well. I wonder if Luke's got over the disappointment. We know he came in saying committed, I want to make it 5. It must be hard to be pulling up to the grid in third.
Yeah, it's that's quite a bit for him to swallow, but now he's got to just calm his nerves and say, look, I'm still going to get on the box. And there's Bagsy versus Woodham.
So that's how they line up for your third place final. Steve Baggioni against Luke Woodham. I mean, these guys are super experienced veterans. They're going to be loving the fact that they're getting to compete one more time. They would have loved it to have been a final, but third place ain't bad.
All right, so which one of these British drivers is going to be on that final podium spot? Looks like we have Bagsy there on the green lane, and Luke Woodham in the white. And there's Bagsy there. You can see it notated by that Westlake sticker off that back wing.
Yeah, Bagsy got the drop off the line and arriving in the arena slightly ahead.
Around the grid billboard goes both the drivers. They are neck and neck here, Marius.
I think Bagsy has got a slight advantage. We saw him arriving in the arena first. It looks like he's held on to it. He's going to tip that ball first. Yes, he is. This is close, man.
All right.
But this is where it gets interesting, though, because this gets really tight and technical. And you've got to get the car lined up perfectly. Rotations need to be spot on. You want to get as close to those barrels without touching him like we saw Oliver do earlier. Man, I think that's neck and neck. Spot on, yeah?
All right, so remember, this is only one half of the battle. They are neck and neck. Oh, my goodness. Here we go. One more donut. I say Bagsy's got a little bit of a jump, but who's going to come out quicker? Oh, Doctor, look at that. And Woodham.
Bagsy seemed to run a little bit wide on that last rotation, and I think definitely Woodham really kept it neat and tidy. Look at 106.5
and a 108.
This is a 108.7.
Wow, so
wow, we lost
seconds.
a lot on that last rotation.
Well, there was a penalty. There was a penalty.
We missed that
penalty of Bagsy.
Let's have a look, maybe we can pick him. There we go.
There it is.
That is what messed him up on the drive out. That's why he pushed wide. And look, it was on the final rotation. That's why he ran a bit wide, touching Ken Block's half Fiesta in the center there. 2 seconds added to his time. Whew. I guess Luke can relax a little bit now, or not?
No, I don't think so, because he might make a mistake as well. So he's just got to keep
Tough in the dark.
He's got to keep it clean. It's in the dark. It's the final podium spot. The clock is ticking. Send it, fellas. Maxie Woodham for the final 3rd spot. And there goes Bagsy and Woodham fire going off. And now Luke Woodham on that green lane. Bagsy in the white lane.
That's incredible. Precision driving in an arena, in the dark. They haven't seen the course in this condition yet. These are legend status drivers. Seriously, to arrive like this with massive horsepower under your right foot and be able to nail your turning points. Unbelievable.
Both of them hitting the balls at the same time.
I think Luke's got a slight advantage here, and we know he's come into this round with an advantage too.
Yeah, so what's going through Bagsy's head right now?
I think he just needs to focus on what he's doing and forget that there actually is anybody driving on the other side of the course.
All right, so Woodham keeps it clean. Neither of them hitting the barrels. And this is what got Bagsy last time, and Woodham does have the jump. Ooh, Bagsy with the wide swing. He leaves some air between him and that Ford. Oh, look at Bagsy, comes out swinging.
Wow.
Is that enough? 108.6, 108.4. That is 210. That's a 217 from Bagsy and a 215 from Luke Woodham. Luke Woodham, your defending champion, still ends up on the podium, but not the top spot. Luke Woodham gets 3rd place here at Gymkhana GRiD 2018, Maris.
Yeah, Bagsy's going to be going if only. I mean, he was in that fight right up to the very end, and it's so easy to make a mistake like that. A slight rotation, touch on that Fiesta cost him 2 seconds, and that was a nightmare for him. But I suppose Luke can take a bit of consolation. He's on the podium with a 3rd place. I know he would have wanted to have made it 5, but hey, let's get down to our next race. It's getting exciting in here. And we've got a guest that's come and joined us up in the studio booth, but we'll chat to him when we come back after our little commentary break. Hope you guys are enjoying the action out there. We'll see you in a few moments. Let's have a quick chat before we get into the next race. Ken Block is here. Could you see anything in that smoke and shine? That was crazy.
Grab a seat, Ken. Grab a seat, please.
Yeah, the visibility was kind of bad, and my visor is actually kind of dirty. Yeah. So I had to run with the visor up, so I'm smoking, like tire pieces flying into my eyes. It was fun though, like you know.
We loved it.
Yeah, I mean it was great seeing the track at night. I wish I could have run both courses, but guess we're a little behind on time, so I didn't get to.
Yo, you never know. I mean, you know what? Why not bring it out back once again? But we got a 3rd place battle here. Our only privateer, Bucky, makes it into the 3rd place battle. Oliver Solberg, did you watch that battle between Ollie and Petzer?
Unfortunately, I was back in the grid waiting to run out. So
it was close. Was it close? It was close.
Oliver beat his dad, but had a 2-second penalty.
He didn't hit the ball. He didn't hit the ball, but right now, it's Oliver Solberg versus Bucky. Bucky is definitely deserving of the Pro-Am trophy. He is the only privateer here in the Final Four. He's going against a former WRC car and 2 current RX vehicles. So Oliver Solberg brings it around the billboard. Bucky just about 2-3 seconds behind that of Solberg.
But Jared, I'm going to say it again. When he comes to this little barrel section where it gets tight and technical, look at the speed that Oliver Solberg carries into the section. He is a maniac, and that's where he caught up on his dad. He's got a healthy lead here. What he mustn't do is what he did in that last run, tip the barrel, getting just a little bit too close, but pitching it in there, looking a lot tighter, leaving enough space this time, maybe too much, but he's got a clear advantage.
Yeah, watch Bucky execute on that Fiesta double donut 360. Ollie, you know, he's down. I don't know if you heard this, but Petter was talking about the car's shutting down. He's going down to 3 cylinders at times. That's why it would fall on his face. But right now, whoa, buddy. Bucky almost getting into that wall, but he keeps it off. But
105 versus 107 there.
Yeah, look good though for the problems that they've been having with Oliver's car. I mean,
and Drew Petter, you must deal with it. He's young, he must learn.
Yeah, he's like, you deal with the S. He actually did cuss. He says you deal with it, you got to push through.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing about racing cars. That you have really good weekends, and sometimes you have The crap weekends that you got to deal with everything, but hey,
you're still strapped in a car having fun.
Yeah, we're out here having a good time. You deal with it, and you push on through. Never give up.
But you said earlier, remind the guys. Oh, come on, I'm not going to break out in song. We've got our disco ball going. You said it earlier. That Pro-Am, I think, is such a clever idea with Gymkhana GRiD to keep the cars people want to see competing and give the privateers a chance. And for Bucky to line up in this situation, I think that is amazing.
And that's what Ken was talking about earlier about Pro-Am and just basically the access to entry. You get all these South African Subaru owners clubs out here. I mean, my money's on the Subarus. You know, like there's a gang of them out here, right? I mean, that's what you were talking about earlier, the Pro-Am. And see people like
the thing about it is you don't need the most horsepower to win. It's about car control, it's about the right setup.
All right, so here we go. This is for the third place final podium spot. Is it going to be another Solberg? Because we are going to see either Petter or Johan. They're both part of the Solberg racing team. But Bucky is going to play tooth and nail in that Subaru.
But I just love it. Fearless at 17. I mean, come on. Having the time of your life in a car like that. And he is showing amazing car control. I really do. I love him doing his technical stuff. This boy's got some skills.
I was driving a Honda Civic when I was 17. This guy's driving a former WRC vehicle that has won Gymkhana, right, Ken? What are you driving?
Yeah, but he deserves it, man. He's got the talent.
That's right.
And he's a great kid. I've enjoyed working with him. I've enjoyed doing events with him. So, hey, I'm stoked to see him out here and progressing every year.
Isn't he on your show at the moment?
Yeah, you talk about Gymkhana 10.
Yeah, he's actually in Gymkhana 10, and he's in Gymkhana Files as part of it.
Bucky's come back at him here. Have a look at this.
Look at Bucky!
Oh, he's having problems again.
He's having issues. Oh, 107.6 and a 108. Yeah, 108.
Oliver ran into problems again.
Going to the clock. Jonathan Bucky Buck with a 215.2, and Oliver Solberg with a 214.110. Oliver Solberg gets that final podium spot.
Wow, you see it, I mean, right down to the final straightaway. His car was having problems and he almost lost the podium.
Well, that's it. Anything can happen in motor racing, and that shows that composure. Working through it, getting across the line, and just holding on. But I mean, Bucky was in with a shout. That's what I love about Gymkhana GRiD. It's never over. You have the perfect run, then you've got to try and do it again on the next run. So really, really exciting stuff. We're building up to the finals.
The finals, rear-wheel drive and all-wheel drive. And the big upset of the building is that man. Jason Webb takes out Luke Woodham, who's going for his 5th consecutive Monster Energy Gymkhana rear-wheel drive championship. But Jason Webb, the lone South African in the final 4, he's flying that flag high and mighty right now.
No disrespect to Luke, and I would love to have seen him to take out 5. But for us, having Gymkhana GRiD in South Africa, to have a South African in the final, amazing. You guys out there, Jason Webb is warming up for you. You need to give him a hero's welcome when he comes out there. Let's hear from you out there.
And how close was the battle? Because I was out in the grid. How close was the battle between him and Luke?
Webb and Woodham, I believe. You know what happened there? Another penalty.
Woodham missed
the ball. The 2-second penalty was actually the crux that was the deciding factor.
Wow, that's what it can come down to, though. One little mistake, you know, going into the finals, and that's I mean, basically one little mistake cost Woodham the championship.
And it's hard to spot that in the dark as well. You know, they haven't had a run at it at this.
Stop it!
Oh, come on, I'm trying to help him out.
It's lit up like a Christmas tree.
I'm not gonna let Luke have that excuse.
Well, you weren't here. You'll love this. You love the Solbergs. You're rooting for them. But Ollie was having some words with Colby, and he's just, oh, you know, the car wasn't running and it wasn't good. Our director in the ear, he goes, he's learning just like his dad, coming up with all the excuses.
I think that's just a sign of a good driver.
And then Petter walked through the door. I was like, I was kidding, totally kidding.
Well, here it is. Here's our lineup final, rear-wheel drive. It is time for action. I can't wait for this.
I mean, it is Corvette versus Mustang.
Here we go. The rear-wheel drive final is upon us. It is Daigo Saito, your Gymkhana GRiD rookie. He is a drifting champion both in Japan as well as in the States, and he is going against the South African driver of Jason Webb. Marius, did you think we would see this final coming into this weekend?
Jason would like to tell you yes, because he learned a lot from last year. He's won the Drift Series in South Africa, and the boy is competitive and on a charge. He's been getting faster and faster through the rounds tonight, but he's got a massive battle up ahead of him. 900 horsepower Corvette at the hands of a master who has got a clear early advantage.
All right, Daigo the Ninja Saito, he is looming in the shadows right now around that Gymkhana GRiD billboard. Coming into the double spool. 1/360 per spool. Daigo looks like he has the jump on Jason Webb, and now he goes approaching the wrecking ball. Here goes Daigo. And look at that, just making sure he is insistent about hitting that wrecking ball.
We saw that in the earlier round. He actually really lined it up, because I think you can make a very easy mistake there, cost you 2 seconds, and Jason's back in it. But I know the home crowd's going to be cheering him. But I love how close Daigo gets to those drums. It is precision driving.
He made a bit of a mistake there. I was just going to point out to Ken on look at how close and precision Daigo is on the first barrel, and then he had a wide swing. It came to a quick halt, and look at Webb's gaining a little bit of ground, not as much as he'd hoped. And Daigo Saito, he was a whole 360 ahead of Webb.
But it's an amazing time, and 106 literally dead. Really impressive versus Jason's 110. But as we've seen, mistakes happen. They're going to swap sides, run on the other side. Anything can happen. You miss a ball, 2-second penalty.
But that was close there in the beginning. But man, Daigo very clean. He's really got this setup dialed. You can see that he's having. It looks to me like he's having fun and he's got this figured out. But it's great seeing South Africa versus Japan. Corvette versus Mustang. That's not what I expected to see in the final.
The All-American battle with a Japanese guy and a South African behind the wheel. Yeah, here in South Africa. No, dude.
But it's amazing to think that he's a rookie. He hasn't done Gymkhana before. It shows the class of the man. But obviously we in for a shot for Jason here.
It's hard to call him a rookie with so many accolades here. I mean, Daigo Saito, one of the most experienced drivers in the world. Jason Webb wants to put a stop to it. Regardless, South Africa will be on the podium. Is Daigo Saito going to get that #1 spot, or is Jason Webb going to put that South African flag high atop it? Here we go.
This actually looks a little bit closer. One little mistake, and we know Jason's back in it. We saw it happen in the earlier round. So easy to do. You're in competitive race mode, and it's so easy to run into and miss a break point. But Daigo making certain taps that ball. Jason doing the same.
He is just really making sure he hits that, because a 2-second penalty with the gap after that first portion of the battle, and they are on the opposing side.
Is that?
Oh my gosh, dude.
Man.
Lick the stamp and send it, dude. Absolutely unreal. Daigo Saito looks like he is going to put a bow on this present here in South Africa. He wraps it around. Ken Block's Fiesta, one more 360 for glory for Daigo the Ninja Saito, your 2018 Monster Energy Gymkhana GRiD champion. Daigo the Ninja Saito makes work over South African driver Jason Webb.
Amazing. That's why I gave Ken Block the Smoke and Style Award, because I knew Daigo was going to win the rear-wheel drive main thing. But listen, let's
like
get
Nostradamus, dude. You're looking into the future.
I'm looking into the mirror ball is what I'm looking into. But seriously, big round of applause, Jason Webb. He'll be stoked to have come into second Gymkhana GRiD and made it to a final. I think it's really amazing, and I know the fans are going to be loving it.
Well, it's nice to see a mix-up on the podium this year. We've had some guys that have been coming back, like Luke, and dominating, but to have Daigo come in, win, have South African there on the podium too. It's great to see some progression from the locals and see a very dynamic podium.
Yep, Luke Woodham does get that final podium spot, but Bagsy taking it a bit more seriously this year compared to previous just drifting demos. We didn't see Adam Elder this year in rear-wheel drive. I know he's watching home. Adam, what's up, man? But all the local drivers love to see this. And again, we're basically kind of announcing that Gymkhana GRiD 2019 will be in Europe. Where the destination is TBD, but you know what? This is the making of an awesome event.
Wow, that is quite a lineup. I think you're not going to see closer racing than these two. Teammates, team owner Peter Solberg, double World Rallycross champion Johan Kristoffersson. Peter Solberg hasn't won an event or anything this year. Trust me, he's hungry. He told us he can't see. He could see just fine in the semi-finals, and what he wants to see is the top step of the podium. These cars launched 0 to 100 in 2 seconds. This is going to be lit.
Look at that, showing not your age there, as the kids say. Who do you think, Solberg or Kristoffersson?
Oh man, it's going to be close. It's anybody's game. It's going to be whoever can make the least amount of mistakes.
Let me tell you, Peter Solberg, the 0.54 versus the 0.55 reaction time. That is unbelievable.
So we are splitting hairs here with these two drivers. Sans the headlights. You can see the brake lights illuminating the whole cabin and the back end of these Polo Rs. There they go around the spools, and they are, I mean, absolutely mirroring each other, not only aesthetically, but where they are on the track. And again, who's on which side right now? Ken just keeps making woo noises over here.
Kristoffersson's on the green circuit, Solberg's on the white circuit.
Slightly behind.
And Johan's got the slight advantage, and he is so precise through the tight drum section.
Johan's got a beat. Johan's got a beat on him.
He's got about a 0.2 gap there, actually even more, probably 0.3.
Marius, I got one again. Ken Block sounds like Ric Flair up here.
Hey man, this is good competition.
This is
it's great
super
to see
good.
this too.
But it looks like Kristoffersson will cross first.
Is there anything this man can't do? I know I'm calling it early, he's got another round to run, but I've never seen anybody so precise and analytical in a driving approach. He knows exactly what he needs to do, and he's gone and done it. A 1 minute dead. Ken, when you were here early, we said, are we going to dip below the 1 minute? A 1 minute 0.8 versus a 102.6. Wow, I think we might see it. Which one was the quickest? Johan was on the course.
Johan was over here, and we said that the right side for the all-wheel drive consistently has been.
Sorry, I got excited.
I know, you're fully torqued now. I get it. We got 1 minute. Can we go sub 1 minute? That would be awesome. But Johan Kristoffersson and Petter Solberg, what was the split there, or what's the time difference?
There was 2 seconds in it.
Oh boy, that's a lot of time.
It is.
Johan needs to keep it clean. The right side seems to be faster. What else?
I know Johan actually knows. He's done this perfectly. Temperatures rise. He's warmed his tires up. He's going to break the one. Watch this.
Here we go, Joe. Send it. Petter Solberg, Johan Kristoffersson. We saw a minute time from Johan Kristoffersson, the green and the white. We got now Kristoffersson on the white lane. In the green lane is Petter Solberg. Marius.
A 0.52 versus a 0.53 on the reaction time. It is unbelievable how fast these cars are. In full track mode, no jumps to have to worry about. Just some tight turns, 600 horsepower, being unleashed by 2 of the greatest racing drivers around. Unbelievable stuff.
All right, so again, this is for all the glory. This is the final turn and burn here at 2018 Monster Energy Gymkhana GRiD. 2 Polo R's here in RX fashion, coming in hot. Who's got the beat, Marius?
Yeah, Johan's got a slight advantage, but Petter's looking a lot solid, a lot quicker on this right side track. He's caught up a little bit. They're both into the final turn together. Wow.
That is close. You see how much more smoke Petter builds on his car.
Now he's doing it for the show, and it looks like Johan Kristoffersson will be your 2018 Monster Energy Gymkhana GRiD champion. I'm going to peace out. Ken, Marius, high five. You're out of breath, Ken.
Marius, that was good to watch.
You and Ken rep out. I'm going to go give out some hardware. Awesome event. I'm going to come back up here. Thank you, fans. Join us at the podium.
Wow, that was incredible racing. So close. I was hoping to see us go below the 1 minute, but 1:02 was Johan's winning time in that final race. So sticking to that, the right side track seemed quicker for all-wheel drive, the left quicker for rear. This is what Johan has done all season. 11 out of 12 in World Rallycross, smashing all records, but they work together as a team. Unbelievable stuff. Ken, you've obviously spent so much time with Petter on the track, off the track. What a legend in terms of managing a team as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's been great to watch him over his career, and the last couple of years that they've had with this team, with this car, has been pretty amazing. And obviously, great dad too, bringing his son out, letting him drive his old World Rally car on an event like this. Very cool. So I'm proud to be friends with all these guys and be able to have them come out to an event like this for us and really put on a great show. So.
Can we just say thank you to you for putting this together, because for us as South Africans, we love our motorsport, and to have the best doing what they do, to have you out again, unbelievable. To bless South Africa with this event 2 years in a row, top stuff, seriously.
Well, it's been great coming out here. Monster Energy has just put on a great show. All the staff here has been really behind this and put together a great event. All the locals here that have helped make it happen too, and the local businesses like Carnival here, it's been really great. So thank you to all the fans that have really embraced us, come out, filled the stands, come out and watch. Even the media day was kind of packed at certain times. So yeah, thank you.
Well, that's Ken Block, the legend. We're going to hand over to Colby, who's down with Petter Solberg.
Give me the... hold on. Fucking A. Oh, really? Hey, thank you, man. Congrats, man. We're live. All right, we're down here with Petter Solberg. I just got handed some gloves from this gentleman right here. Petter, awesome event. It was an all Petter Solberg Racing podium final. You win against Johan Kristoffersson. South Africa, did it deliver in your mind?
Yeah, for sure. You know, it's been great. I mean, the whole atmosphere, how it's organized, the passion for the other guys who's driving here, it's great. And getting Oliver on the podium also, it's unbelievable. And I never thought, it's like a good test for your mentality that if you have problems, you know, reset, come on, keep on pushing. And I'm so proud of him, I must say. And I think we all did a good job. Fantastic beer, all the people. So it's hard work. I'm sure it's hard work to sit where you're sitting also, yeah?
Oh, it's awesome. You know what? And again, thank you for these gloves. But I appreciate that. But Oliver Solberg, if he did not hit that, if he would have hit the wrecking ball, it would have been a lot closer.
I think maybe he could maybe taken me. I think it was so close. And as I said, you know, from the data from here to this first corner, is 5/10, half a second, and a very impressive drive, I must say. And he's a hard kid, I tell you. He's quite mad in the service park when it's not going right, but he's motivating his mechanics. But end of the day, I think the mother is also very proud. Yeah,
that's totally right, Petter. I'm gonna grab the back-to-back Monster Energy Gymkhana GRiD champion. Two-time RX champion, Johan Kristoffersson. Johan, you went against the boss. You beat him. You actually had a 1 minute. You almost went sub 1 minute. You had a 1 minute time on this side on your first lap. How awesome is this event?
Yeah, I mean, I'm really stoked to be here, to be honest. I don't use that word so often, but I really did.
You sound American.
Yeah, but it's really, I'm super happy to be here, and Cape Town and Johannesburg has treated us really well, and 2 years now in a row and be able to win. Actually, after the last round, I was pretty dry in the mouth because I thought that Petter's going to put on a hell of a time, but yeah, I managed, so I'm very, very happy.
Also, Ollie on the podium. That's got to be awesome. It's a 1, 2, and 3 for you guys.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. I mean, big thanks to the team, and it's pretty emotional because it's really the last time of the year that we run these cars, and my car, Vilma, as I call it, is really the best car in the world. Two World Championships with this lady, and also now 2 Gymkhana GRiD. So really big thanks to all the fans which is here as well. I mean, it's an amazing event.
Thank you so much. Congratulations. You are 2018 back-to-back Monster Energy. You know what? One more question. So where do we go from here? I mean, are you bringing back a new car next year? I mean, are you excited? Because we did announce it. We are going to Europe in 2019.
Yeah, I really like to come, and I would like to have as good car as this one again and try to compete, and we'll see. I mean, you saw Oliver was only 0.3 of a second off Petter Silva, so I mean, it's going to be a tough championship.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Wow, what a perfect venue, what a perfect event. How do you even pick the highlights? We can start with this. I mean, rear-wheel drive champion, big surprises, Daigo Saito, a rookie. I mean, how can I call him a rookie? Unbelievable driving skills with his Corvette, coming out as our rear-wheel drive champion. Ken Block brought us with his Hoonicorn version 2, 1,400 horsepower. The crowds loved it. South Africa loved it. Gymkhana GRiD, you are amazing.